Hello and welcome for joining. What is poppin'? Hi, Filthies. How we doing? Welcome, welcome. Have you been doing swell? Hi again and welcome for joining. Creepsies, welcome for joining. What is poppin'? Hell yeah. Glad you're enjoying my music. Welcome, welcome. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi, Witch. What's poppin'? I've been swell. Acid Snow. What's good? What's good? What's poppin'? Hiya, hiya. Hey, 𝐾𝐤, how you doing? Welcome for joining. Hope you've been swell. What is up? Hello and welcome for joining Poomfies. Got it. So 2 full weeks of Deltarune. 2 full weeks of Deltarune has finally come to a close. I can't believe. I think it's really funny that we did 7 full parts of Deltarune when there's supposed to be like 7 whole chapters. Remember when the plan initially was to do 1 chapter a day? Technically speaking, did I not just do 1 chapter a day? Deltarune is intended to be a 7-chapter game. And I finished all the available chapters in 7 days, in 7 streams, which means I've basically done all of Deltarune. Man, Deltarune Chapter 5 spoilers, wasn't it crazy when we hit Sandstar Car? Wasn't it crazy when 𝐉𝐨𝐫𝐤 came out of the Dark World to hit Sans with a semi-truck? Thank you so much for that, 𝐉𝐶. Fluffy boys for life. Fluffy boys got us protected. I love fluffy boys. Deltarune yesterday. Hi, Sleepy Coffin. Welcome for joining. How's it going? I've been swell. Welcome, welcome. Loving the new emotes? Hell yeah, glad you're liking them. They're all based off the new design that should be arriving sometime later next month, or at least a month after. Sometime late July, early August, hopefully, assuming all things go to plan. Super excited, super excited. You can tell it's a new model because if you look at the new emotes next to the old emote, you'll notice the new emotes are a lot more tan than the old ones. But yeah, Deltarune's finally come to a close. Steam summer sales have started. Anyone else picking anything up? I'm so... I don't know what to do. There's so many games on sale, but also not enough games on sale, right? There's games that I really, really wanted that I was hoping to pick up. It's like... What the fuck? Oh, my controller fell. Good thing I caught it with my foot. There's so many games that I was hoping to pick up during the Steam Summer Sale. It's like, damn it, not on sale. Shit. What do you mean? Heat and Blood Ray is like almost a 6-year-old game. Why is it not on sale? I want big, thick, buff demon ogre ladies. Why are they not on sale? Why is it full price? I mean, $17 isn't that bad. However, $17 full price when there are so many other games that are way on big steeper sales, right? When there are games that are on big steep sales. I'm like, perhaps another day. Perhaps another day, buff ogre lady, buff demon ogre lady shooter games. Maybe another time. Maybe another time, big sexy violent video games. Oh well. Anyone pick anything up during the Steam sales yet? It's so funny, I was telling my friend, it's like there are so many games that are on sale, but either the sales are not that deep, or there's too many on sale and it's hard to pick which sales are worth it and which ones I should probably hold out on. It's like, damn, there's so much to pick from. I mean, I have a huge collection of games saved up and ready to go for once we wrap up Mass Effect 3, which is really funny to say because we haven't even started Mass Effect 3, but you know, we still have Mass Effect 3 and Cyberpunk 2077 to get through, but you know, it'll happen eventually. God, do I even still want to do Mass Effect Andromeda? How long does that take to beat? Mass Effect Andromeda. How long to beat? Because I've been pleasantly surprised by how shockingly short the Mass Effect games are. What the fuck? How long to beat says Mass Effect Andromeda. About 18 hours to complete. Okay, that sounds pretty good. That sounds reasonable. Main plus side. 62 hours. Okay, this is a game with nothing but side content. Got it. with a vast, fat majority of side content. Understood. Understood. Nya nya. Hi, Uncle. Let's pop in. Welcome for joining. But yeah, this year's Steam Summer Sale is really funny. There's a lot of games that are on steep discounts, so I go, shit, how many of these do I want to add? And then some of them that are like, oh man, come on, you could have gone deeper, or got at least got on sale. I guess I'll wait. I guess I'll wait. The amount of like minus 20% I see, which for some games, 20% is a huge, like, okay, damn, that's a big chunk of it off. Other games, I'm like, is that even a sale? It's funny how numbers work in my head, right? For example, I'm looking at 2 games right now, right? On my wish list, I see Sulfur, 20% off from $25 to $20, or from $24.99 to $19.99. I go, it could be cheaper. I look at SCP-5K from $19.99 to $15.99, also 20% off, and I go, ooh, that's a bargain. That's a bargain. It's like, it's the same percentage. But that's telling me I'm saving more money. If the new model arrives in early August, it'll be a great birthday present for you. Aw, happy early birthday if your birthday's in August. Hell yeah. For me, I don't get work on the new model started until around my birthday. You don't trust how long to be. People on there are weird. Hi. Hello. Hi. There are games that you're waiting for 50% off on, but the game is cheap enough already that probably won't happen. Right! There are games that I go, ooh, come on, come on! That's not a summer sale price! That's like an intermediate, like random, 1 week only sale price. That's not summer sale price. You could go lower. You can go lower. And then I look at, once again, my disappointment is immeasurable when I look over at, I was like, ooh, am I finally gonna get to pick up Heat and Blood right? Nope! Not even on sale! Not even on sale! 𝐒𝐬𝐬 caps off at like 25%. Goat ass. But what if goat ass at a cheaper price? Hi Dave, welcome for joining. What's poppin'? Have you been doing swell? Welcome, welcome. Go ass at an affordable price, say no more. How much is 𝐒𝐬𝐬 right now? Yeah, that's 30%. Which, like, from $5.99 to $4.19, that's not bad. That's not bad. But also, like, but what if you were $3? What if you were $3? You have 13,000 reviews. You're just being greedy at this point. You're just being greedy at this point. You should be another 20% off. So I can save $3 and you can make $2. You've already made approximately 13,000 sales, and those are just recorded reviews. You can go on a steeper sale. But Flip Witch half off. Flip Witch at half price. Flip Witch at $11.24. Now that's a bargain. No, it's not. It's 25%. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. R.I.P. I thought you were saying it was 50% off. Nope. Flip Witch 25% off. Shame. Shame. Well, Cal owns it, so I'll just bum their copy if I ever play it. Cal paid it. Cal paid the price. I'll just take that one. I will say, I did immediately yoink up 𝐒𝐬𝐬. Because 𝐒𝐬𝐬 looks really, really cool, and it's an early access game. And it's like $17.50 right now. And I'm like, you know what? That's not a bad price. That's not a bad price. From $25 to $17, that's not bad. I'll take it. And Lord knows, next time they make a big update, that price is probably going up. I've seen amazing things in this game. Chances are I should really yoink it now before it's too late. This is one of those, It could be on a deeper discount, but I need to make sure I get it before it goes up in price, and then $24.99 becomes the discount price, you know? Yeah, Divvy, thank you very kindly for the resub. Much appreciated. You love full price games going from 60 to 50, like, whoa, mind blown. $10 off, oh boy, right? There was an explosion at the cheese factory. All that was left was debris. You know, we had a good 34 months, but it's time for you to be buried under that rubble. It's time to end you. Chat, Poompies, get your favorite hammer and start chucking. Start throwing your favorite hammers. Pile of hammers, get your pile of hammers. Big pile of hammers, come get them. Kill, shoot. There is a medieval, which is also on like a really steep discount of like 70%. I'm like, that's fat. That's fat. That's a crazy sale. Hey gang, you too can own Tragic Yuri for only $8.74, 75% off its original price with 𝐒𝐴𝐬 2. You too can also own Tragic Yuri, doomed by the narrative. My model actually just, yikes. A little bit. My general reaction upon reading that pun. Ew. 𝐾𝐤 what is poppin'? Welcome. There's this one cute game that came out called 𝐒𝐴𝐬 One Shot. If this is porn, I'm shooting y'all. I mean, if you're talking about One Shot, I actually own One Shot. Haven't played it yet. I realize if you like games like Undertale and Deltarune, I should probably definitely really get around to playing One Shot. World Machine Edition, which I do own, just haven't really gotten around to it is all. Bullet Witch 70% off! Well, I already suffered through that for y'all, but sure, you go ahead and play Bullet Witch. Hi, so just riding a cage. Welcome to joining. What is poppin'? Have you been slow? Welcome. One pack of cards coming right up, 𝐒𝐬𝐬. Just giving enough, and soon enough, we'll be getting started with tonight's programming. A Let's Watch of Ted's Cave and Journal. I have been eager to finally get around. I've been really eager to finally find some time to schedule this and get around to this. For those who do not know, Ted's Caving Journal is the original creepypasta. The OG. We'll also be taking a look. Assuming I'm not too tired by the time we finish watching this, it's like a 90-minute watch. We're going through the whole playlist, so it shouldn't be too bad. But you know how it be around here. I can't help pausing and then going on a 20-minute tangent and then resuming for another 2 minutes just to pause and go on another 20-minute tangent. You know how it be. But anyways, Ted's Caving Journal is the primordial creepypasta. It was a webpage set up for someone to follow a caver named Ted. And it starts off very normal and slowly starts to descend into weirdness and having people genuinely worried. I believe it was actually like there were news reports about Ted's Caving Journal, right? Because at the time, nothing like it had been done. And no, the first person to go on the internet and tell lies. Oh, tricky Ted, you. Yes, Stitches. Thank you for the remonth at 3. Thank you for the remonth. Thank you for the resub at 3 months. Much appreciated. It's a really hard game when you play as a cat. Are you sure? Okay. Nico is the name of the character from One Shot. The game is called One Shot Creepses. I know exactly what you mean. Tricky Madness Combat. Hold. Wait, is Madness Combat on sale? Second question, is the Madness Combat game even good? Thank you for the remonth of 3 subs. Hey now, I've got way more than 3 subs. There's a lot of subs in this chat. We have way more than 3. It's pretty good, but can be button mashy. Oh, good. So it's perfect then. Amazing. That's all we need to hear. That's all I need to hear. Good enough for me. Hey, that works for me. Don't mind if I do. Wow, subs here. You don't believe it. I know, right? Hey, welcome back. Did you go take a big girl piss again? Did you just get back from pee-pee time, Lich? But yeah, Ted's Cave Journal, real neat, original creepypasta that has been adapted into a, It's crazy to think that the YouTube adaptation is only a year old. It's only just a little over a year old, which is crazy to me. Because, like, this story has been around for ages. Updated June 19th, 2001. Right. This is pre-9/11 internet. This story is pre-9/11. I know, right? Ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy, Piccolo? Piccolo can't believe how old this is, and yet how long it took for an adaptation like the one we're about to watch to come out. What story? Ted's Caving Journal, or Ted's Caving Page. So how's about we get right into it? Unless someone wants to distract real quick with their Steam summer sale purchases. Before we begin, anyone pick up anything during the Steam summer sale? You got Devil May Cry, 𝐒𝐴𝐳, let's go! Hi, Gunslinger, welcome for joining. What's poppin'? Have you been slow? For Street Games, baby! And now you can play with the mod that gives you the control scheme of the Nintendo Switch version. I'm Sapphic. You think I don't know what a 𝐒𝐬𝐬 is? You think I'm over here reposting girls kissing on my blue sky to not be Sapphic enough to know what a 𝐒𝐬𝐬 is? Come on now. Come on now. Yo, Hydroneer, $6! Huh, I've never seen this game, actually. I just looked up Hydroneer. Neat. Damn, 60% off! Me looking at this game for the first time ever. Huh, looks neat. Me looking at the 60% sale. Damn! Add to cart. No clue what you are, but add to cart. Swag money. Ah, this looks like fun. This looks like fun, friend slot. Shame me and my friends already bought Peak. We're kind of full on friend swap at the moment. Have you been playing Peak, by the way? It's funny that, like, I buy these streamer games and then I play them with my IRL friend groups and don't stream them. I've been playing a lot of Peak. It's... yeah. Wow, Toriel porn available now for $7.99? That's crazy. Wario pride flag. It's true. I'm so proud of Wario. It's Peak. Look, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. I don't know if I'll ever stream it. Maybe even get enough streamer friends to play it. But it's been fun just doing it with my buddies. That's been a good time. You know, speaking of mountain climbing, you know what you can find inside mountains? Caves. So how's about we climb some mountains and get digging into some caves? This is gonna be real fun. I cannot wait to figure out which Firefox win. Actually, I can check right now before hitting the full screen button. Properties. Haha, it's captioned that one. Perfect. Bingo. Let's cave! Anyways, once again, this is Ted's Caving Journal. It is a 10-part series here on YouTube. Approximately, I think I did the math, it's like roughly 90 minutes. So it shouldn't be too long of a watch. Based on the... Should we site hosted by angelfire.com. Build your free website today. Are they still around? I guess so, if this page is still up. Your friends and you are busy voice acting Undertale and Deltarune, so you need not for friend slop games now. You fool, you absolute buffoon. Any game that can be enjoyed with friends is friend slop. You and your friends voice acting Undertale and Deltarune has turned it into friend slop. True. It's like when Peach, Lily, and I were playing that other one game that I immediately forgot the name of, and they wanted to play Night Rain. Or when I called Night Rain friend slop, and Peach was like, "It's not slop." I'm like, no. Friend slop doesn't have to be used derogatorily. It's just a genre name now. It's a fun game, but it is friend slop. You fool, having sex is friend slop now. Hi, Princess. Welcome for joining. What's poppin'? Anyways, I think we're gonna watch this first, because I feel like reading through this would be cool. But this is a bonus. Visiting the original site that started it all would be... you know, we'll just do a quick dive. Quick cave dive. Due to the overwhelming number... Build your free website with Angelfire. Due to the overwhelming number of requests I've received to tell about my discoveries and bizarre experiences in a cave not far from my home, I've created this webpage. I will outline the events that happened to me during the past few months, beginning with my journey into a familiar cave in December 2000, and ending, well, it hasn't actually ended yet. I'll use my caving journal as a text to tell about my recent experience. I'll give them to you as I experience them in chronological order. I've included photographs that were taken during my many trips into the cave. I've also created a few illustrations to help the reader get a better idea of what things look like in the cave. All the photos were taken by me, or one of the few people that I went into the cave with. I want to point out a few things before I tell the events. Just one more dive, bro. Just one more dive. Most of the pictures are taken with a Kodak disposable type camera. I took a better camera into the cave on one or two of the trips. Pictures on the site are original photos that have not been messed with or enhanced, other than were noted. As a rule, I get many pictures put onto the disc at the time of developing, so I don't have to scan them later. This ensures the best digital quality. I will not reveal the names of the other people involved in the experience. If you know me well enough, you probably know them already. I will not reveal the location of the cave to anyone for any reason, so please do not ask. I refuse to be held accountable for anyone's life but my own. I refer to the cave as Mystery Cave. That is not its real name. If you think these events sound far-fetched, I agree. I would come to the same conclusion had I not experienced them. I will try to finish the site as soon as possible. Check the date on the main page to see when I've made updates. To protect myself from the people who might copy this site, I include the following. All text on this and following pages are my own words, copyright 2001. Ted. Damn! Ted copywritten the whole thing. Fuck. So here is the caving journal. I will divide the text into two colors for the sake of clarity. The gray text is taken directly from my caving journal. The italicized blue text is my comment as I reflect on the experience. I will do my best to convey the thoughts and feelings I had during this entire event. I will not use the actual names of other individuals. I will include the entire relevant text in my journal. Only small parts of the journal will I skip. This will only occur when the entry has nothing to do with the experience in the cave, such as eating dinner after a trick, getting fuel or snacks, irrelevant details. My journal is fairly thorough. I will merely summarize what I am cutting out of the actual entry. In an effort to present this experience in accurate as possible, I will type my journal as I write it. Sans grammar check. Please overlook my errors. My additional comments will help clarify things. And this is the whole journal. We got photos when we click on it. Hi. Dab me up, Ted. Here's the diagram of the cave. Insert the Saddam Hussein hiding meme. So as you can see, we can click on this. It's got... Oh, that's the diagram. That is just Saddam Hussein. Head, body, legs. Me when I'm a caver. Me discovering Saddam Hussein while I'm just out caving. So this is it. But... We're gamers from the year 2025. We don't have time to read pre-9/11 documents, so we're gonna watch a video adaptation of it instead.
I think it's on. That should be on.
From what I recall, I don't believe this is a perfect one-to-one recreation or adaptation. If I recall, there's some things edited and adjusted for the sake of film, as opposed to a lengthy online blog. But for the most part, we're getting the exact same story.
All right. Cool. Hi. I'm Ted. If some of you know me, you know me.
The guy for the journal.
That's completely fine. And
Also, welcome for joining.
this
Thank
is
you
a
to
cave
follow.
behind me. I cave. Spelunking, new cave exploration. This is really fun.
Just right off the bat, real quick, I want to say, I'm not going to look yet, but I am curious to know if they have behind-the-scenes footage for how they're going to go about doing all this. It's Ted from Cave. I'm Ted, and this is my story in a cave. My cave story, if you will. My cave story plus more.
Hobby of mine, and today I brought a camera with me because I think I found something rather interesting at the bottom of this cave. Or at least I remember I think I did. So
Cave Story is so good, y'all. Go play Cave Story, but don't find ways to play the original version of Cave Story
navigate
and not give the publisher
all
money.
of this, unexplored territory. Well, the cave is explored, but we'll figure that out later. So yeah, essentially this will act as like little recordings or diaries.
Yep, there we go.
What goes on
Go find a way to play Cave Story, but find ways to do it without giving Nicholas money.
Which is super exciting.
That's true.
And,
do play the freely available original version. True.
Yeah, that should be good. I can show you the entrance that me and I do have a friend with me.
Don't even need to pirate it. It's just free. Precisely.
Me and a friend over there. That's the good old. What should I call you? I mean, you said you want to be anonymous, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's B, I guess.
Why
Yeah.
B?
Sup, B?
Because it's the first letter of your name. Okay. So yeah, B's setting up the rope. Let me just make sure you can see. Oh, did we lose the cave? I think it's there. Yeah, no, it's there.
Did the publisher do something? Basically steal the rights of the game from the original creator, essentially. Completely underhanded publisher tactics.
Oh, we're just zoomed in. Okay, I'm
And a
still
lot of
figuring out
mismanagement
how
of
cameras
the
work.
IPs they have scooped up from
That
people.
looks like it's in focus. Okay, yes. So,
To give it a complete
I wanted to show
very
you the
short
cave. What am I doing?
rundown. It's a long
Let's
list.
look at the hole. So B's setting up the rope that we're going to be abseiling down with. So we've got the climbing gear, and essentially this is the hole. It's in this little cave
Shaking my
entrance.
head so y'all know right away immediately that I do not agree with caving. Hey, buddy, look. There's gotta be way more fun and convenient ways to kill yourself than caving. Yep, scam the creator with a bad contract for taking advantage of his poor handle in English. Super scummy shit.
And it goes down a lot deeper. So there's a bit of a ledge, and then it goes down to the left and down even further. So we're just setting up the rope so we
To like exploring caves for the sake of discovering and finding things cool. Entering caves and crawling into crevices as a hobby that leads to nothing other than, I got super far deep in this cave. I'm gonna go back home now. You're insane. You are insane. But what if you don't want to be found when you die? There are other ways to go about that doesn't involve caving.
can get down in there. And yeah, it's super exciting actually. Yeah, so let me take you guys back
I love
outside.
incredibly rough, difficult to maneuver through tight corridors and
outside.
spaces that I can trap myself
So,
in.
there we go.
Look, if you can't tell, I'm a thick bitch, alright? I'm a thick bitch. I'm wide in places. Got a fat rack and got a fat ass. Caving is not meant for me, okay? Alright? I am the type to be like, oh no, Pumpy, I'm stuck in the dryer. I'm the type to put on a sexy Santa outfit, go down the chimney, and then get stuck in the chimney, okay? If I can't even do that, if I can't do that, I am not built for caving. Do you see this? Do you see this figure? This is not a figure meant for caving, okay? Alright?
Alice would like to know since location.
Me the moment I get stuck anywhere. Oh, I'm stuck in this chimney. Plat, 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 plat. I'm stuck in this cave. Get pregnant. Not built for caving, okay? Not built. I do not have that twig figure. I am not stick bug, okay? Steph Caver, help! We love thick bitches on this broadcast. It's true, we do. So maybe it's just me being a thick bitch enthusiast and thick bitch in general who loves thickness, being like, this is psychopathic skinny people behavior. Maybe if you ate some food and got some nutrients to your brain, you would understand that maybe I shouldn't go exploring caves and crawling into tight spaces like that. Exactly! Hi, Kasha. Welcome for joining. Thank you for the follow. Some people just don't know which holes to avoid. I'm gonna do 10 squats and make my ass even fatter. Let's get to it. 10 squats to make my ass fatter, to make it so no cave can take me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All done. All right. Back to watching this guy kill himself in a really stupid manner. Some people read the enigma of 𝐒𝐴𝐕𝐄 and they're like, damn, they're right. That hole was made for me. Me looking at Cal. Who said that?
Here, now you guys can see. Sweet.
Stitches 26 wants you to slap your
So,
thick
yeah.
scaly thigh.
Coming right up. 1 second. You hear that? That's thigh meat that can't get through caves.
That's the cave. Let's get on in and explore a bit. I hope you guys enjoy, and I hope this is a fantastic series documenting what we hope is a virgin passage, because that is unmarked territory, and that is super, super exciting. So let's go check it out. All right, let me see if I can switch you off.
I am somewhat incredibly blind on this story, so I'm eager to see where it goes. I'm eager to see where it goes and how it gets adapted into this video format. You would fall into a hole while you're in a cave. Just fall in a hole and die. Many such cases.
So, some of the tight crawl spaces. Oh shit! I'm not pushing. Angle. Some of the tight crawl spaces we do have to go through to get to what we think is the virgin passage. So excited for that. You ready to crawl through here? You got your helmet. I should probably have a helmet on next time.
God, who cares if a passage is a virgin passage or not?
Cool.
I don't care how untouched. I just want to know how safe.
But yeah, it's pretty tight spaces. And you can see the roof is like right here, which is not ideal. Nope. He's going ahead of me though. There's a bit of a crouch. It's about an hour's trip towards the spot that we want to get to. So just watch your head, dude. Yeah.
Damn, these caves tighter than your mom. Ew!
I think it's been about 40 minutes. Yeah, it's opening up. All right. Cool.
Afterwards, landed on my legs.
Ah, I see. Well, at least you didn't fall. Imagine
You remember reading a story where a guy had to basically crush his ribs when he crawled through a hole? Yeah?
Doing all of this, that'd be really bad.
Cavers be like, I only lost 3 ribs on this expedition. We'll go back again next week. We'll go back again next year, once my ribs have set back into place. Hi, Eels. Hi, Nakano. Welcome for joining. What's poppin'?
Yeah. Should be.
Corsets also do this.
Oh, shit.
Exactly. Why go caving where you just put on a cute corset? Maybe don't crush your ribs, but like,
Set up the lights.
maybe don't buy the shitty cheap Amazon corset that will cause permanent damage. But like,
Yeah.
why not just have sex in cute corsets? It's far easier and safer. Assuming you don't buy the shitty cheap Amazon corset that kills you.
Down here. Cool. Okay.
Caves freak you out for a very different reason. The stat map of mysterious disappearances in U.S. correspond eerily to the stat map of U.S. cave systems. You know, this is not a fact I knew. But I can believe that. I can believe that. See, because you can link it to people enter a cave, maybe seeking shelter or just trying to, like, you know, explore caves and then do not come back, and so they go missing in those areas. Or we could presume human traffickers take people into caves. Human traffickers have hideouts and stuff in caves before moving people around. So when people go missing, hey, stay away from caves.
Be fun.
All results very terrifying.
Dark, you can't see.
Tia dead to lose a few lower ribs. And why is that? Das Firecat. Also, welcome for joining, Firecat.
I think it's quite funny.
Correlation doesn't equal causation, but the stats are too high. The stats are too convenient not to play it safe. The stats are too convenient not to play it safe. Only about 430 scrapes from crawling around this expedition. I will come back tomorrow.
Some rain dripping in the distance through the rock. And then there's B in the background busy getting equipment. Alright, I think let's keep moving.
Real caves, not memes. No, yeah, real cave, according to Princess. Disappearances in the U.S. do indeed correspond to a stat map of USA cave systems.
Alright.
On a somewhat related note, there was a guy who fell into a cave on his property and found a hidden shrine from the Holy War era. Neat.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Oh, okay, cool. So, yeah, we got to the end. It's about say an hour's worth of a trip here, and then it'll be an hour's worth of trip back. So exciting stuff. We did find the hole, which is really cool. We didn't.
Me when I find the hole. We did find the hole, which is really cool.
Film it because just our lights are about to die, so we just thought we'd do this quickly and then we get out. So yeah, hole's there. We did look in. It's about like 3 meters, I'd estimate, right? Yeah, about 3 meters. From
Boys, we found
to where it widens
hole.
up. But it is wide enough for someone to fit in, which I think is
We found the clear. We think
exciting.
so, anyways.
And also, what's it saying again?
If it blows, it goes.
Yeah. So if it blows, it goes. Meaning, if there's good airflow, then that usually means that there's a good sign for a cave system behind it, which is just awesome. I'm super excited. So I think our plan of action then is we're probably going to go and
Dead air is a problem in, like, caves, right? Like, I know we have dead airs, and I've been sitting on the stream and not saying anything, and no noise been playing. But, like, I forget the term of it, but it is called dead air, right? Of just, like, places where airflow is practically non-existent and everything is just stagnant. There can be pockets of gas, yes.
fetch some sledgehammers and drill bits.
Just, like, no
some
oxygen in completely
sledgehammers and
sealed
drill bits,
areas, yeah.
And then also an electric drill if we can get it.
Which
I
can be
did
odorless
suggest
and
liquid
kill you in
nitrogen,
seconds.
But there's no way we're getting that down.
But yeah, there's probably an hour's worth of a trip through some crawling. I don't think we'd be able to get it down. This bats are aggressive. Yeah, so don't think we're gonna get it down, which is unfortunate. Dynamite just won't work.
I'd like to get out alive, please.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Do you think B's gonna make it out? Do you think with that comment, I'd like to make it out alive, please? Do you think B's making it out alive?
Yeah, so hole's there. We're gonna open it up and just a virgin passage, unexplored territory. I mean, that's exciting. That's so exciting.
To know, but
dude,
Jay
it'd
will.
be so cool. Anyways, yeah. So I think before our batteries die, let's maybe head out of here. We did name the passage as well, actually, which is, I think this is pretty smart. B didn't think, but we called it Floyd's Tomb. Because it's such a tight squeeze.
I feel like it's kind of morbid.
Yeah, but I mean,
Who's
come on,
Floyd?
it's gonna be really fun. I mean, I think if we can open
The
it up.
tomb
unexplored
idea is
territory, that's why we have
certainly
the camera,
morbid.
So we can document it. Things should be awesome.
But why
you know?
Floyd? I'm curious about that.
I'm really excited. Yeah, so explore Floyd's tomb, open it up, get the gear in here, and yeah, I think that's super exciting. So let's get out of here before our batteries die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the first one. Mystery Cave. You know what? Let's do it back and forth. We'll watch a video and we'll look at the journal and see what changes. B and I decided to get in one more caving trip before the new year, so we set our sights on Mystery Cave. Not a spectacular cave, but since neither of us had been caving for a while, it'd be nice to go to any cave. There was a bit of an excitement in this trip. There was a small passage in the lower portion of the cave that I wanted to check out to see if it was possible to get past. It had a small opening, but lots of air blowing out of it. Even though this is way too small to climb through, I'd never even checked to see what was inside the passage. We got our gear loaded up and hit the road by 3 p.m. We got to the cave in great time, since B likes to drive fast. We anchored from the usual tree and began to rappel into the cave. I went down first and got my gear together while B went down. I will refer to B many times. We've been caving together for months now. He was injured in a caving accident a few years ago and was told he would never walk again. Through hard work and perseverance, he not only walks, but can get around very well in caves. The trickier part of the cave might slow him down a bit, but he can make it. He patiently works through an obstacle until he gets past it. As for reference to the small opening of the cave, there's a saying among cavers, if it blows, it goes. Meaning if a passage has a good flow of air, it is probably worth investigating. After we explored all usual passages, we climbed down and checked out the hole. This hole is located deep in the cave, near the lowest part of the cave. It's on the side of the cave wall, about 3 feet from the floor. To look inside the hole, I had to kneel down and duck under an overhanging rock, which we got to see here. Yep. Yeah, it's stagnant air. That's what I was thinking of. You can get stagnant air even in your house. It happens when the air doesn't move. It's freaky because dust will literally just float in the air. Freaky. Scary. You need to lose a rib in order to traverse this famous cave, unless you bring extra large equipment. You know, I don't think caving is worth it. I think I will visit slightly less caves, less famous caves, if it means I can keep all my ribs. As a phone user, thank you. Of course. I always read everything on screen. I used my backup minimap light and held it inside the hole to see what I could. I was excited by what I saw. The wall around the hole is about 3 to 5 inches thick. It led into a tight passage. The passage opened up just a bit inside the hole. It continued back about 10 to 12 feet in small crawl spaces. After that, it seemed to really open up, like your mom. Although how much we couldn't tell. This could be a virgin passage. Obviously, no one has passed through this route, but there could be a way into the passage to the other side. To even get to the crawl space, we found we would have to enlarge the opening. Currently, it's about the size of my fist. Once we get past the opening, we would have a tight crawl back to where it opened up, not like your mother. It would take some work, but we thought we could do it. We sat down for a few minutes to rest and contemplate our plan of attack. When we sat there in the darkness, we could hear the wind howling from the other side of the passage. It was a low, eerie noise. We could also hear a low rumble from time to time. No big deal, though. The cave is in the vicinity of a highway that has heavy trucks drive on it. We figured the rumble was the effects of the trucks resonating through the rocks. We determined that our best plan was to haul a cordless drill into the cave and drill into the rock. Then we could take a bullpen and a small sledgehammer and break up the rock. It seemed pretty straightforward. We'd have to widen the hole big enough to squeeze in and see what was on the other side. The efforts to haul all the equipment down the hole would be a pain, but we hoped it'd be worth it. I named the passage Floyd's Tomb after Floyd Collins. Seemed to look like a tight spot where Floyd spent his miserable last days on Earth. Is Floyd Collins the one... Search Google, Floyd Collins. Is he the one that got stuck in a cave and had... Yep. That's the one. Floyd Collins is the guy that got stuck in a cave and like the entire community came together for like months on end on trying to figure out ways to get him out and keep him alive. You expected to hear another your mom. What? I haven't been saying that. Where have you been saying that? You sure you're just not auto-filling it? You too get excited when you see something 3 to 5 inches thick. Moving on from Lich's comment. Click to see a rough drawing of the passage. The passage we named Floyd's Tomb as it first appeared. The wide area. The original entrance. The squeeze. Unknown area. Our lights only illuminated about 20 feet back. Here's literally context for Floyd. Floyd Collins was a caver back in the 1900s. He got stuck in a tight crawl space and was unable to free himself. It's an amazing story that is detailed in a book called Trapped, the story of Floyd Collins. Calling our passage Floyd's Tomb was not only a tribute to Floyd, but a commentary of the size of the passage. In retrospect, it's funny how simple I thought it was going to be. I figured a few hours of work would be in. Had I known how long it was going to take, I doubt I would have even begun the project. Had I known what I was going to experience in that cave, I never would have returned. We gathered up our gear and headed back to the surface. Normally, I couldn't care less if I ever came back into this cave. There's nothing special about it, but now I was psyched about getting back and getting through it. We hadn't even left the cave when we were planning our return trip. The rest of the journal entry talked about the climb out the cave, our dinner, and the trip back. Work begins, which I presume is the next video.
Yeah, I think it's on. All right.
Hi, Ghost Pedro. Welcome for joining. What's
Ted
poppin'?
again. So we're back. It's been about 2 to 3 weeks, I think, since our last trip here to Mystery Cave, and I realized we didn't really tell you guys where.
Oh, I did not see that you posted the maps. Here, let me have a look. You also posted a video on stagnant air. I don't know if the videos... I appreciate it. Oh, you know what? It's a YouTube short. It's a YouTube short. Never mind. That's perfect. Lich is also posting MPEG emotes. Nice. So I presume the top map is a list of... Okay. Yeah, the top map is list of disappearances in the United States, and the bottom map is cave systems. I think I want articles on this. Is neat to look at and inspiring for authors, but I'm also like, this is a JPEG on the internet. I'm certainly gonna like articles and stuff written about this. It is indeed fascinating. It is fascinating. Huge if true. There is one problem I see, and that there's a lot of disappearances in California, not a lot of caves in California. You can see over here on like the West Coast side, down by like San Jose, Long Beach and all that. That little area, no cave. Lots of disappearances, though that could easily be attributed to other things. But how does this affect the hog population? How does this correlate to the wild hog population? That's my question. How does it relate to the wild hog population? Also, in, you know what? It's a YouTube short. We'll put it on.
This is why no airflow is dangerous.
They're not the fucking...
Even though this right here
What the fuck? Oh, money. Why was there a Mr. Krabs sound effect?
Dangerous.
What the fuck?
Dinner cage has caused
Why is that in there?
pile.
Ah! No, poopies! There's stagnant
this
air!
right here doesn't really look like a big deal, this is not a good sign if this is in your home.
Poopy,
This is a
stop!
TikTok video that I got tagged in, and without any context, it might be kind of hard to understand. The caption
Sponge
says,
boy
"My
me,
brother's
Bob, I
room,"
can't
and then there's
fucking
smoke that is
breathe.
pretty much just stationary in the air, and this is from what I presume to be incense. Now here's the thing that raises red flags.
Sponge boy
This
me,
smoke
Bob,
is
don't turn on that
stationary
stove.
and not moving at all. This means that there's a lack of airflow in this room, and maybe even the house. Having adequate ventilation is an absolute necessity when it comes to owning a house. This is because without good ventilation, indoor pollutants will not be able to escape to the outside, and this can be very unhealthy to live in. One of the more notable things that can develop as a result
The
of poor
impenetrable
ventilation
wall
is
of
mold
hogs
growth.
that surrounds
This is
the world
because moisture
continent.
is going to get trapped inside of the house, which is going to breed a perfect area for mold to reproduce. This in turn
Good
then
for the
can result
mold.
in respiratory problems and the development of allergies.
This is why no airflow is dangerous.
This why no airflow. I hate short form vertical video content. This is I hate how easy it is to manipulate short form vertical content like that. It's so easy to get TTS voice, some shit fake ass fucking footage. Like no, stagnant air is a real thing, but I just hate vertical video content creation as a practice and how it works out and what it's become. I believe it'll get better, but right now I fucking hate it. Anyways, back to it, mes amis.
this place is.
Now is not the
which I
time.
think-
There are people dying in caves. Now is not the time for me to bitch about how easily used and abused Instagram Reels, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and the like are. If I really didn't give a shit, I could just scam my way to making plenty of money on YouTube Shorts. Hi, Breaker. Welcome for joining. What's poppin'? Yeah, California, while not known for its caves, is indeed known for its trafficking issues. Why are we watching the pyramids or giant battery guy? Is that who he is? We're watching Ted's Caving Journal. Hi, teams. Welcome for joining.
We did for good reason. We don't want you guys, you know, finding this place. Not
This
because
is
we're
our
like,
virgin cave. Get your own virgin. Virgin cave. Get your own virgin cave explorers.
selfish or anything. It's just that, you know, I think for everyone's safety, it is a local cave and it is, you know, known in the area. But just for now, while we make this, I think we'll just keep it as Mystery Cave, which I think is a fun name. Yeah, it's not too bad. So it's a bit on the nose. Okay, yeah, fair. But I mean, what else are we gonna name it? Cave? Anyway,
Didn't
so
you
we
literally
also
just name
realized
it
that-
Floyd's Tomb? Or I guess the cave had the cave has a name. The entrance, the hole they found, is called Floyd's Tomb. Mystery Cave has a hole called Floyd's Tomb. Got it. Hi, X-Figs. Looking for joining. What's poppin'? How your favorite snack doing? Me, your favorite. I'm doing good. We're watching Ted's Caving Journal, or at least the YouTube adaptation of Ted's Caving Journal. The original creepypasta, in a very birdly voice. Get your own virgin. Without giving a... This is not Deltarune stream, so I'm not going to get too into Deltarune spoilers, but I will say... Hit me with the hockey puck one more time. I'm going to force you to date Birdly. We will go on a date with Birdly. Keep the hockey pucks away from me.
We don't need to take our harnesses in all the way anymore.
No!
So we can actually leave
You
these
need to
guys
keep the
here.
strap on!
So-
Don't take the strap off!
Yeah, after the abseil down, which takes about 20 minutes, essentially
Straps
we'll take
are for
our harnesses off,
safety!
leave most of the gear at the front of the cave. And then we brought tools this time. We brought tools to excavate the hole. Let me show you guys what we have actually. Here we go. Yeah, so essentially what we got is classic gear. Let me show you guys with the camera itself. So
Sponsored by
basically,
DWAT.
very basic. We got classic hammer, a bullpen, or you know.
All right, buddy. They said in the journal they took a sledgehammer. The fuck? That is not a sledgehammer. What is this rinky? That's not hammer of justice, my ass.
Just a really, really big nail, whatever you want to call it.
That was a good sound. My brain liked that sound. Let's hear it again.
Hammer, a bullpen, or you know, just a really, really big nail, whatever you want
yes.
to call it.
Fast,
And then the classic
satisfactory.
old-
Once more.
Or, you know, just a really, really big nail. whatever you wanna
Exquisite.
call it.
Moving on.
And then the classic old DeWalt electric drill, which I think will be a good start to what we want to begin with. I think I can hold it like this, yeah.
This
So,
is a normal ball
yeah,
peen
I think
hammer.
It's a bit of a hassle getting all of the tools.
But why was the do-rag red last time and now it's green? What is the literary reasoning for this?
Homosexual spotted.
True, me. Granted, you wouldn't have enough room to use a sledgehammer there. True.
Down to the hole.
We're gonna
I think we'll
lobotomize
leave
this
some of it
virgin
in the cave, depending
cave.
on how we feel later. And yeah, let's show you guys the hole.
With the
'cause I realized
harness,
I
you
didn't
can
do that
harness the harness.
the last one,
Exactly.
so-
The cameras are colorblind.
It has
Oh,
been
so that's what I
raining a
meant.
lot in this area recently. This is all water.
I'm sure the hammer's got a great
That is
personality.
crazy, dude.
Sounds lovely.
He's pulling his cock out!
Bonk. Why are you bonk fire lord? That's how your mom be when I walk through the room.
A lot of rainwater. Like a lot of rainwater.
I showed you my hole. Please respond.
I don't know if we'll be able to.
I showed you my hole, lovingly nicknamed Lloyd's Tomb. Please respond.
Got my shoes soaked.
No, wet socks. The worst feeling.
All right, let's keep moving. I think we'll have to go around the rock trail there.
Yeah.
Okay. Seems like one of the crawl spaces may have flooded a bit. This is gonna be fun.
Getting Lloyd's Tomb
Alright.
monogrammed on my shorts. Gonna get a pair of booty shorts where the front of it is labeled Mystery Cave and the back of it is labeled Lloyd's Tomb.
That's cool.
Certified me and your mom moment.
That is pretty cool.
Squat box. How about you squatting it, Lidge? How about that, huh? Coming right out.
Alright. Here we are. As promised. There it is.
Cavers will really see a small crevice, barely the size of my fist, and be like, yeah, I can fit in there.
Curious to know what panties you're wearing today.
What panties am I wearing today? Oh, I'm wearing the sexy lingerie panties today. The, like, really cute red velvety textured pair of panties with the black lace and the little studs going across the crotch, making a little V shape. I'm wearing those ones. Super cute, super cozy. I love when underwear is sexy, but also really soft and comfortable. It's like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. There's your panty check. Ooh.
Can't see it very well.
Is this the back rooms? Not yet. He has to clip out of...
There.
Not yet. You have... Spoilers, Sir Bacon. Spoilers. He's going to crawl through that cave. He's going to crawl through that entrance. It's going to be a little too tight, and then you're going to start hearing the Gary's one sound effect, and then he's going to clip into the back rooms. But you wait till we get there. Shut. Spoilers. You had blue pants and a green shirt. Thank you. The panty check was meant for me only, but I appreciate the update on your side.
You take my headlamp off
Catch me if you
and shine in
can.
there.
Stitches 26 has found escape Queen Quincy sneaking around.
Oh, wow. I haven't
Yeah.
dressed up as Quincy in a minute.
So we shoved a hardened type of rope into it.
I'm shoving ropes and hardened
okay,
tight
well.
things into your mom. Got him.
See, it goes further. Camera can't pick it up too well. Hold on.
How was the fall, Abby?
Alright, so
He's gonna go through the
basically we
cave and
shoved
loud
this in
scream echoes from the
maybe
darkness.
to gauge how
You know
far
who
it
else
went
clipped
in.
into the back
That's why we
rooms?
estimate about 3 meters, just because, well, that's
Oh,
how
I'm glad I can make your day
deep
creeps.
the rope sort of hit. It's very stiffened. And, yeah, essentially we're gonna try and get rid of all
I'm
of
not
this.
wearing panties. I'll just
especially
PJ.
this big one.
Gang, you
And
don't need to
then
update us. I'm
hopefully
the only
we
one who
can
has to
put
do the
through,
panty
so
check.
that'll
It's
be
fine.
progress. The rock is pretty thin, and I think I can sort of fit my hand in there,
Well, my kitty kind of
As you can
purring the way
see.
he grabbed that rock.
which is quite exciting. And essentially, this is where we're gonna
Oh
be
my god, they're
spending most
fucking
of
the
our
they're
time
fucking the hole.
working, mining, spelunking at the hole. So yeah, essentially where B is standing, if you can see it very well there. Where
B
B
is fucking the rock!
Is where we will be on our knees, and then the hole's just a bit to the
Oh
side.
my god, B's
and
on
we
his
will be
knees. He's on his knees fucking that hole. They
where
fucking that
we will be
cave.
on our knees, and then the hole's just a bit to the
Bro,
side.
bro, don't fuck
and
me.
we will
Don't
be
film me fucking the cave, bro, bro.
very hard at work.
Yeah.
Sweating
Oh, very hard at
and
work sweating, all
getting
right.
rid of the rock around the hole that you just saw. All right, I think we can begin.
Yeah, he's hard at work on his knees, getting sweaty in that hole. When you're fucking Gollum girls, you just hear clang, pang. That's the sound you hear when you're fucking Gollum girls.
All right.
Me and the Gargussy, if we are being honest. Gonna need the power tools for this one.
Did you get some rock? Yeah. Got a chunk.
Yeah, I got some rock,
Nice.
rock hard.
That's huge, dude.
Thank you. Very impressive, I know. Wait, bring out the power tools, let's go! Whip it. Using a power drill on a golem gargoyle girl like it's a magic wand. The neighbors think I'm doing carpentry or house renovations. This is how Geodude was formed.
Yeah, it's just an awkward position.
Clink, 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 clink. Get explored, get explored, get explored.
You have to stand on your knees.
Yeah, this cave, this ain't a virgin cave no longer. They're doing this at 8 p.m. They're gonna be hella sore tomorrow. Real and true.
Okay. Swap out? Yeah, I think swap out.
Princess, I need you to know I glanced at your message. So all I saw, I glanced at it real quick. So all I saw was, when does 𝐒𝐳𝐽 show up? I was like, who the fuck is 𝐒𝐳𝐽? Because I saw 𝐒𝐳𝐽, and then I saw the RR and JRR token, right? So I thought, like, when does the 𝐒𝐳𝐽 show up? Spoilers! That's the next chapter. We're only 2 videos in. Give it a second. We explored this cave and were attacked by the 𝐒𝐳𝐽.
Some progress.
Me when I'm in a 𝐒𝐽𝐽 competition, the 𝐒𝐽𝐽.
Alright.
More tools when you need a break from hammering. Very true. Just because your hammer's worn out doesn't mean you can't use other tools. Keep the fun going. Ain't no shame in bringing toys to the bedroom.
So,
Real
essentially,
and
the windsurge-
true. Getting tired? Refractory period kicking in? Don't worry about it. Just use a magic wand. All you gotta do is make sure it's got batteries or plugged into a wall. Keep that shit going. Ain't no shame. That's called a good time, baby. 𝐒𝐽𝐽's all over the
Okay, cool.
place.
So, what have we progress
Who up
is,
𝐒𝐽𝐽 in the cave right now?
We're busy hitting with the hammer and chisel as well as just the drill. But what kind of progress we make is, this is about the size of the rock that we chip off, which isn't bad. It's about the size of like a thumbnail, which is nice. But really, what's
This was 2001. Thumbnails were what, 360p back then? Was 360p too much? Did we have 360p in 2001? Bitch, this shit 144p. What was the average YouTube thumbnail size back in the day?
nice is when you break something off like this, which is just a much larger
Hi,
piece.
random thing. Been a minute. Have you been
Kind of like the size
slow?
of your palm, which is fantastic. I think this was B's handiwork, which
Be getting
I'll let you
handy?
get a piece like this just now. But yeah, so this is about how slow the progress is. So yeah, I think
You
let's
leave for
get back to work
5
then.
seconds.
Yeah.
New bit gets
put that
made
there
and
for now.
killed. The fuck?
All right, you can go.
Oh man, someone
Correct.
missed a visit from the 𝐒𝐽𝐽. True! YouTube didn't exist in 2001. It was a 2005 invention. But what was the average thumbnail size back then? Right? How big were YouTube video thumbnails? Like the thumbnails that you were meant. There wasn't even custom uploading. But how big were those thumbnails anyways, right? That's what I'm wondering. Hi, Bear Gal. Welcome for joining. And yo, thank you for the follow. Welcome for joining. You're older than YouTube? I would hope so. I mean, people who are younger than YouTube are old enough to be in the stream. I don't like thinking about that, but yeah. Yeah. Hang in there, chill. Remember Google Video? God, do I. Yeah, like Abby. Getting hard at work on that gargoyle girl. Can't believe YouTube is 20 years old. We're getting ancient. I know, right? Crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a cave. A rock cave. A rock cave full of 𝐒𝐽𝐽. The 𝐒𝐽𝐽 made me crazy.
Really nice.
I thought I was making that noise. No, yeah, I could just make that noise casually. Don't tell Lily. I got Ivy deadlock underneath the desk right now. I was in this Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared episode. How did you presume I was making that noise? Bees mentioned this is good news.
I actually think that's gonna be it. Oh, I'm cramping up.
Looking at our battery situation.
Not gonna lie, they make you blush sometimes. You like their content. Well, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, how long?
Glad you're enjoying it. This is literally like my lowest effort content too. Sitting here and yapping over spooky videos of someone fucking holes in caves. Smeagling that shit up. Smegma. Smeagol and Smegma are very close to one another. Anyways, going back to the video.
Around 5 or 6 hours, I think. But
Okay. Yeah, battery life is about 3 hours, right?
yeah, and we're on like our second bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You thought I was like bapping 2 bottles together or something? That would sound like this. If I was bapping my 2 bottles together, they'd be sounding like that.
Around
Alright.
5 hours.
I think then, yeah, let's pack up the stuff. I think we did some pretty good progress.
Yeah. hopefully
Also,
what,
just
another
FYI,
day or two?
creepses, you're new here, but
yeah, I
non-binary,
think
no
maybe
gender,
tomorrow-
just snake. They,
It is
them
a
only.
bit slower than I thought it'd be, like with the chunk pieces that I showed you. But I think it's decent progress. So maybe tomorrow. That'd be exciting.
That would be good.
Yeah, I still.
Glad you're enjoying it, Freaky. Glad you're enjoying it.
I mean,
I
the
am having a
breeze
good
is
time
nice,
doing
don't
the
get me wrong, the
yapping
wind blowing.
and watching
But
this nonsense.
The rumbling, man, it's confusing me a bit.
There goes Snek with the magic wand. There goes Snek with the Hitachi magic wand again. And just power drill noises.
Yeah, it's probably the highways or, I don't know, an animal or something. We haven't seen bats here, so.
Yeah, it could be the trucks.
Trucks mentioned, like in the first
It might
entry.
even be something with all the rain we've been getting.
Yeah, I think maybe I think we should ask some more friends just what that could be, because I don't know, because it's not a consistent rumbling. It's like it comes and goes, which I think is kind of strange. Yeah.
Probably trucks then.
Sorry, it's me using the
But
pulse
just
setting on the
wind's
magic
nice,
wand.
'cause it is getting pretty hot again, so I think let's call it a day. I think we'll start packing up some stuff. Oh. But dude, we're doing it.
You know, it's fun. It mixes things up.
Okay.
Like a consistent
think what we
is
can
nice.
Is we
But
can leave
sometimes you want to keep it
the
going
tools
just a
here,
little longer, so you
and
hit the
then
pulse
maybe,
setting.
Probably come back tomorrow. Maybe we can get a motel.
What? I'm talking
'Cause I
about
think the
power
progress we're
gels,
making is pretty
princess.
decent,
What are
so-
you thinking? Get your mind
Yeah.
out the gutter, pervert.
Paying for the motel.
Yeah, I'll pay. Don't worry. Yeah. So then I think we just come back tomorrow.
Prevents the wall from
And then-
crackling and crumbling.
Continue work. Yeah. All right. Let me switch this.
Get a diamond tip magic wand for the girls who are rock hard. Real and true. Anyways, give me 1 second to help my dog, and we'll read the next entry. Okay, B and I were both excited. You know what? Hold on, I have an idea. Because these entries are probably only going to get longer as they go on, so I'm going to do this. Hold. There we go. B and I were both excited to get back into the cave and get to work. I figured with about 4 hours work we could be in and see what was on the other side. We arranged to borrow a DeWalt cordless drill to bring with us. Hey! That wasn't just used in the video because it was convenient and everyone has one of those. It was actually mentioned in the journal. Neat. We also had masonry bits to drill with, sledgehammer too, to break up the rock, bullet pins to insert into the drill holes, and a few other tools that ended up not using. Whoa!
How'd you do that in that armor?
Havel, how did you have enough space in this cave to do that flip? Getting the tools down to the worksite proved to be a challenge. One of us would climb down the rope and stop a ledge or a good resting place. The other person would lower the tools. We kept repeating this routine until we got to the bottom of the cave. Then we had to drag the tools to the hole. It took about an hour to finally get to work. B took the first turn at the hole. After an hour of exhausting work, we could tell that we were not going to get through in one session. We kept trading off after we worked ourselves into a sweat. One would take a break and get some food, water, while the other one went to work. The routine went like this. To begin work, we had to get down on our knees. Nice. We love boys who like to service and get on their knees. And do our best to avoid smacking our heads into the ceiling. This is very true. Don't smack your head into it. That hurts. Working in this awkward position, we would drill into the wall around the hole. This is difficult work. It's true. Pay attention to the external area around the hole. The hole ain't the only goal. The walls and the bumps around it also need attention. We really had to push on the drill, and it was slow progress. Then we inserted the bullpen into the hole and hammered on it until the rock broke up. Then we would repeat the process to give you an idea of how it went.
Drop all their dosh.
No, my money! No, that's my money! I was gonna use that to buy new caving equipment! Yeah, burst fire mode. Team gets it. Working in this awkward position, we would drill into the wall around the hole. This is difficult work. We had to really... Oh, I read that. Blah, 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 blah. To give you an idea how slow it went, the typical rock size that would break off was about a fingernail size. If we broke off a large piece, about a third of my size of my palm, it was cause for celebration. From time to time, for variety, we would just wail on a cold chisel with a 5-pound sledge. It was slow progress. The problem with the sledge was that we couldn't take a good swing because of the tight quarters. Even though we spent many hours and several trips working on the hole, we never did find a better technique for widening the hole. The drill, bullpen, hammer got the best results for our efforts. We came up with some crazy ideas for breaking up the rock. Everything from TNT, never seriously considered, to hauling a generator to the mouth of the cave and running an extension cord down with the jackhammer. We even thought about using liquid nitrogen to freeze the rock and make it more brittle. After a couple hours of hard work, we realized what our limiting factor was going to be. It was about then that our first battery met an abrupt death. We had a second battery, so we swapped them out.
C4 going out. Courtesy of Stitches 26.
Don't use C4 in these cave systems! That's dangerous! Look at this! That's a huge piece of C4! Don't do that! Good news, the cave didn't come crumbling down. Bad news, that hurt. Anyways. Gonna use all this. Adding all this to the caving tips and tricks. Gonna be the greatest cave diver there ever was. Look, if anyone's capable of being the best at anything ever, it's my Poompies, okay? I believe in my Poompies. Godspeed. The second battery lasted longer because we hammered and chiseled a little more often, and a little longer each time. Finally, after about 3 more hours of drudgery, the second battery died and we called it a night. Whew! We could tell that we had done some work in the cave, but it was not much. For the first time since we got in the cave, we sat back. Both of us took a breath. It was nice to check out the results of our hard work. Then we noticed the howling again. It seemed to be a little bit louder than the last time we were there. We just figured the wind was blowing by stronger outside. What we could not figure out was the rumbling. It, too, seemed to be louder and more frequent. This time, we could not attribute the noise to trucks. The road that trucks drove on was not very busy to begin with. At the time of night, it should be dead, yet the rumbling continued. It seemed to be coming from deep within the passage. B said that we would ask some veteran cavers what would be causing the noise. We didn't spend a long time admiring our work. We still had to haul the gear up and out of the cave. Actually, we left some of it in the cave. It was difficult work. What made it worse was that we were both exhausted. Our original plan was to be done with the cave and hit a couple other caves in the area the next day. Instead, we decided to crash a nearby motel, charge up the drill batteries, and go back to Mystery Cave. See a photo of opening after our first trip. Hey, that's the opening he put his hand through. It's a little wider now. Not quite as wide as your mom, but getting there. We are indeed getting there. My journal goes on at length about the night after we left the cave. We got a room, dinner was excellent, I didn't sleep good despite the fact that I was exhausted, etc. We both slept in so we can get a late start back into the cave. The second day working on the cave went about the same as the first. We worked until both batteries were dead again. We were still not even close to getting through. The howling and rumbling continued as the day before. I have to say, immediately off the bat, I love... So the presentation of the original Ted's Caving Journal is very... Like, nowadays, this is cliche horror journal entry posting, because this is like, okay, web pages don't look like this anymore. But, like, at the time, this was completely novel, and web pages did look like this. So this was entirely believable. Now if you send someone a page that looks like this, they go, oh, I'm reading a creepypasta, because it's all presented very creepily on a black background with nothing but text. This is a creepypasta. It was written by someone who probably did caving, so it's very procedural. So like nowadays, you send me a page that looks like this, I go, oh, cliche, classic, online horror. This is classic. And also, another thing I want to point out, the whole read the story, here's a photo. This is tension, right? Because then later on, things are going to get creepier, and it's going to be like, do I even want to click the link to see the photo? As opposed to, I am scrolling, ah, shit, there's the photo I have zero context for, because it's already embedded on the page. You have to click the link to see the photos. And I think this is going to be used very well later on to build up a sense of like dread, like I don't want to click that photo, but I'm too curious. And that's cool. There's a lot of potential in like dread and tension and just hovering over this being like, do I want to see what this looks like? Do I want to see what this looks like? I could just move on to the next one and not look at that photo.
Okay, back at the hall. Alright, B, I'm gonna go...
Chat, hold my hand, I'm scared.
Yeah.
Very smart of you,
you good?
Cheems, to ask Chad and not me.
Alright, okay, cool.
Oh, so you have a hole you can fit your hand in. You ain't special, you got a hole like that too. You know what, Lich? Sometimes it's okay to use our inside inner thinking monologue.
Alright. Yeah, I think I'll be about 2 hours because it's an hour there and then an hour back, so we'll see how well that goes.
Yeah.
Alright.
So far, really, really one-to-one adaptation. Except there's still no sledgehammer! I would have chalked it up to, they probably substituted the sledgehammer on the second day. Nope! No sledgehammer. Throw the entire adaptation out.
Right. Okay. I'll be back. Okay, and we are back. Alright. Hello. Again, it's Ted. And
Exactly, you don't gotta narc on your dog. Let the dog dig.
At the hole.
What do you gotta
I left
narc on
B there
them?
to just dig while I'm going to show you the whole route of the cave, as well as explain some things, because I realized essentially I'm making these videos for me. For the
This has nothing to do with the video, but he looks like the alien from Pinheads. Right? Or Coneheads! Coneheads! The big lamp on his head, the low resolution, and the way it makes his like shape look blocky and long. Ted looks like a Conehead from Coneheads. Ted, no! You can't say I'll be back in a horror film. You're gonna die.
It's just to document the process, and I realized that anyone watching, I just sort of assumed that they would be cavers as well, and know what I'm showing and talking about. And I realized, you know, that might, you know, hit or miss with some information, which, you know, I want to expand upon.
You know.
Just to help you
You
sort
know.
of get the feeling and the idea of what caving really feels like. Because I think that's a very important thing. So that's why today's video might be a bit different, or at least what I'm filming.
The
And,
original
yeah,
YouTuber.
so, Mystery Cave, we are...
R.I.P. Ted. You would have loved YouTube vlogs. R.I.P. Ted. You'd have loved the YouTube vlog era back when that was a thing.
outside in the dark.
You went caving 4 years too soon!
And
I guess
essentially,
realistically, 5 to
Mystery
6 years
Cave,
too soon.
The information that I'll give you...
And the vlogging era was like a little, at least 8 years after this. Like 08 to 010, I think was like prime vlogging era. 10 to like 15 was like peak Let's Play era.
Is, I think it was found about, or was discovered about 60, 70 years ago by the locals in the area. And I think that was due to mining.
He
Yeah, I
never
think that
got
was
to
due
have
mining
his last
or
moments
trying
on
to
Earth
find,
be
you know,
sponsored by
sort of
Raid Shadow
minerals and
Legends.
resources in the area. And yeah, it's really only locals and then a few avid cavers that actually know of this specific cave. And due to the locals, there is quite a bit of graffiti and, you know, trash in the early sections of the cave, which is quite unfortunate.
Do you think the Universal S is graffitied on the cave? Do you think this guy's gonna die and his last moments are gonna be spent in a cave or someone has graffitied the Universal S?
It really is it's a common occurrence, unfortunately, and we hate to see it, honestly. But me and B do try and clean or like scrap
Abby
some
got
of the
chucked into
graffiti
the void
or
by a
pick up
chuckstick.
a can or two on the way out, just to help make it look a bit nicer. But luckily, most of the lower sections of the cave.
Speaking of drilling guys, this dive is sponsored by Nataku. Do they still sponsor YouTubers? I thought they couldn't do that anymore. Or if they do, I'm certainly not watching anyone they sponsor.
Fortunately.
Also, damn, that is a website and a name I haven't thought about in forever. I didn't know they were still around.
Haven't been touched. So there were some really nice formations down there that I hope I'll show you later. Of what it looks like in a cave. It's really, really beautiful. And essentially, I think that'll be it, honestly, for Mystery Cave, as much as the information I want to give you. But let me tell you about caving gear, because I realized that might be lacking in this department. So if we come over
what's
here,
with the harness? What's with the
let me just
strap
pick up
on?
the camera. Big heavy camera. So what we have, oh, those are bats. Oh, that scared me. Hey.
I am noticing that there are more mention of bats in the video version than there is in the journal version.
Okay, what we have here is essentially, we did tie
And I wonder if bats are going to tie in later in the story, and this adaptation is just establishing them much sooner.
the rope in one of the previous days of visits to the tree over there. I don't know if you can see
Yeah,
it
the
very
lily
well.
bat, the lily
It's a
bat.
bit dark, but that was, we realized it was too
Lily
too
on her way to
far
mess
from
with
the
some
cave.
Yakubian Devil's
So what
Day.
we have here is
As
we
if she
tied
isn't a
it amongst
Yakubian
some
devil
of the tree
herself.
roots coming down here, and then it leads.
You're betting it was organically added because the cave they picked was full of fucking bats. Bat sweep! Redrawing Lily as that fucking, Jeb Bush sweep meme.
Into the cave
To
over
bat sleep!
and then it goes down the hole, as you can see over there. Don't know if the
You
camera
went to
will
a
pick
cave
that up.
once and let you
Yes.
tell me there were
And
definitely
then
bats.
basically we rappel down. The camera is a bit too big, unfortunately, to use or hold while rappelling down, which does suck. So I will have to I won't be able to film that process, unfortunately. But some of the gear we do have here is an extensive amount of rope, which is a must, especially if you're rappelling.
Rope?
And then what we have
Hello?
wearing on us is
Rope bunnies in the
Not sure
chats
very well,
going,
but
in the
basically,
chat, perking up. Oh,
basic
whoa?
climbing harness, as well as some quick
Plenty of
draws
rope, you
for the way
say.
down, because essentially what these are
Lots of
are
rope, you
just quick
say.
clips that
Ho
you can
ho! Hi, Trent.
snap
Welcome for
off
joining.
and then buckle onto something, which there are more anchored hooks down the route.
Oh my god.
And then we basically
Hiddens
have
from
some,
Peak.
what
From
is
a
it?
hit, friend style
Basically,
game
this
Peak.
is an ascender or descender with a like a tightened version of the quick draw. I think it's a carabinder.
Very, very good job on botching the pronunciation of those things. Good job. Good job on the mispronunciation. Crisis averted.
I'm not too sure, but yeah. So this is it basically has a little lock on it, which one can use to lock it in place, which is a much better safety method. So we sort of just leave this stuff out here because we're not too worried about it. We are here pretty late at night, so I don't think there are too many people coming to, go caving here. So if we hop into the cave, then you'll see we have the hole.
Hole spotted!
With the rappel point down, and it looks a bit
Damn, check it out. They shooting ropes into that hole. Like me with your mom.
intimidating, but honestly it's quite fun. The first section, like I said previously, it drops down there and then it goes a little bit deeper to the left, and then it drops even further down for 1 or 2 more rappel points. But yes, that's pretty much it for the front of the cave. That's pretty much it for the front of Mystery
Dipshit
Cave.
tripped.
I hope that gave you a bit more insight to what it looks like.
Is that the
And
hole
then
you made when you
I'll be
fell
back
from
on
heaven? That's the
this
hole I
little
crawled out of on my way out of
fancy
hell.
What I got, and then get the camera back in
Hey,
focus.
that was your joke
You see the
first.
cave?
Get robbed.
Yes. Alright, so I'm gonna hook myself up to the old rope, descend down into Mystery Cave.
It should have been
and then
you,
take along
not that
the route
cave.
that we have to get to.
And then I'm gonna
Vods 2.
shoot some ropes
So,
into Cheem.
Let's get in there. I
Cheem's
guess.
the
There's
microwave
no
over
easier
on
way to say it.
YouTube.
Okay. Oh. So, essentially, after rappelling down, rappelling takes about, I'd say like 15, 20 minutes. It's always tricky to get over.
I am curious. I think something I'm very curious about is how much of this caving gear did they have prior to deciding to adapt this? Because I'm wondering if they were also just cavers who were like, you know what? I love that story. Let's make an adaptation of it. We already have all the gear needed. They went out of their way to go get it. Oh my God, Leaf, hi. How you doing? What's poppin'? Stream's been good. Stream's been good. We are watching Ted's Caving Journal, a YouTube video adaptation of the original, the OG, very first, or credited as the very first, creepypasta. Honestly shocked that the original OG classic creepypasta isn't something like about some cute boy who also kills people, right? This isn't like a Jeff the Killer situation. And all that. This isn't some like slasher creepypasta. It really is just, this is a story of someone going to a cave and shit going really, really bad. But how you doing, Leaf? What's poppin'? Have you been swell? Hope you like horror. And hope you like a shout out. Get shouted out, doik. We Leaf's real cool. Artist whom I've met recently, who's got a lovely personality, very sweet, incredible work. Very dope individual, incredible aesthetic. Doing good, was working long, but you're happy to be home and smoking. Hell yeah. It's a story of a slasher named Ted mutilating this poor innocent cave. True. His ill-equipped caving gears leaving scars on this cave. Hi, Dimmy. Welcome to joining. What's poppin'? Have you been slow? Pack of surprise boxes coming right up. The OG whole pasta. Filling this entire cave with spaghetti. And that's why they call them creepy pastas.
Yeah, alright.
That's where the term
So
creepy
after
pasta
coming
comes
down,
from. Because they're going to dig
don't
deep,
really
deep,
need
deep,
to
and then
take
discover just a whole
harnesses
cave full of
in,
pasta and spaghetti.
All the way to
That's where the term comes
hole,
from.
to Floyd's tomb. So we basically just leave it at the front of the cave, or at least at the front of the rappel area. Just because, yeah, we really don't need to take it with us. It's just more to carry, which isn't great. And there's also one or two, not tight crawls, but one or two crawls that we need to go through to get to the hole. And this most certainly won't help with that.
I'm on my hands and knees crawling
So
to
we
get to your
basically just
mom's
leave it
hole.
here. That's all we really need. And then I can basically take you
Shut the
along.
fuck up, Cheems.
So let's show you the route. Okay.
You know, no wonder your battery be dying so much. Did we really need to record you? Did you really need to record you pointing it at the floor for so long?
You may have seen this in one of the previous videos, but
Hole spotted!
here's the hole
Shoutouts to
that
Hole.
me and B have to hop down to get to the, well, to get to Floyd's tomb. What is kind of interesting actually is that we're not too deep yet, so we actually have tree roots seeping through the rock here.
Interesting.
This is what this is, which is really cool. It is quite wet due to all
Like
the
your
rainwater.
mom. Got him.
And then there, you can see some small formations starting to form, which I think is quite cool. All right.
The tree root has a very, like, meaty look to analog horror meat aesthetic look to it. That like other series do when they show off strands of meat. Hello, my beautiful wife. Very analog horror meat strands.
Alright, so I'm gonna hop in here.
Whoever they cast to be that hole is doing wonderfully. They're doing fantastic. Imagine being hired to just like... Imagine being cast as whole, and your job is to show up spread wide goatsy style, and just let them record you for like 20 minutes.
Peeks to the... What's at the left here, but... So, let me get down in there, and then I'll show you more of the route. Alright. Okay. Alright, so after hopping into the hole, we're walking on a bit, get into this little cavern, and then it goes further down that way. But yeah,
That reminds you, no one ever thinks
graffiti.
about the guy who made all the holes in Tremor.
See it very well.
John
Right.
Hole. He's
Yes,
done
the
so much
graffiti.
work, but yet nobody ever thinks about his contributions to that
Nice.
tale.
I'll be honest. So yeah, we do try and clean some of it off when we come back. Anyways, let's move down a bit.
Easy check, TBH. Wait, it's not just OnlyFans? It depends. If your whole content revolves around spreading whole goatsy style on a monthly basis, then yeah, I guess so.
It opens up.
But I mean, like, go into a studio and they're using you for B-roll, B-hole, if you will. B's in a hole right now. B's in my hole, more likely than you think. Vita Carnis mentioned. Thank you, Cheems. I was trying to remember. Did we finish Vita Carnis? We finished the first season, right? We haven't watched season 2 of Vita Carnis.
Then we need to come up this way.
I want to do a Vita Carnis season 2 day, and then also the boiled
really-
one.
This is all cave.
I thought the boiled one was a series. As far as I can find, there's only like one video. So I think that'd be fun to do together.
Thing is, he's just enjoying
Boiled
the
one is short. Yeah, it's like a 10-minute video. But it's one short video. Yep.
towards the destination.
The boiled one versus the broiled one versus the char grilled one versus the steam grilled one.
It's dripping.
This could very much just be them in a cave filming things that look like other things from... This could just be some dudes yucking it up in a cave that just so happens to match the one from the story. But if they went out of their way to do a whole bunch of set design and stuff like this, they did fantastic. It's really hard to find the bold one on YouTube. If you search it up, you just get videos about it. Bad search engine optimization for some reason. It's just called the boiled one phenomenon, right? Or something like that. Because I found the original before. I just have to find it again. Have I watched The Man in the Suit? I have not watched The Man in the Suit. I don't know if that one interests me that much, I'm going to be honest. By Dr. Nowhere. New challenger approaches. The oiled one throws it back. And then you hear from the Nintendo Wii just like really big crunch. Like ass cheeks clapping. Throwing it back in a circle.
Okay. Get up here. Okay, I think this way.
The oiled one. I don't even know if the bold one is good. I just know that it's funny to think about. The thing's got a cool design. It's got a funky design. Hi, just another Spartan. Welcome for joining. Cute use of the Lily Lake.
Ah,
It's pretty
this
good.
is
Cool.
interesting, actually. Let me show you this.
Also, on the subject of creepypasta things that we've done, there is a web browser game that is a follow-up to Shipwreck 64. It does not run very well in my browser, but it is getting a native Steam port. So we're probably going to check that out too once that drops on Steam. What? Yeah. Go to 𝐒𝐧𝐞𝐤 Steam page. You'll see they posted a store page for a new game that is a follow-up to Shipwreck 64. It's first person. It originally released as a browser title, but we're getting a native Steam port. Oh, please tell you that JD the Vandal gets screen time. It does feature new characters, but I think I do hear Vandal in the trailer. There is a trailer. We can check that out later.
Yeah.
Or you could check it out now.
We have.
Most of y'all are probably
Popcorn.
watching on PC. You can open another tab.
And you're probably wondering, what is that? Ted, what is popcorn? Well, popcorn, my friends.
Popcorn is that fucking shit-ass wall styling that I really, really fucking hate, because the wall next to my bed that I have my bed up against has a popcorn-styled wall, and I keep fucking scratching myself on it when I sleep on the edge, and I hate it. That's what popcorn is.
Who don't know caves, is essentially little, like, spiky rock formations that hurt when sliding against. I can tell you that from experience.
It's a big red cactus
I
that
don't
fucks
know
your
if the
brains with
camera's picking
words.
it up too
Is
well.
that not just what it's like being on the
But yeah,
stream?
it's these little intrusions or protrusions coming
Just
out of the,
eat the popcorn? It's
So now, why
stale and I'm
popcorn? Well,
full.
because it kind of looks like popcorn. This is very
Definitely doesn't
dirty,
taste like
though.
popcorn.
That's the best way I can describe it. Because this is such a
Dirty
traveled route,
popcorn.
essentially
The real
these get
popcorn is so soft
used as
and
handholds,
go.
footholds, the likes, which makes them get covered in all types of
Hi
dirt.
Brian, welcome to John
But
and
normally
Spot
they
Man,
look
who've
kind
been
of like
swell.
white, peachish. Yeah. So there you go for like a close up. They're mean looking
Spiky.
little rocks, honestly. So yeah.
Okay, fucking adorable popcorn emote. What the
Let's,
hell? Perfect timing.
Continue forwards. Well, upwards. We have to
Your house has popcorn ceilings of one of its rooms because it's from the mid-20th century.
go up and then it dips down again.
Well, it's
We
popping.
go around
Popcorn.
here.
Popcorn is popping.
And then you gotta climb up over there. Okay. Let me just take a breather. I'm out of the cave.
You know what? I could go for some of that like gourmet style mall popcorn, you know? With like the chocolate or caramel drizzle. That like really sweet popcorn. I can go for some of that right now. Or ooh, the like cheesy popcorn. I could fuck up like a little cone of gourmet popcorn right about now. Horror videos and gourmet popcorn,
show you
anyone?
something.
Kettle corn?
This is a
Not
nice
necessarily kettle corn, like I forget the name of the brand, but there's like a little mall kiosk place. They sell like little bags of like cones of popcorn. And they've got like chocolate drizzle and like caramel drizzle. They're very sweet, very candied popcorn. Super tasty.
Well, a lesson. Not sounding like that, of course. Let me just rest you on a rock here. You rested? There we go. Okay.
Kettle corn though, very tasty. I do love me some kettle corn.
So when you get to a
You
deeper
cast
section
YouTube
of the
default
cave,
popcorn emote.
Something I always do is well, if I just run the button.
Scary.
Switch off the lights.
The skeleton appears. God. Now would be a
Pitch
perfect time to just put up the skeleton.
You know, now can't even see your hand in front of your face. It's a fun exercise. You know, if something were like a wild animal or someone else, something was to approach you in the cave, your eyes wouldn't be able to help you. The only sense that would help is your hearing and feeling.
Anime skeleton makes a return.
Before you
Anime
see
skeleton
something
would save us
approaching
from this evil cave. Oh, you hear that humming, that buzzing? It's really
But
picking
honestly,
up.
a great exercise to really help teach.
I don't think there's anything of importance there, but I'm gonna rewind from the moment he turns it on and it's red for half a second.
But honestly,
Good shot. There he is. The red was representative of the red hound anime skeleton. Because the anime skeleton video is all black, it really looks like Ted is sitting here all melancholy over the death of his friend. An anime skeleton has appeared behind him taunting.
a great exercise to really help teach new cavers about bringing a.
Well, you heard it from Hole Master Ted himself. The only important thing in the hole is hearing and feeling. This is true. This is so true. You don't need to see what's going on in the hole. You just need to feel what's going on and listen to see if you're maneuvering through the hole good.
Second light source. Because, yeah. Never go into a cave with just one light source. And if you, I'd say the recommended amount is at least 2, and then probably
The anime
a third.
skeleton
I also
is
have
super
glow
powerful
sticks
and
in my
can't
bag
stomp them.
for emergencies.
Real and true. Anime
okay, I'm gonna
skeleton
have
is
to use them.
unstoppable.
All right. I think that was a good little lesson. I think we can continue. All right. Let me get you off of this rock. Pick you up. Come on, there we go. Okay. All right, let's continue.
Where has B been during all this? I guess just chilling back. B's not really an on-screen personality.
Filming all of this, it's a bit more tiring than I thought it'd be.
Yeah, it's not easy, huh? Commentary ain't easy, ain't it, buddy?
Descending up. We descend again.
Finding things to yap about, making the same sex joke every other 5 minutes ain't easy, isn't it?
Peace, the abyss, darkness.
Especially with nothing going on. Ooh-wee.
Also no echo.
With nothing going on.
Kind of no echo.
Nothing to
The rock
commentate
is
over.
very
It
good
ain't
at
easy,
seeping up
is it?
sound all around us. We also have
Big stream is so
the roof.
easy,
I don't
do
know
it
if you can
yourself.
see the ceiling actually.
It's a lot of fun.
There's
Would
a
recommend.
bunch of cool little drops of water that are sparkling. Looks really cool. And over there we have very, very distant.
Water mentioned. Don't forget to hydrate.
Okay. All right. Let's continue. Our
Maybe the
journey.
true B's are the real friends he made
Hope you're
along the
enjoying
way,
the
but
route.
his friend's name is
I
B.
certainly am. It's interesting holding the camera and doing
B was the friend along the way. Where is he? That's what we're wondering.
Now we fit through here.
Ooh.
All right.
Watching this has really been a how many whole jokes can we make in one stream challenge? Challenge? That's an invitation, baby.
Okay. Oh, sorry. This is really hard to do, crawling and holding the camera. But I thought that this would be a fun moment while I'm in one of the tighter crawl spaces.
B probably went to
give
get
you
pollen. True.
Some info about Ted, which is I. So essentially, I started caving about a year and a half ago. Maybe
Is
even
that
2
really
by
the time for
point.
your backstory?
And when I started, I was very, very frightened of being in these tight spaces. And honestly, I'd panic a little. But then,
Flashback going on.
as you know, you progress and time passes. You get better at doing some things that you enjoy. And I enjoy doing this.
Like how I enjoy
And
doing your mom, and I get better at doing your mom every
managed
time. Got
To
him.
stay much more calm.
When you
in
die
these
in this
kinds of
cave, I'll make sure
situations,
she has a new kid to
which
replace
for
you.
me
Don't
is
you
a
worry.
massive milestone. And I'm very, very proud of myself. Okay. I just wanted to give you that little bit of info. Maybe just be a bit proud of myself. So, thank you. And I'm gonna switch the camera off because this is too hard to do while filming as well. Okay.
Unlike your mom, which I have no problems doing, which isn't very hard to do while filming. I almost botched that, but I saved it last second.
Okay. I think here's another important note is make sure that you wear clothes that you aren't scared to get too dirty. Very dirty, I should say. And then also just that won't hook on much. I should actually be wearing jeans, but sweatpants are a bit more comfortable in this type of environment for me. And yeah, very dirty. Maybe I should just dust myself off a bit. Jeez. Yeah, and just make sure you wear comfortable clothes. Don't go caving in a suit or like a tux. That's a pretty bad idea. Anyways, we're almost at the hole. Let's go. I don't know how well you can see this, but here is a really big pool of water that forms from all the rain.
Damn, this place has got a natural pool. Let's indoor pools.
And,
Let's go. Fancy.
Yeah.
I will say the video bitrate and the pixelation and the coloring makes it look like a big ass pool of chili. Now maybe it could be because I had chili cheese dogs yesterday. I am still thinking about chili. However, you cannot tell me that shit doesn't look like a big pool of chili.
I talked to one of the locals.
I'm about to dive into
and
it
he said
Scrooge
his
McDuck
cousin,
style.
Got some scuba diving gear and hopped in here and then just, checked how far it went. And I think it went on pretty far, but that's a whole field that I'm really unfamiliar with, is cave scuba diving. Honestly, kind of stupid if you think so, like underwater.
Kinda stupid, says the person already miles deep in an underground cave. Hi, Wolfie. What's poppin'? Finally, a non-spoiler stream. Can you guys believe that 𝐉𝐨𝐢𝐬 drowned in a cave pool at the end of chapter 4? But Asgore rescued him by hitting him with his, submarine? Fucked up. Hi, Wolfie. What's poppin'? Have you been swell? Welcome. Well, spoilers for Ted's Caving Journal, a creepypasta that came out 24 years ago now.
We're in a cave. That's next level crazy to me. Anyways, I think that's
And spoilers for the YouTube adaptation of Ted's Caving Journal, a video series that came out a year ago now.
So, yeah, that's pretty cool.
How you been, Wolfie? Good, glad to hear it.
What's that?
Yes, Teresa, what's poppin'? How's it going? Hope you've been good. Damn, this must have been the scariest scene that happened in 2001. Yep. Definitely. Check it out. January 28th, 2001. We starting the year off with the scariest event to occur in 2001. Nothing else happened. It's a very light year except for the events of Ted's Caving Journal. Hi, Spring Freddy. What's poppin'? Have you been swell? Welcome.
In the lower section of the cave.
You're melting in your chair. You went hiking with your wife and now your body yearns for escape. At least you didn't go caving.
Hello. Ooh.
Bug. Ted, it's been like 3 hours. You are already on your hands and knees scavenging for bugs to eat. This is creepypasta's 9/11.
Cool little guy.
I mean, kind of was. The genre wouldn't exist without this.
Sorry. In the lower portions of the cave, are these formations. Isn't that cool? They very slowly drip.
Bug.
And then they form.
You know what doesn't slowly drip? Your
and
mom,
stalactites.
because she's always moist and splooshy when I'm around. Got him.
Okay.
Can't spell creepypasta with that TSA. You were so ready for that. I hate you for that.
What was that?
To be fair, being in a hole on hands and knees for 3 hours makes most people kind of delirious. This is true. This is indeed a fact of life.
Maybe it was just being the drill. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that sound was just being the drill.
Honey, I was doing a bit about your mother. I'm going to turn up the volume and I'm going to rewind that.
wanna...
I don't know if y'all could hear it. I wasn't really able to make anything out other than like the fuzz of the camera's microphone.
Maybe it was just B in the drill.
We need to
Yeah, I'm
count it for how
pretty
many
sure
times
that
we've
sound
said
was just
whole
being
this
a drill.
stream. We're
Or the hammer
only
in
gonna
the
say it more and
Okay.
more.
Oh man, it's been a minute. Let me get back to B. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the trip, the route, and I hope you learned something. I'm so tired.
I learned many things about holes.
Okay, let's get back to B. I'm getting a bit creeped out. And we're back. Okay. Hey, how you doing, man?
Oh, good. Good.
Oh,
Just going slow.
hit my head again. Ow.
You really need
Get
to bring that
dunked.
flipping helmet, man.
Yeah, you're wearing it. All right. Ow, that hurt. All right. How's the whole progress going?
Slow. Very slow.
All right. Okay. I think I can swap shifts now. Yeah, that should be fine. Gotta love caves. All right.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll take next shift, and then I think we can probably head out after that.
Alright.
All right. Cool.
10/2/2001, October 2001. On caving. Before I continue with the next journal entry, I thought it might be helpful to the reader to explain a little bit about caving and the atmosphere in the cave. That goes on for a while! But okay, here it comes. As I reread and think about my description of the cave, I notice that much of the language I use in my journal, and descriptions, or lack thereof, assume that the reader has a knowledge of caving and what it's like inside a cave. In other words, I write my journals for me! I will take the time to give a more detailed description of the cave. I will tell about what it was like while we worked on the cave, and I will summarize our feelings up to this point. The cave was, quote-unquote, discovered several decades ago when construction in the area unearthed its entrance. From the time to the present, it has been visited by mostly locals in the area and avid cavers in the region. Beer cans can be found intermittently in the cave, mostly in the upper half. When the cave was first entered, it was probably beautiful. Dust, graffiti, vandals, pigeons, and regulars have diminished its appeal. There are still places in the cave where small formations remain undisturbed. As a reminder of what the rest of the cave used to look like. Duke voice, damn, that's a lot of words. Shame I'm not reading that. Hi, Phil, it's poppin'. This is Ted the Caver. Yeah, good read. Good catch on that. We're watching the YouTube adaptation of it, but every time we finish a video, we read a chapter. Doing a little back and forth of the original and the adaptation. Good read, good pickup, because I don't even have Ted the Caver in the title of the live stream. Oh, it's been slow. To enter the cave, one must have a good length of rope. I got a good length of rope right here. It's for your mother. Anyways, in order to rappel down the rock, a nearby tree serves as a good anchor point. Once the rope is tied to the tree, about 20 feet away from a small cliff, it can be tossed over the edge of the cliff up to a small ledge 15 feet below. Cavers can then descend a short distance to the entrance. Once inside the cave, artificial light must be used. My light source of choice is a battery-operated helmet-mounted light known as a TAG light. Safe caving calls for at least 2 sources of backup lighting. For my backup lighting, I have a mini mag light mounted to my helmet and another helmet-mounted light in my pack, which I always carry with me. I also have glow sticks that I carry with me. These are not considered good sources of backup light by some, but they're good to use for taking lunch breaks, and they could be used to get out of a cave if the other sources fail. After a short climb over the large rocks of a cave, the caver comes to a large pit. The same rope is used to reach the bottom of the pit. The drop is only 50 feet or so, but it's not free hanging. In other words, you can't slide straight down the rope, which is preferable. You have to snake your way around. Oh, I didn't realize he was talking about snaking in the video. I must have talked over that. Oh, see, shit like that I hate thinking about, right? So, like, when you descend a cave, going straight down and straight up is easy. To enter a hole where you have to, like, snake around and slither and twist around several rocks, just so much added effort and work. Snirpint. So-called free thinkers when someone drops a snirpint in the chat. A supercut of just whole jokes to your mom would go insanely hard. And what else goes hard? Me and Ted's mother. Ayo! The pit varies in diameter, or the ascent is made more difficult for the same reason. The pit varies in diameter from about 10 feet to 3 to 4 inches in places. The walls are lined with a sharp white rock called popcorn. Let me correct that. It used to be white, but is now covered with dust and dirt that was kicked down from above years of caving. The popcorn makes it painful to brush against the side of the pit. My choice of clothing is Levi's t-shirt, gloves, and knee pads. I usually leave the cave with a few scrapes, but at least I'm comfortable while I climb around. The temperature is stable year-round, feels cool this summer, and warm in the winter. We've gone in on freezing days, and 10 feet into the cave is warm enough that coats are not needed. It's a good temperature to work in, as we learned. For this size drop, I usually use a figure-8 descending device. For the climb up, I attach myself to the rope using a pretzel ascender. Or a petzel, sorry I'm hungry, but I climb up my own without using the device. It is there merely as a safety attachment in case I slip. Other cavers have their own method of getting down and up. I got my own method for going down and up on your mom. At the bottom of the drop, the caver gets to do some crawling for a while. There's a small room, about a 6 by 6 foot drop. Feet at the bottom gives the caver a spot to leave his harness and ascending gear. Since there's no more steep drops, the harness is not needed and will only get in the way. Once the caver gets down to the 6 by 6 room, he can take a break under a ledge while the rest of the party comes down. Then he must drop to his knees and negotiate a 10-foot long passage that is only a few feet high. This is where the knee pads come in handy. The floor is covered with the soft dirt, intermingled with bits of broken rock from above. The thin layer of dirt does nothing to soften the blow of the hands and knees as the caver works down the crawl space. As a reward, at the end of the crawl, he has to drop to his belly and scoot under a tight squeeze. Not really tight, just something low enough to make the cave scoot along the dirt. Water is a common occurrence in caves. I've been told that one of the local residents was one of the first people in the cave, and that his cousin dove into the pools using scuba gear. He said the cave continued down for a couple hundred feet underwater. What they were hoping for, and what happens frequently, is that passage comes up somewhere else, with virgin cave passages to explore. Unfortunately, I don't possess the knowledge to give more detail about the types of rocks in the cave. When we were drilling, we would have some parts that were easier to drill than others, and there were different colors in the rocks. Refer to photos taken in the cave, but that is the best I can do to describe the makeup of the cave. At the point, the cave splits into 4 routes. The 2 passages at dead end are to the immediate left of the caver. Straight ahead and to the right are the passages that lead to pools of water. The entrance to the passage on the right is the largest of the 4. The arched opening rises nearly 10 feet in the air, ending a mere foot below the cave ceiling. As the caver enters the passage, the ceiling gradually lowers until it is about 6 feet high. It continues at this same height for about 40 feet. That the passage travels in a continuous direction. The section of cave resembles a hard rock mine. I got some hard rocks of mine. Ayo. I'll show you some hard rocks of mine. To do that bit, I immediately lost where I was in the passage. This was not a very good idea on a web page that has nothing but gray text and a black background. Here we go. It's arched nearly perfect, and the floor flat and easy to walk on. You know who else has a perfect arch? Your mom. It continues the same height for 40 feet that the passage travels in a continuous direction. This section of cave resembles a heart. No, I read that. Fuck. Shit! It's easy to picture rusty mine cars on rail lines and dust-covered miners with blistered hands gripping in dull picks. I don't know about you, but I usually don't imagine miners in any situation at all. I imagine beautiful, mature women like your mother. Getting kind of sus there, Getting kind of sus there, Ted. Kind of sounding like a video game developer making video games about yandere women that goes on for development for over a decade. Okay, Ted Kamoshida. Don't care anymore.
Doesn't remember asking.
Ted's mom will never be the same after this stream. It's fine. She was never the same before the stream. Ted's mom got that golden ratio curve real. Did you get that from your free boxes today? Because that's a rare one. I haven't seen the Don't Care, Didn't Ask Coco pulled in a minute. Anyways. This time the crawl lasts about 20 feet. The floor is slopping gently downward on the first half of the crawl. Then it gets fairly steep and slippery. Able-bodied climbers can climb carefully down the slippery slope. When I go with B, I carry the end of the rope and we use to get down to this point. I usually need to tie another short length rope to the first rope to make sure he can use it to reach the bottom. The crawl lasts a few feet beyond the bottom of the slide. Over the next 10 to 12 feet, the caver slowly begins to regain the standing position. After walking a few feet and climbing down a short drop-off, the caver arrives at a small level area, which has a passage leading down immediately to the left. The passage ends 75 feet later at one of the small bodies of water. To the right is a rock wall. Straight ahead is an indentation in the wall, which goes about 3 feet. On the wall at the rear of the indent is a small hole, about the size of a softball. To get near the hole, the caver ducks under an overhang and kneels upon the rocks, and rises above the floor a few inches. By the time the caver reaches this point, he is either warm or sweating, and the first thing he notices is a cool breeze blowing out the hole. It was my recognition of this hole has a potential doorway of unexplored portions of cave that ultimately led to this telling of my experience. You fucked it up. It's okay. Try again. Good job. You fixed it this time. Oh, you had it saved. Nice. Coco spotted. Rare Coco appearance. As has been my tradition for all these years, I have been caving. The party reaches a point in the cave, usually at the deepest part of the cave, that all lights are extinguished. Complete blackness fills the eyes. For moments, the individual caver strains eye muscles, focusing in and out without exception and catching a crumb of light somewhere in the false night. After several futile moments, the caver turns his head at the sound, perhaps another caver, only to have the other senses return, and then heighten. The sounds, smells, feelings that have been overlooked to this point come racing to the caver in the foundation. At the back of every caver's mind at this time is, what if? What if a person had to climb out of the cave with no light? Would he make it? Would he find all the turns and bends which got him to this place? If not, would a rescue party find him in time? The depth of darkness recognized at this time is something that is rarely experienced outside of the cave. Many first-time cavers erroneously declare that they have to hold their hand within 2 or 3 inches of their face before they can see it. The truth is, the human eye is incapable of seeing in the absence of light. If they did not hear something coming towards them, they would feel it before they saw it. Complete and total dark. This exercise is a great way to remind people to take backup lighting. Your message did get caught by Twitch Lich twice. You're gonna cave dive Ted's mom. Hi, Sans. Welcome for joining. What's poppin'? Oh no! We've made so many jokes about fucking Ted's mom! Sans, the skeleton from Undertale, has arrived once more! This is just like Deltarune. I know, right? Mentions of caves, darkness, pure black, fucking people's mothers. Just like Deltarune. As we proceed to work in the cave, we developed a system pretty early and little change in succeeding trips. The first time in the cave, B took first shift at chipping away at the opening. After about a half hour, he needed a break, so I took over. He told me what worked best, and I continued doing the same. We would try new things from time to time to use new muscles, but I usually stuck to the same method. Would you like to know the method? We usually use the masonry bit. I usually use masonry on your mother. It's her favorite position. And press on the drill as hard as we could and drill out a hole in the rock. Safety glasses and dust masks were worn while working. Then we would insert a bullpen and hammer it into the rock and break out small chunks of the cave. Then we would drill another hole and repeat the process. Occasionally the drill would hit a soft spot in the rock and the step would be shortened. We would work until we became too tired to continue. Then B and I would trade. While one of us was working, the other would remain in the darkness and either eat or drink or just lay in the cave floor, padded by rope bags. After just a few rotations, we were tired enough to catch a nap while taking our break. The only light we used was the helmet light on our head of the worker, since it was pointing towards a hole and the resting person was left mostly in the dark. This was a welcome benefit, since the resting person was usually, well, resting. The rest break was also a chance to cool down a bit, which didn't take long in the cooler temperature of the cave. Fortunately, temperature of the cave allowed us to work pretty hard and not overheat much. I remember that I frequently looked into the hole and thought, hey, it's big enough that I can squeeze through, only to be disappointed in my attempt. However, even after the first attempt and failure, I knew that I would keep working on the hole until I got through. This, despite the fact that I knew would take many more hours of hard work. It actually became an obsession with me. I tried to get out of the cave and work as often as I could. I hoped that the passage led to a larger, undiscovered cave that would be the first to enter. I guess the explorer in me wanted to find a new frontier in the cave. Since B was such an avid caver, he was motivated by the same desire to find a new unexplored cave. What we did was not at all what I expected. Work continues. Ooh, pictures. Ooh. Whole progress. All right, on to the next one. No, Boop Redeem, your mom... User made too many your mom jokes during creepypasta reading. Bro, did you seriously speak up and make a your mom joke during group creepypasta reading hour? All right, on to Whip.
And we're back.
It's that thing your mom wants to incorporate into our next routine.
Hello, it's Ted.
Hello.
Again. And
Hi, Ted.
Yeah, welcome back. Today we had a bit of a late start, which honestly people ask all the time why I and B go caving at night, and honestly, I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer. It's always dark in a cave, so it doesn't really matter whether you do it at night or during the day. But yeah, today...
Doesn't matter if I do your mom at night or during the day. Got it.
I think me and B have become, I don't know, a bit obsessed with, you know, cracking into Floyd's tomb and getting into the passage. And, you know, it's not that we hope that there's some, like, big, great treasure.
So far, my favorite thing of these videos has been, what do-rag does he wear today? In the first video, he wore a red one. In the second one, he wore a green one. In this one, he's wearing blue.
Behind the passage or anything. It's just...
Which one will he be wearing when he inevitably bites the dust?
I don't know,
Does
really
B also wear the wrap?
Being the
One
first humans
once wonder.
to step foot in some virgin part of the cave. You know, be the first people on the face of the planet to do that. And I think that's just a really exciting prospect. So, yeah. So a bit of a
Trick question stands, you both lose to the cave.
And,
cave win
we're
every
outside
time.
Mystery Cave. Something quite interesting for today. I think you guys might like this. If you put my headlamp on. You guys are really gonna like this, trust me.
Can't believe they didn't reference 9/11. Just like turning, oh yeah, this is in October. 9/11 happened. Wouldn't it have been so funny if this all led up and then right before they finally got to the end, they're like, hey, 9/11 happened. I'm gonna stop caving for a little bit. I've enlisted in the army. My country needs me. And then it ends with fucking Ted dying in Afghanistan. That's the real horrors. Was blind patriotism. We need a follow-up stream on Ted's mom. No doubt she's in a wheelchair after this one. Yeah, but it's comfy and I wheel her around. Plus, it makes it really easy from the wheelchair. It makes it really easy for her to service me as I'm standing. It's at face height for her when I'm just standing and she's in the chair, so it works out.
All right. Hey. Hello.
Oh my God! Look at the puppy. It's so fucking
This is
fat.
Bee's dog. Her name's Whip.
I love you,
Isn't she
Whip.
just the cutest thing.
Please do not take the dog into the cave. I'm gonna
So
hate
she's a
you
caving
forever.
dog?
No!
And she's gonna be caving with us today.
No, you fucking idiots!
Hello.
She's too chunky to be caving.
So, yeah, don't worry. She's an avid caver. Probably be a bit more
Save Whip!
experienced than me and B, if I could say so myself. And we brought.
Gang, this is a 2001 horror story. The dog dies. The dog dies. I'm calling it now.
Her special harness.
We're gonna
for the
hear a
abseil down
whimper and we're gonna
everything.
hear a crunch.
And yeah, super excited. We are gonna see if we could maybe fit her into the.
No! Don't kill the dog! That video was Whip to the narrative, being like, stop, don't kill me! No, don't introduce me to the narrative! This reminds me of a different streamer watching local commercials in 2001. There was a commercial for a local sex shop, immediately followed by a moment of silence from 9/11.
To the whole by
The
Floyd's
real
tomb.
villain of Ted's caving journal was
But we'll
George
see when we
W.
get
Bush.
there. And B is almost done setting up the rope for us to absorb.
Blaming Ted's mom if the dog perishes, she could have closed a
I guess
hole.
we'll just see you guys in the cave.
No, you know what? If cavers take their dogs into caves, then they're psychopaths. I'm calling animal services, and they deserve to get stuck in there.
Okay.
Your dog doesn't enjoy your hobby. Your dog is just happy to spend time with you.
Let's just get the harnesses off. At least I think Whip's enjoying the cave. Hey, Whip. Hey.
She's so cute. She's so cute.
For frogs. Where's the frogs? Hey. Yeah, she's excited.
Ah, it's gonna be a good one.
Okay. Get this off.
Please let Whip only be in this video and never again. Please let Whip only exist specifically for tension.
Whip. Hey. B, your dog's already enjoying the water.
She's such a beautiful little lady.
Hey, where are the frogs? Where are the frogs? Ooh, where are the frogs? Catch the frogs. That's so cute.
She's a Jack Russell, right?
At least the rain's
Is that the
quieted
breed?
down the past few weeks.
Oh, I have a fat Jack Russell.
Okay, we're almost at the first.
He's sleeping right now.
B, actually, I wanted to ask, did you manage to talk to any friends about the rumbling?
Yeah, I talked to a couple of them. They said it's probably water from the rain we've been having. Some of them even said it might be underground waterfall.
Okay, but I mean, wouldn't that mean it's supposed to be like a consistent rumbling? Why does it come and go then?
I don't know, man.
You know who else comes and goes?
Okay,
Me and your mom.
I guess it's all the more reason to crack open the tube, I guess.
I'll give her a new
Right.
kid that doesn't take dogs, beautiful little animals, into caves. She is having a splendid time, though.
Man, Whip already knows the route, dude.
Better than the first time we came through here.
Yeah. Whoa.
The
That's
rumbling is
true.
Ted's mom getting hungry.
Come, Whip. Come on. All right. You good back there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We can almost go downhill again. What? Hey! Whoop! Hey! Come on. She keeps wandering off, B. Come on.
Explore the cave. Let her, man.
I don't want to get lost, though. She's much better at this than we are.
That's
How are you doing back there?
I'm doing chill.
Okay.
Catch you around, Sam's.
Sideways. Here's the bat poo. Nice. Okay. Let's keep going.
I hope you fall face first in bat poo, Ted and B.
Alright, and we're at the hole. I do think...
Dog involved in their Eldritch cave exploring, I immediately have no sympathy for them. I hope the dog gets out and is the one who
behave
posted
like
this
that normally,
online.
does
Ted and B died. It was it was Whip who posted it online.
That is kind of strange. What is she? Well, we're at the hole. Let's just keep going.
Yep.
Incredibly well-trained dog.
Yeah, so you good to take first shift, B?
Yeah, really chill.
Alright, cool. I'll sit with Whip on the rope bag. She seems a bit... I don't know. Strange. Anyways, you good to start?
Yeah.
Did you guys bring enough snacks for Whip? Why is the drilling weirdly in sync with the winkage of that emote? Why is it drilling weirdly in sync with Scarlet beating her sword? Me wins, lich wins, when you wins, when you. Yeah, what? What? What's the bit? We already did a bit here. You know what else? Next, you're gonna say your mom. Shook. Nani? I can't wait to read the journal entry, and it's super short, and then this is 10 minutes of chipping away at a cave for filler, just to build up tension, because this is the episode with the dog. So they have to pad the video out and build up tension of, is the dog okay? Is the dog okay? Watch us get blue-balled harder than Blaze Blue fans. Real. VOD watchers, skip 2 hours. This is just 2 hours of drilling. VOD watchers, skip ahead 2 hours. Damn, Wolfie, you get to work there, huh? Payday heist. This really is a payday heist. Oh, cool, we're at the boring part of payday, which is most of payday. 2 hours of drilling. Why would anyone skip this? Kasha, who is well known to falling asleep to multi-hour compilation sounds of construction work and drilling. No, we're rock and stoning, are we? This is a lot more interesting than Deep Rock Galactic right off the bat already. I don't know, I'm already having a lot more fun than I do in Deep Rock. I love Home Depot ASMR, of course. Ah! Shut up, Sneggy! Someone didn't like that I talked trash about their game. Well, maybe they should have made a more fun game, huh?
You good?
He's Blair Witching it!
What's wrong?
I think I heard something.
Heard what?
Sounded like rocks grinding against one another.
You mean like the rumbling that we keep hearing?
No?
You sure it's not just the water from earlier? Okay, there's probably nothing, dude. You good?
Yeah.
10 out of 10 stream, thank you. I try.
Alright, B, I'll take next shift. You just rested? Okay. Alright.
Oh, you said 10 out of 10 on Steam and 96% like the game. I don't care what everyone else thinks. So are you talking about Payday or Deep Rock? I don't care what a bunch of nerds on the internet think. I didn't enjoy Deep Rock, and that's all that matters. Why do I care what an overwhelmingly positive deluge of thousands of reviews say when I say I was not very entertained by it? Why are you forming your own opinion? You should be taking my opinion and forming it as yours and throwing it around online as the only one true opinion. Why make own thought? Why form own thoughts when YouTuber can make thought for you? Deep rock? You mean deeply rocking Ted's mom? Ayo! In case it isn't obvious, Phil, this is a bit. Deep Rock Galactic is a fun game. I just don't care too much for it.
You getting tired, dude?
Yeah,
Autistic viewer discretion advised. Streamers really sarcastic.
Probably already like, what, 3 a.m.?
You have been warned.
Probably already like 3 a.m.
I don't think it's that. Actually, it might be. I'm not too sure.
Next, I'll tell you, Dark Tide is mid. Well, I wouldn't know. I haven't played it. But since I haven't played it, it's probably mid, because if it was good, I'd have played it already. Vermintide was kind of mid. That I'll say. Vermintide was kind of whatever. But Dark Tide has guns, and guns are fun, so maybe I'll like Dark Tide more. I tried it. I liked bits of Deep Rock, but too much of the downtime of rocking and stoning kind of took away from my enjoyment.
Let's take a break. Yo, B, is she okay?
Doug.
Yeah, I think she's fine. Just a bit tired, maybe.
I don't know. She seems a bit distracted.
Maybe.
Hey.
Now this is what I signed up for.
I think
3 hours
I'll
of petting that dog. Can I pet
take one more
that
shift and then
dog?
maybe we should head out.
Can I pet
Yeah,
that
probably
dog?
So much for her going through the hole.
Can I pet that
These
dog?
things happen.
Okay. No. Yeah, I'll do one more shift and then we can go. Okay.
Came for Ted's mom, stayed for the puppy petting. More like came in Ted's mom. And then after we cleaned up and we're done with, I just hung out in her living room and played with the dog.
Ah! Damn it. Ah. I think the batteries died, B.
Hmm.
It's funny, the light's still on though.
It does that when it's low.
Wait a minute, do you hear that?
Oh?
Yes. I think the breeze has stopped. Yeah.
Ooh, stagnant air?
Huh, weird.
When did it stop? That's strange. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, maybe we should just pack up. Whoop doesn't want to be here, so the batteries died. So yeah, let's just get out of here.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Pack
probably
up and
works.
get the dog out the story. Bless. Ooh. May 3rd. Well, hold on. Oh, wait a minute. It wasn't October 1st. Good news, gang. 9/11 hasn't happened yet. They're not doing American dates. Good news. We can still stop 9/11. That wasn't October 1st. That was January 10th. There's still time. There's still time. We can kill George W. Bush. I mean, stop the planes from hitting the tower. I mean, yes. All right, Ted's British in this one. It's literally the only thing that takes away from the story. They have done a great job of adapting it thus far. Unfortunately, they cannot help where they're from. This is now March 3rd, 2001. Wait, if he's British in this one, then how is he going to stop 9/11? Ted, I need you to get on a plane and get to... Hold on. Maybe don't do that. Maybe find other ways of getting there. Can you get there by boat? February 10th, 2001. Scarcely 2 weeks had gone by, and we were already on our way back into the cave. We admit we've become obsessed with the idea of going through the passage. That may be a sign of how exciting our lives really are. It's not that we think there's going to be something great beyond the passage. We just like the idea of being the first humans on the face of this planet to set foot in a virgin part of the cave. You know, maybe you and B would still be alive at the end of this story were it not for your obsession with virgins, alright? Virginity is a construct, it is a concept, it doesn't actually exist. It's not that big a deal, okay? If anything, it's a disappointment. Obviously, people who want to experience sex should get to experience it and develop skills and get better at it. Sex with a virgin's overrated. Once again, men's obsession with virginity is what led to their downfall. The colonial mindset. Exactly. Just can't agree with it. Just shaking my head so the audience knows I don't agree with it. Although if we had found a hidden treasure, that would be fine with us. The treasure should be the first thing you think of. We got a late start and drove part of the way in the dark. When I tell people that I go caving at night, they wonder why. They don't stop to think that it's always night once you're in the cave. All the way out to Mystery Cave, we talked about the new ideas to speed up our work. B also told me that he talked to some caver friends of his that came up with an explanation about the rumbling noise. They thought it might be the sound of water deep within the cave. Possibly a waterfall? They couldn't really explain why the noise seemed to come and go. To me, it's just one reason to get through, so we can solve the mystery. This trip, we took B's dog, Whip. She's a Jack Russell Terrier. Called it! Damn, wow, they really went out of their way to get a Jack Russell for the filming instead of just using a dog that they already had. Cool. I was not at all concerned about taking the dog into a cave. We've taken her before. She answers a call of nature before we go in, and then waits until we go out again. Also, she's well behaved inside the cave. We simply had to lower her via a custom-made harness until she reached the bottom of the main drop. Then she negotiated the rest on her own. She loves to explore, but won't go out of our sight. She doesn't have a light attached to her, so she has to wait for us. Another reason I don't mind bringing Whip along was because we planned on putting her into a small hole and see how far into the passage she would go. That might give us an idea what's on the other side. We knew that if there was a drop-off that we couldn't see, the dog would turn around and come right back out. We thought we might have to do some work on the hole before even the dog could get through. Click to see a picture of the dog. Show me the dog! Oh, come on! HTML breaks when I try and actually see the dog? That's fucked up. But what if you find someone taking your virginity? Go, bad gateway! Show me the dog! Yeah! Wow, Whip is much skinnier. Early 2000s beauty standards. I'm so glad the modern adaptation realizes that big girls are indeed beautiful. So cute. She looks like my dog Gilbert. When y'all hear me fighting with an animal, because when y'all hear me fighting with the old blind animal, it's Gilbert. He's a Jack Russell Terrier as well. He's also part Chihuahua. They cast a big beautiful dog in the role. Despite working in the dark of the night. That one is not Gilbert. That one is Bambi. That one's a Chiweenie.
Spelunking.
That one's a the one that you hear barking, that's a Chiweenie. Despite working in the dark of the night, we were able to rig up and get down pretty quickly. We didn't take as many tools this time, plus we left some of the holes so we wouldn't have to haul them out and back in again. I did manage to get 2 more batteries for the drill for a total of 4. Also a few more masonry drill bits. Even with the dog, we made good time getting down. Then something bizarre happened that I can't quite explain. The dog began exploring as soon as we let her off the rope. She was in hog heaven, sniffing and darting around on our feet. She would run from one person to the other as we made our way back to the worksite. At the point of the cave split 4 passages, the dog seemed to run out of the juice. She just got struck right by either B or me. Seemed kind of odd. As we progressed further into the cave, she would only stay by B. She seemed edgy, like she saw something she didn't like. As we approached a short drop-off before the hole, she stopped and would only come further as we coaxed her. The hair on her back stood on end. Finally, as we got to within 20 feet of the hole, she began to whimper and hide behind B. Her tail wags between her legs, and she was cowering down the ground. Strange. I've seen her square off with dogs twice her size, but now she acts as if Satan himself. Oh my god, is this gonna end with the actual devil? Hey, Ted, it's me, the devil, you know, from Bible. We decided that with this new development, I figured there must have been animals that used the cave as a home, and Whip smelled their scent. Too bad it upset her, because there was no way she was going to the passage. Oh good, there's a demon in Ted's mom. Yeah, it's me. I'm the demon. We decided with this new development, the nervous dog, one of us would work while the other stayed with the dog a few feet away while we normally rested. We got right back to our routine, drilling, hammering, etc. With our extra supply of batteries, we were able to really push hard on the drill and not have to worry about using up batteries. This did not make our work any easier, but it did speed things up a little bit. Progress was still slow. I really didn't mind though. My journal goes on for a while about the progress we were making. The entire time we worked, Whip did not move. She just laid there on a rope bag, shivering. She would whimper from time to time. One thing I didn't think about at the time was that she would not take her eyes off the hole. We should have been more observant of this intuitive animal. We were on our 4th battery when the second bizarre thing happened to us. B was working. He had just finished drilling a hole and was getting ready to hammer the bull pin when he stopped working and looked into the hole. I was kicking back, almost asleep, hardly paying attention to B. He had a light by his side to illuminate the work area. I could not see the eerie glow. I couldn't see in the eerie glow a puzzled and intense look on his face. He looked over at me and shook his head. I asked him what was up. He said that he swore that he just heard a strange noise emanating from the hole. He said it sounded like the rock sliding on rock. Sort of grinding sound. I assumed his ears were ringing from the drill. He didn't wear any earplugs on the trip. He assured me that what he heard was what he heard. He didn't have an explanation, so I went back to dozing. B sat in the quiet of the cave for a long time before he resumed work. Also, he should stop from time to time and just listen. B is very grounded and not one to pursue some imaginary sound. I believe he heard something, but I'm not too concerned about what it was. I assume we'll have to figure it out once we get through the passage. The final battery lasted another hour or so. We were sitting around talking about our progress when I decided to see if I could get my head through the hole. My head easily fit, but there was no way my shoulders were going in. As I was kneeling, there was contemplating how close we were. I noticed something that B overlooked. The wind had stopped. And all the times I've been in the cave, I've always felt the wind blowing. The last time we were out working on the cave, the wind was blowing worse than ever. Even earlier, we remembered the breeze cooling us off. But now, nothing. B said he didn't know when it stopped. The rumbling had ceased too. Bizarre. Ted and B's bizarre adventure. This plain old cave was becoming mysterious. We talked for a long time in the dark of the cave. We debated what could possibly be causing the unusual events to occur. I think part of the reason we were sitting in the dark was because we were both too hammered to move. We could come up with no reasonable explanation for the strange things happening in the cave. After sitting for at least half an hour, we slowly loaded up our gear and started for the surface. Whip couldn't have been happier to get out of there. Once we left some of the tools in the cave, we put them in the hole. Not enough people use this cave to worry about. Plus, we were too tired to care. Made a lot of progress this trip. It helped to have extra batteries. We still have a long way to go, but sure is nice to see how far we've come. Click to see our progress on hole. Hey, that's hole progress! Hole is coming along. The rest of the journal entry talks about climbing out of the cave, getting a room at a motel, and crashing. We were beat. In retrospect, I can't believe how casual we were about everything that happened in the cave. At the time, the only thing that we could think about was getting to the passage. Everything else was a minor distraction. I do recall thinking it would be nice to get in and see how the mechanics of the cave worked. Where the wind was coming from, what was making the noise, etc. Now, weeks later, I think my ignorance and naivete and shudder. Click on this hole to learn more.
B, are you okay? Are you okay? What happened?
Yeah, no, I'm chill, man. I'm chill.
It's chill.
It's okay. You okay? Just
That's not okay.
no, it's fine. We've got bandages. We've got disinfectant and stuff. We can clean it. We can sort this sort of stuff happens. We prepare for it.
Are you sure you're fine?
I'm sure.
Yeah. Hey B.
Yeah,
The breeze and the rumbling are back.
that's good.
Yeah,
No mention of Whip.
they're
Dog
back.
avoided.
Right. Yeah, okay, looks like the camera's
Dog
back.
has escaped
Alright,
the narrative. Good for her.
Yeah, so I'll take first shift. Essentially, we didn't bring the dog this time just because, well, Whip wasn't the biggest fan of the cave, as you may have seen.
Hey,
It
he's
was
back
pretty
to wearing the
strange
red one.
activity for her. I don't know why she acted like that. But,
Dog, your eyes are so blue. Even at the low resolution, they're so blue, they're piercing my soul.
yeah, hopefully today goes a bit well. B did cut his arm, which wasn't ideal. How's your arm?
Better now that it's wrapped up.
I wonder if B's gonna be the first to the hole. B is bleeding. The B in B stands for bleeding. I wonder if the blood is gonna cause anything.
Yeah, He cleaned it. He's tough. Okay, yeah. So I'll take first shift, and then yeah, let's just see how much progress we can get done today.
Yeah.
He legit was in that hole.
Alright.
He was in that hole. He wears a black one later. Boo! Spoilers! I only watch Ted's caving journal to know what bandana he wears. Satan sniffs them out by their blood. B negative blood type, my favorite. Time for another episode of Drilling and Pounding ASMR. That's what I call it when I take your mom to a hotel, but we find out the walls are thin, so we gotta be a little extra quiet. Drilling and Pounding ASMR. I don't know, B sounds pretty positive. Shit. Good bit. You know what my eyes are focused on? The timestamp on the bottom right, like, flickers in and out. Like, it gets slurped up and then slurped back out.
How's the shift going? Want to take a break?
What, couldn't
Probably
you two have just gone to the beach and dug a really
Wasn't
big hole at the
expecting this
beach
to be
like most other
starting
guys?
Or is
Dudes
essentially.
rock in most senses. This is not one of those cases.
Yeah, we're making decent progress. Wish we could move a bit
Dudes
faster.
rock when they don't
But we're
awaken
almost inside.
eldritch
We're
entities.
almost inside Floyd's too.
Almost a day or two, most probably.
Yeah, I'd give it a day. I think we're really close. And also, think about how exciting getting in there would be. I mean, what if
Me
there-
when I'm talking about Ted's mom. Think about how excited he'd be getting in there would be.
And I know I told you this already, but imagine Spanish explorers, dude, and they sealed up the exit, and that means that there might be an extra way for you to get in, and then we can look at it together, we can find, you know, Spanish treasure. That'd be so exciting.
Yeah, that would be. The problem is, probably just more cave.
I see that the adaptation has gotten rid of Ted's desire for virgin hole and replaced it with the more acceptable desire of treasure. This is good. This is removing problematic elements that didn't need to be in the original. This is fine.
Well, yeah, of course it's gonna be more
This
cave.
makes Ted a
But
more
Spanish
endearing
treasure.
character, as
Would be
opposed to
more
his weird obsession with virgin holes
yeah.
in the original
Probably
story.
Just more cave, but
Yeah, more cave.
This is a welcome
I don't know,
change.
if
This
we
does
put
wonders
that
for his
or something, That
character.
would be cool.
Yeah, like, there's probably a few crystals in there. I mean, we've already seen a few on the way here, which is nice. But I mean, like, a big, like, crystal chamber would be pretty sick, too.
That would be sick.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Only one way to find out, and that's cracking open Floyd's tune. So,
Yeah.
Will they crack open
Spanish
Lloyd's
explorers.
tomb and Lloyd's corpse is actually there, even though they're nowhere near that cave? It's full of geodes! A geode! Tearing up my
Alright.
shirt. Cry! I love
I'm
geodes!
procrastinating, I don't want.
I love rock formations! I love the beauty
I'll
of
take first
nature!
shift again.
I love beauty found in natural things! Rocks rule! That's what the stone grinding was. I love stalagmites! Grah! I think stalagmites are stalactite. Got one. Thank you. It's a good bit. Thank you. There we go again. March 3rd, 2001, The Scream. So I noticed the journal entry was called The Noise. The video calls it The Scream. Imagine Ted 24 years later seeing a Twitch user make jokes about his promiscuous mother 15 times a minute. Maybe he shouldn't have awakened that eldritch entity in that cave due to his own hubris. Maybe he shouldn't have been so obsessed with virgins. What's everyone's, for those who have not seen or read Ted's Caving Journal, what is your prediction for what's on the other side of the hole? That was good. That was really good. I was gonna say the cave is alive. And they are gonna start drilling into its flesh bits real soon. Because when I hear the scream, I think they probably start drilling painfully into something that is very much alive. Drilling into its flesh pits, me when I fuck Ted's mom's armpits. I really want to know how they filmed this.
Fill the hole. Fill it now.
What do you say? What the hole? Fill the hole? Or what?
Fill the hole. Fill it now.
Pull? How do you pull a hole? I guess I'll get my answer when I read the journal entry.
The wind has stopped.
Fill the hole. Got it. Hi, Reed. Welcome for joining. This is not that new. This is just one of the many cosplays that I have. But glad you like the Quincy look. Let's be real. Let's be real. We were already gonna fill that hole. Hi, Roleplay King. Welcome for joining. What's poppin'? Welcome, welcome. We're watching Ted's Caving Journal. And they're still going at it.
What? What's wrong? What's wrong?
I think we should finish up.
The approaching snow cast curse have become
I think that's a good
for
idea.
5 minutes.
We'll just
You
leave the tools
fools!
and,
The hole is big enough for a dodo to crawl through. I'm on my way to kick your ass.
And I think we'll just,
Yeah.
let's just pack up and go.
You kind of helped to twist that the other side is the Amigata fault. That would be fun. Entering Floyd's tomb. Oh, they're actually going in. The lunatics. All right, let's read. It took us 3 weeks before we got back to the mystery cave again. Our attitudes have changed a bit since we first started the project. In the beginning, we looked at the whole thing as a fun adventure. Since the last trip out, we found ourselves taking a more serious approach. On the drive out this time, our conversation was a little more subdued than before. We hadn't talked much since the last trip, not for any reason but scheduling conflicts. Instead of discussing ways of getting to the passage, we found ourselves talking about rational explanations for what had happened. Neither of us had any ideas that would explain the unusual occurrences we experienced on the last trip. We were amused to find out that neither one of us had talked much about the last trip to other people. That is a complete reversal from the other trips. It's been fun to report to friends and family about our progress. It's always fun to tell people about the tight squeeze we're going to have to go through into the passage. Most people have little desire to voluntarily subject themselves to incredibly tight spaces. Actually, neither do I, but I'll do it in order to get to their side. Good motivation. To Dodo's pouring out of the hollow earth. We left town early in the afternoon to beat traffic. I don't really recall what time we finally got to the cave. Like I said, the mood was subdued. We got rigged up and started down. Obviously, B left the dog at home this time. We took essentially the same gear as last time, left some of the tools in the hole to save our backs the agony of hauling the extra weight. Even with the gear, we got down in good time. We really have a good system for getting up and down. There was only one minor mishap on the trip. B scraped his arm on the descent. Not really bad, fortunately. He waited until all the way to the hole to patch it up. It was just a superficial cut. While we were getting the wound cleaned up, I started working. We both took note of the breeze and was back up the rumbling present. We had 4 fresh batteries and 4 or maybe 3.5 fresh arms. I had high hopes that this would be the day. Started out pretty slowly when we first started working on the hole. Thickness was about 3 inches. As we have enlarged the hole, the thickness has increased. Our result progress has been slower. Still, we continued with as much energy as we could put into the work. The hole was big enough, at least for me to put a hammer to the hole for reference. Then put the camera into the hole to take a picture of Floyd's tomb. It's difficult to get the exact feet of the tomb, but the lowest point near the back of the picture is about 7 inches high. The width is about 24 inches. The hammer is about a small 5-pound sledge. Not the abundance of a rock on the passage floor. Note the abundance of rock on the passage floor. Wow, that is tight! Jesus Christ! You could never get me to approach a hole like that. Never. Oh my god, even more dodos are pouring out! Take care, Phil. Thanks for hanging out. See ya. It's been nice to see the pile of broken rock below the hole get bigger and bigger. We both realized that we're just going to have to put in a certain amount of work in order to get through, so we just got down to business. We don't usually talk much while we work. Since one of us is making a lot of noise with the drill and hammer, break times are used to chat momentarily about whatever topic comes to mind. The break takes place whenever the guy that's working decides to switch roles. We both put in some pretty good work sessions. I have a little more stamina than B, but he gets just as much done in a shorter amount of time, due to his upper body strength. We still celebrate the small victories we encounter along the way. Whenever a section that we've been working on crumbles, we cheer. On the rare occasion that a fist-sized rock falls from the entrance, we whoop and holler. That's one small chunk of earth that no longer separates us from whatever lies on the other side. I still harbor the fantasy that there's hidden entrance on the other side of the passage, and years ago Spanish explorers hid their treasure in a cave and sealed up the entrance. And has remained untouched until we find it. B has a more realistic, although mundane theory. He figures there is more cave on the other side. We'll see who's right. The trip out, I wanted to see if we could speed up work by using a larger masonry bits. I purchased some good-sized ones at the hardware store at a good-sized price. One was larger in diameter than all the rest. The other was smaller around, but longer. I had pretty much concluded that the big one might be too big, and I was right. We tried to get it into the rock, but progress was very slow. We tried pushing for all we were worth, and all we got was tired. The larger bit just created too much friction or area for our strength. It might have worked with a hammer drill, but we didn't have one. The longer bit worked fine with our drill. We relied on it for most of the work we did this trip. I thought we were going to be out one bit and a drill in my hand when the bit broke off towards the end. I was pushing as hard as I could on the drill with the bit few inches in the wall. When it snapped, I nearly rammed the drill through the wall from pushing so hard. We were able to retrieve the bit and keep using it, minus a couple inches. It still worked great. Only once in a great while did we resort to hammer and chisel. Work was proceeding as normal until about the time we were on our 4th battery. I was kneeling down and working on the drill slowly into the wall. I had my ears plugged in, my safety glasses on, and was lost in my own thoughts. Suddenly, over the squeal of the drill wearing down the rock, I heard a strange noise. It was loud. I couldn't hear it over the noise of the drill, even though I had my ears plugged in. At first, I thought it was just a drill bit doing its job on the cave. It was doing its job on the cave. It would frequently complain by screeching and whining as we forced it into the wall. But this was different. It took me several seconds to comprehend that this was coming from inside the hole, and not the bit. I stopped drilling and yanked my earplugs out in time to hear the most terrible scream I've ever heard trail off into the echo of darkness of the cavern. I stared wide-eyed at the hole. For several moments I didn't move, nor did I breathe. I turned to look at B. Moments earlier he had been lying on the rope bag catching a nap. Now he was standing upright, mouth open, with a look of concern on his face. I turned and looked in the hole again. After expecting to see a demon face staring back at me, nothing was different in Floyd's tomb. I fixed my gaze on the back of the squeeze where the limits of my light was reached. There was no motion, only darkness beyond the reaches of my light. In the complete silence that followed, I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Not another sound could be heard in the cave. Suddenly, I heard a scraping noise behind me, and I straightened up. I nearly knocked myself out, hitting my head on the overhang. It was just B moving to turn on his light, but I was so wired that it nearly sent me to my grave. B spoke again, and I jumped. He said to get some rocks and put them in the hole. He explained that whatever animal had made that noise might be able to get through the hole. I immediately grabbed a few rocks and hoisted them through the opening. Using the handle of the sledgehammer, I slid the rocks as far back in the tunnel as I could reach, creating a wall between the other side. Since the squeeze is so small, it didn't take long. The entire time I was doing this, however, I was thinking that the noise certainly did not come from an animal. I don't know if B really thought it was, or if he was just trying to convince himself. I didn't say anything to him about what I thought. Hi, Nomad. Welcome for joining. What's poppin'? Oh my god, there was a Punti on the other side. It was oinking. From the time it happened to the writing of the journal entry 2 days later, I tried to come up with some possible source for that noise. To describe it would say it sounded like a cross between a man screaming in fear and a cougar screaming in pain. That cougar is actually screaming in pleasure, and that cougar's your mom, Ted. It sounded like it came from the hole and was roughly 100 feet away. The horrific noise reverberated throughout the cave and through my ears. B estimated the scream lasted 8 to 10 seconds. My best guess is about 5 seconds. 3 seconds while I was drilling, 1.5 seconds to drop the drill and yank the earplugs out, and half a second of sheer terror. It's difficult to tell how much time passes when you're listening to a solo from the depths of Hades. There's cougars now? Always have been. Always have been. No. I'm talking about cougars, the women. After I filled the back of the passage with rocks, we just sat there listening in silence. My breathing was a lot more rapid than usual. Neither of us spoke for quite some time. Finally, B suggested we get back to work, but keep an eye out for movement in the hole. We put a light in the passage that shined back to Floyd's tomb. It was only at this point that we realized wind had stopped again and the rumbling could no longer be heard. To say that I was nervous would be an understatement. I didn't say anything to B, nor him to me. Back to drilling, B took over the work, which was fine with me. I wasn't exactly worn out, but I didn't mind being further from the hole. B would stop from time to time and listen. I just sat watching him with my light on. I wasn't close to the entrance of the hole, but I still found myself looking behind me down the passage to still water. Every time my light would cast an unusual shadow, my heart would jump, my imagination running wild. Oddly, B seemed less concerned about the strange noise than me. After a short time, he seemed to be focused entirely on getting to the passage. I was still straining above the sound of the drill. I heard nothing but the now familiar sound of carbide on stone. As I contemplated the possible scenarios which might play out on the other side of the passage, I found myself strangely getting somewhat excited again, and getting through. Might have been fatigue taking a toll on my mind, or the thought of something valuable on the other side. Oh, nice! It is horny cougars getting to it. Exactly. It's me having sex with Ted's mom while he's going off getting himself killed in caves. I'm exploring her caves. Oh my god, this page keeps going. My thoughts were broken when B let out a yell, possibly a cuss word. He said the drill battery was dying, but he hadn't quite broken off a large relative section he was working on. He set the useless drill aside and picked up a hammer and bullpen. He started wailing away at the hole created by bit. After nearly 10 solid minutes of hammering, he sat back against the rock, sweating and nearly out of breath. The bullpen started protruding from the cave wall. He held the hammer towards me, inviting me to take a few swings. I held my hand up and shook my head. I'd been ready to exit his cave for quite a while now. He didn't press the issue. Without speaking, we both started gathering the gear we were going to take out. Once again, we stashed some of the tools in the passage. I was the first to start towards the top of the cave. Several times I had to stop and wait for B, not because he was moving slow. I was just more eager to get out. My journal talks about the rest of the evening, our dinner, our decision to get a motel, and come back the next day, our lengthy discussion on the strange sounds we heard, another mediocre night's sleep. I can't believe that we were so willing to get right back to the cave after hearing that scream. Part of the reason I went along with the idea was because B seemed so indifferent to any possible danger, even if it were an animal, which I did not believe, but could offer no better explanation. Weren't we possibly putting ourselves in harm's way? In retrospect, I still have difficulty understanding our thought process at the time. We were just too eager to discover virgin cave passages. I now think it can be summed up with one word. Testosterone. See, they were so eager to fuck some virgins. Oh, wow, this page keeps going. All right, I believe February 13th, February 3rd.
Yep.
See, this is where they stopped in the video. This is where the next video picks up. Interesting. All right, we're going to leave it here. I'm going to take a quick little break. We have about 1, 12, 30, 35. We have like about an hour. We have like an hour of footage to get through. And possibly another hour and a half of reading. So I'm going to take a quick little break. Gonna go get some water because I'm all out. Gonna have a little bathroom break. When I get back, we shall return to caving. In the meantime, enjoy some fishing. There's a pool right over by the cave. How long is it queue for Ted's Bond? Your Uber Eats gonna be here soon. You got time. I got stamina. I can keep it going longer and buy you some time. I got stamina. But also, we can give the poor woman a break. Cougars need rest too. Cougars need rest too. Meal break for everyone. Fishing break for those who aren't eating. All right, see you in a minute. BRB. Hey, we're back. Ready to get started? Prepared to get started with more caving adventures. Let me just close fish real quick. That's enough fish. No more fish. No fishing. It's cave time.
We've done this a few times.
Pretty sure it's the name of the game. Pretty sure there's a game out there called Cave Time.
I think we forgot to film.
You've awoken from the beast realm. Yo, honey, this is poppin'. You bring the novelty that once again you have been proven by yourself that you look more like a butch lesbian every time you wear a suit. Pog! Butch lesbians in suits? Say no more. Say no more. I am listening.
Yesterday was...
Welcome. We're watching Ted's Caving Journal and also reading Ted's Caving Journal. We'll watch a video, then we'll read the chapter it adapted, and then do it back and forth from there.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
No, B, I think those are a much needed rest by the motel last night. Okay, let's do this. You good? Okay.
They're walking. Which one's this one called? Entering Floyd's tomb. So this one, they finally get into it. You know, on one hand, as a streamer who is an impatient, I am like, oh man, here goes another 3 minutes of just drilling into a hole for padding time. But I'm also like, damn, tense, damn, getting tense. One cosplay pack coming right up. Enjoy. We've mixed it up. We've gone from 3 minutes of drilling a hole in the wall to 3 minutes of walking to pad it out. Very good. Variety. It's a spice of life. We like to see it. I joke. I'm just being a little shit. I am being a little shit. Let's go! 2.5 minutes of walking to pad out the video, followed by 2.5 minutes of drilling. Let's go! They were staunchly quiet during that entire walk. No word shared between the boys. They shrimply just kept walking. Oh, whoops, my bad. You know what? I'm feeling generous.
Liquid wants to be called a good piggy.
I'm feeling generous. I still have your name copy and pasted.
Yeah.
There you go. That was on me.
Okay, B.
Who's a good Poomfy?
Let me try.
Good Cichlid. Thank you for being such a good Poomfy and accepting your reward regardless. That earns you extra treats, doesn't it? Good piggy. Keep being a good piggy for me. Thank you, Cichlid.
Can you give me a...
Yep, give me a sec.
Yeah, just a small torch, but thank you. Okay. Alright. Damn it. Okay. There's a lot of rocks. I think it's from what we pushed in. Well, let's not think about that. Okay. Alright, so...
Don't worry about it.
I'm
Don't
gonna
think
call
about the
in.
horrible, agonizing
I'm gonna
screeching
see
that
how
you
far I
heard the
can
other
fit.
day.
And get in. I'm gonna have to... Yeah, that's a weird angle. Okay, so when my feet are just peeking out, I just tie the rope around, and then just in case. But I think I can fit, dude. Okay, let's go. These rocks are very...
He's going in! Finally, 6 minutes of man-ass on screen as he crawls through tight holes. You know, if you just close your eyes, you can certainly imagine this is the sounds of a man entering hole.
I just say where my feet...
Now this is the whole content we signed up for. Not just a part of the whole hole. Human-sized holes frighten you, but what if it was made for you?
Oh,
I know a human-sized hole. It's called Ted's mom. Ayo!
1 foot or both foot?
Because you're plus size. We were just talking about that. Do you see these ballistics on my chest? I am not fitting through any holes like that. Caving is a skinny bitch's...
Let's go.
Caving is a skinny bitch's hobby. And I am not skinny bitches.
Ah, this is a tight squeeze.
Your snake has a little bit of tum. I mean, Poochie Billy is a charm point. And the meat has been distributed in the chest area and ass area accordingly. Okay, maybe not that much tum, Grija. I said Poochie Belly. But yes. I ain't been through no goddamn cave holes like that. Yeah, a little closer to that, yeah. Me with my Funyuns.
We're in it. We're making it, dude.
Oh my! Thank you, sweetie.
Sliquid Thiquid has swiped their card to see more rupee.
Sorry, this model might be a little thinner than the Quincy one, but still a little heavy, still a little wide. Still a lot of fat distribution on the front there.
A little bit more to go.
To all this is gonna be it's just more cave, bro. Got any new cards coming up? I haven't really had the time to sit down and design new cards as I've been trying to like create a backlog of videos for the Clips channel. But
Let's take a breather.
I'm hoping after this weekend I have like a good week or 2 week buffer backlog, and then I can get to work on card stuff. I just haven't been coming with new ideas. I do want to do a refresh. I think the cards have gotten a little stale, and I think it's time for a refresh. I just haven't had the time to plan that out and design it.
Too much in the middle here.
A lot right now, we're in like a weird intermediate area of like the era from before we knew the new model was happening, leading up to the era of the new model is here, right? It's like this weird limbo in between zone of like, I don't want to get started on anything new crazy yet until I get that model. because I have a lot of ideas for the era we're going to be entering. 𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄. Well, that one's not going anywhere. I love 𝐒𝐈𝐕𝐄. It's short, quick, to the point, funny, silly. That one's not going anywhere. That one's staying. But it's I'm just kind of waiting until the new model's ready and then start rolling out a whole bunch of other new things. In the meantime, though, enjoy things like new overlays, new backgrounds, new emotes.
I can almost make it, but I think we need to break these off in the middle of the tunnel.
Have I seen those videos about cave divers dying, but they're actually just shitposts? No. What are these videos?
But I can almost make it. I can almost make it. Okay.
We're almost there.
Dude, next trip, and we're in. Next trip, and we made it past Lloyd's tomb. Let's go.
Enjoy your legs, Liquid.
We're doing it, dude. Okay. I'm gonna try and make it out again.
Think 𝐒𝐈𝐈𝐄 isn't leaving, because that's your mantra. It's a good one. I would never get rid of that clip.
All right. This is gonna be a bit more difficult. All right.
God, crawling backwards through anything is such a a fucking... It's so easy to grab and pull forward. But to grab and push back is so difficult. You ever tried climbing out of tight spaces like that? I don't go caving, but I have been in tight little squeezes like that. And getting yourself out of them fucking sucks. Getting into trouble, easy. Getting out of trouble, not so much.
I have to clear these rocks.
Make it easier trip next time.
Oh, rest. Ow,
Watch all this lead up, build up, suspension, terror, and worry of the paranormal, and it just ends with B getting crushed by a cave-in. Nothing paranormal ends up happening. It's just a cave-in that kills B.
Almost there. It's just this big rock. We need to get rid of this. Try and break it off with the drill.
Yeah.
When we come back.
This man has no ass. No wonder he's fit so perfectly for entering caves.
Oh, my stomach.
Need a pull?
Plot twist. There's more cave and B makes a Ted's mom joke at the... They get to the end. It's like this beautiful oasis hidden within a cave. They're looking around and B's like, this shit's almost as wide and as wet as your mom. Roll credits. As Ted beats B over the head with a rock. He got that cave rebuilt, parentheses, no ass.
Take the torch.
Yo, Charizard Lord, it was poppin'. Welcome for joining. The cave diving shitposts are all just random cave paint doodles with stupid names like Devil Sweaty Ball Sack. And the same thing happened. Rando goes in, gets stuck, Ball Rock crushes him. That's incredible.
We did it! Dude! We're in Floyd's tomb! Let's go! Yeah! Let's go!
They got more than tipping. They didn't go all the way, but they got more than a tipping.
Oh, that's a tight squeeze. All right. Okay. Let's call it a day. Oh, man. We need to come back with tools. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. We just got out of Mystery Cave. It's behind me. It is very dark right now. And today's it's a good day. We managed to get into Floyd's tomb. That is huge. It is amazing. Like that is fantastic. That's a huge milestone. And I know B won't admit this, but he managed to climb out of the cave by himself pretty quickly too. which is a massive milestone for him as well. And if you know B, you know why that is, which is just, honestly, that's huge. And yeah, that's fantastic.
All right, he's
Alright,
referencing
the camera's
B's
about to die.
accident that stopped him from caving for a while. Exploring beyond Floyd's tomb. It's amazing what a couple of good meals and a little sleep can do for someone's attitude. Even though we still had memories of strange noise fresh in our mind, we relit our enthusiasm. The other side of the passage seemed so close. We were sure this would be the day. Where's my ambience? How dare. How dare you turn off. The other side of the passage seemed so close. We were sure this would be the day. We got to the cave and started to work on our way down the hole. Getting back in the darkness of the cave brought back memories the night before. The sight of the circle of rock illuminated by our headlamps. The smell of dirt in the air. The sound we made as we crawled across the rock. Once we reached the entrance to Floyd's tomb, however, we were once again ready to blaze the trail leading to an undiscovered part of the cave. We immediately noted the presence of the breeze blowing out the hole and the rumbling. The bullpen sticking out of the hole was an obvious sign of where we needed to begin our work for the day. B took over where he left off for the day before. I took residence in the same spot I occupied the night before. Even though I was already well rested and wanted to start work, B was making the hammer sing with each blow. After a mere 2 or 3 minutes, he let out a cheer. He turned to reveal a handful of rock that used to be attached to the cave. He was breathing heavy, but I had a big smile on my face. But he had a big smile on his face, so did I. For the time, that strange noise had been forgotten, and the vision of success captured our attention. Click to see the opening at this point. Oh my god, they're gonna goat see us! Okay, boo! I was gonna say, Angel's Fire still having all this up 20 years later? A quarter of a century later is insane. Damn, that's a wide hole. Almost as wide as Ted's mom's hole when I was done with her. The lower left-hand corner of the hole had been giving us grief because of the thickness of the wall at that point. Oh, Ted, your mother's thickness could never give me grief. We felt that if we could just remove the corner, we might be on our way inside. B now held in his hand the crumbled remains of the corner. Our excitement consumed us as we examined the hole. I took the hammer and pounded away on the surface of the hole. The idea was to remove the jagged edges that would make their toll on my skin. The size looked right. Now the moment we'd been waiting for. I cautiously approached the entrance of Floyd's tomb. I decided the best way to enter the small hole was to place one arm over my head, turn my head sideways, and slowly work my way in. I soon determined this was not going to work. The hole was small. If I was going to make it in without winding the hole anymore, I was going to have to put both arms over my head, in a diving position, turn my head sideways, and slip into the tomb. The width of the entrance was for limiting factor. The height was sufficient. The arms overhead position flared my shoulder blades out, but there was still room to get in. Plus the arms overhead gave me the best squeeze side to side. Your mom gave me the best squeeze side to side. I cautiously approached the entrance. In order to enter straight into the hole, I stood on my feet and bent over to get to the level with the entrance. My knees were bent and the position was uncomfortable. Sort of semi-squatting position. Bent at the waist with arms overhead, plus I had to slightly turn my upper torso to the left, in a counterclockwise rotation, to negotiate the angle of the entrance. Notice in the last photo the entrance generally slopes up to the right. It does! You can see here. Starting from the left, you can see the kind of hole starts to widen up the deeper into the right it goes. This feels sensual tracing the hole with my mouse like that. I can't be showing that on Twitch. Or YouTube. Poor guy struggling to get into the hole. Let's call it a day. Get stuck. Can't call it a day. Night face land. Is this analog horror an actual case? You can't tell because it can't be from what you've seen. So this is a video adaptation of this journal that was posted in 2001, Anis. This is not analog horror, because at the time, analog footage and blogs like this were the standard for pushing media out. No, honey, you're looking at the original creepypasta, the first online horror story to originate only from the internet, as an internet original. This is the granddaddy of all creepypastas. And this one had a lot of credence back in the day because there wasn't anything else like it. Not only that, it's very credible as a caving journal and very believable that for a good while, people thought this happened. Because this was the first time anything like this had been attempted. It's a real neat piece of online horror history. These YouTube videos are just adapting it into an analog horror style. 20 years later. I got my arms through the entrance with minor scrapes. Next came my head. By keeping it turned sideways, I was able to get in. For the most part, up to my shoulders. When I got to my shoulders, I could feel the rocks touching all around my shoulders and chest. It was not stopping me, but it was definitely scraping many surfaces of my body. I decided to just push through. Keep in mind that I was going to have to come back eventually. The pain wasn't bad, and I was in. Well, my upper body was. At least I get a good idea what the tomb was going to be like. When are we getting a Snek creepypasta? Sometime after I get the Snek 3.3 model debuted, get a few new outfits for that debuted, get started on the VSAA lore series, and then we'll do a Halloween special episode. Here's a flattering photo of my best side. Notice the size of the area we had to work in. The ledge overhead was an obstacle. Oh shit. It is fascinating how it looks like, from the angles these photos are taken, it looks like that the hole is in the ceiling and they're climbing up. When in reality, like, we're standing over taking a picture of a hole below us. He's just lying straight flat down. But it does kind of look like he's just standing straight up into a hole. Reminds me of the quaint days when people were so freaked out by the Hey Walter video that the actual police were called. Which one was the Hey Walter video? I don't recall that one. But it does remind me of the quaint days of people, of kids I knew crying because they looked at a YouTube comment section and they started reading the messages that were like, hey, a little girl at this age died of this one, a little girl back in the day died at this, wow, you had that ready to go. Died at this age. If you're reading this, it's too late now. You can't stop reading this. You must forward this or you'll die.
Hi, Walter. I was at the mall today and guess what happened? I met the most wonderful girl. We went shopping at JCPenney's and she tried on a lot of clothes. And she ended up buying a whole lot of them, you know what I mean? And then we decided to go and take a look at some of the jewelry at 𝐾_𝐤.
This is some vintage shit. JCPenney 𝐾_𝐤. This is vintage.
Awesome necklace. The most amazing necklace I've ever seen. And I know she wanted me to buy it for her because she kept on looking at me and kept on giving me that look. You know the look. And then we got kind of tired of the mall, and I brought her back to my place. And I know she hates cameras, Walter, but I'm going to show you her anyways. You ready?
You know what? Yeah, I can see why people think this is real. I can see why people back in the day would think this is real. Oh shit, that's me! I see people back in the day. He looks like he doesn't care if you broke your elbow. What a comment.
Oink. Oink.
Woman screaming in pain and fear. YouTube captions. Applause. Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? Hey, good stuff though. Vintage, classic, straight to the point, immediate, primordial fear kicking in. That was a good... I've never seen that video. I've never even heard of that video. I was wondering, I was like, it's 50 seconds. What sort of scare could they deliver in 50 seconds? How'd you never learn about this? Because the writing is so casual, it genuinely feels like it's real case. It's super cool. And it's super neat. It's a real interesting piece of creepypasta history. Once inside the tomb, I had a few inches all around me in which to position my body. This is the largest part of the passage, and it was conveniently located right at the beginning of the crawl. That gave me a little room to get positioned to crawl further into the passage. Inside the tomb gave me a whole new outlook on what it was going to be like to crawl through. Even though, at this point, it was the largest part of the crawl, it was still small. I could move my head around freely, but every direction I turned was staring at a wall of solid rock. When I spoke to B, my voice sounded muffled, like I was talking in a small box. I could rest my chest on the passage floor, but the rocks were uncomfortable. I turned my head to look further ahead, but couldn't see past the wall of rocks I had built the day before. The squeeze toward the end of the passage was closer now, and appeared even narrower. I didn't know if I could squeeze through or not. I knew it'd be close. I wanted to crawl further into the passage. First, however, I had to work to get some of those loose rocks that were lying on the passage floor out of my way. I was disappointed to find out most of the rocks that looked loose were actually attached to the floor. I was hoping to be able to just scrape them out the way. I had pushed using the sledgehammer into the passage before me, so at this point I used it to push the rock wall we had made further back into the passage. Then I dragged the sledge back and forth across the floor to move across any loose rocks, or break up the solid ones. By sliding the head of the hammer under the squeeze, I determined that the narrowest part of the squeeze was about 7 inches high. Figured we'd have to do some work before I could slip through. This entire time I had my head in the passage, B was just kicking back, listening to my descriptions and progress report. At some point, he snapped the photo shown above. Thanks, B. Up to the point, the size of the passage was not too big of a deal. I was in an incredibly small passage, but only my upper body was in, and since it was the largest part of the passage and my arms could move freely, I was pretty calm. And then it was time for a push. I slid the sledgehammer up as far as I could reach. Since my body filled the entrance, I could not slip the tool out, so it was easier to push it ahead. In order to rotate my hips to the proper angle to enter the hole, I had to lean my body onto my forearms, use my feet to climb outside the hole, and slowly crawl into the hole. My hips barely fit. Once they cleared the entrance, I could relax a bit and get in a position to work the squeeze. I decided to try a one-arm forward technique to get through. The passage was so narrow that whatever position I started with, I would have to stay with through the entire length. There was just no room to move around and change positions. I would also have to turn my head one way or another and keep it up in the same position. This crawl was tight. Moving forward, this part of the passage was relatively easy. I could move my forward arm, my left arm, to pull my other arm and push. At the same time, I would wiggle my body, trying to arch as much as I could keep my chest off the rocks. I tried both ways, determined that I could turn my head to the right. It felt the most comfortable. I began to learn things as I went. I determined that the small flashlight in one hand would be nice. Then I could shine ahead and get a better idea what I was about to crawl over. This was a difficult maneuver because I had to look overhead, since my head was turned. It became immediately obvious that we were going to have to do some more work removing the rocks from the passage floor. As I moved along the surface, I was constantly scraping my chest on the rocks. They were sharp and painful. Occasionally, I would cause a rock to slide under my chest and actually wedge me between it and the top of the passage. I would then have to back up and either try to move the rock to the side with my cheek, using a sweeping motion with my head, or back way out and move it with my forward hand. My little trip into the passage represented a major milestone in my caving career. When I began caving, I did not feel overtly comfortable going through tight spaces. Even the little squeeze at the beginning of this cave was an obstacle to overcome. By pushing myself and forcing myself to try the narrow passages, I've become much calmer about tight spaces. Still, this passage represented a new benchmark in small spaces. I'd not been faced with anything this small. I don't remember having to take off my helmet before now. With this passage, it's mandatory. As I mentioned before, not only do I have to take off my helmet, but I have to turn my head to the side in order to fit. The journey into the tomb went like this. I have to say, one thing that the video series isn't getting across, that the text document is the, like, constricted, tight, claustrophobic nature of the cave. Like, so far, this has been paragraphs of, damn, this shit tight. This shit sucks to navigate in. Whereas with the video, it's like, okay, obviously he's not going to take the camera first thing in with him. So you're just going to have to sit there and watch him and listen to him struggle and grunt. All we can do is hear how painful it is. But here we can read how painful it was. After I twisted my hips into the passage, I took a few minutes to stop and work out a game plan. Most of the length of my legs was still outside the entrance. They were just dangling in the air. The tomb was still big enough to move my head around, and even more, move my arms freely into position. It was larger than the rest of the passage, but not by much. It was like sticking your head into a box. Everywhere I looked, there were rocks, and not too far from my head. Any sound I made was muffled and dead. The narrowest part of the passage was about 10 feet in. At this point, I was about 3.5 feet in. At about the 4-foot mark, I would have to commit to whatever position I felt comfortable, and stay that way until the 12-foot mark, at which time the cave started opening up. I went with my left arm forward and head turned to the right. Beat gave me a flashlight that I held in my left hand. As I inched forward, I would try to brush the loose rocks away with my left arm. This was somewhat successful, but there were a lot of rocks I missed or could not move. As mentioned, the first little bit of the crawl moved fairly quickly, since there was a little room above me to negotiate the passage. Then the walls started closing around me. I had a few extra inches on each side of me, but the top of the crawl was getting very low. At about the 7-foot mark, I could feel the top rubbing my back as I would arch. Another half foot, and I couldn't arch anymore. I had to just push on ahead with my toes and pull with my forward arm. I decided it'd be a good time to see if I can go back. I tried it, and it was pretty easy. That gave me a lot more confidence. Still, I had bee-tie webbing to my feet, in case he had to pull me out. Last shot before my feet were all the way in. Note the webbing bee-tied at my request. There it is! Yeah, exactly. You're gonna need a lot more room to fit shit. You need a lot more crawling space to film it, so it's hard to get this feeling across. Yay, feet! My neck was starting to get sore from being cranked to the side. My head was getting heavy, but to rest it, the only option I had was to lay it down on the broken rocks. It was painful, but I did it frequently. I was staring at the wall to my right. It was a mere 4 to 5 inches from my face. Most of the time, I wasn't watching the wall. Either I had my eyes closed, which I sometimes do when I go through a tight spot, or the light wasn't shining in a direction that did me any good. It was very quiet in the tomb. Other than my own breath, I was breathing heavy from the effort it took to move. Thankfully, the breeze was present and cooled me off. By lifting my head and carefully touching the ceiling from time to time, I could gauge the size of the passage that my body would soon pass through, much like a cat using its whiskers to gauge an opening in a fence. At the 7.5-foot mark, I could tell things are about to get real tight. While lying in darkness in a passage deep within the cave, one in a unique position to ponder, a mountain literally resting on top of me, the entire earth lying below. One tiny movement of earth and I would cease to exist, or worse, to recognize the fear shared by Floyd Collins as he lay there, trapped for days deep within the heart of Mother Earth, incapable of freeing himself from his earthen prison. Picture yourself in my position, laying on your stomach, your left arm extended over your head, your right arm at your side, only having a few inches to move. Your arms and hands are sore and bleeding from crawling and pulling yourself across the broken rocks. Your entire body is resting on rocks. Your neck gets tired of holding your head off to rocks, so you gently rest your cheek on the rock to rest. Once you start again, you have to push with your toes to scoot your body forward, sliding across the rocks. After moving a few inches, you're breathing hard and have to rest. As you inhale, you can feel your back pressing hard against the top of the squeeze. It takes several minutes before you recover enough to press forward. The entire time you lay there, you think about how you're going to get back out, and what if? Well, that's pretty much what I was going through at that point. I decided this would be a good time to throw in a photo of the squeeze. The photo was actually taken on a different trip, but it shows how tight things were at that point in the passage. Notice my head turned to the side, not by choice. You can see how I would rest my cheek on the rock. You can also see how difficult it is to look ahead of me. My arms are pinned to my side. I later determined that this would be the best position. There's virtually no space between the top passage and my back. Tight! Not for the claustrophobically inclined. Ah, come on! You know what's another bit of unintentional tension? The amount of time it takes for the webpage to fetch these, like, ancient images. You know what? After hearing this, I think I've come to the conclusion. Not every hole's a goal. I'm starting to think not every hole is worth it. Ugh. How did you even take that again? That's rough. That is rough. Ugh. Oh, hey! He's wearing bandanas in the, blog. And they got him wearing bandanas in the, video. Good attention to detail. See, shit like this in 2001, pictures like that make it really hard not to believe it, you know? Because you go, how did they do that? That's a real cave. When I reached a point where my back was rubbing and I could feel with my head the passage was not getting bigger, I knew it was most likely not going to get through. Still, I decided to give it one more push. If I had been in this position a year ago, I would have been in a state of panic. But not today. I was pretty pumped. I took a few minutes to rest, then I went for it. Yeah, people believed way less convincing shit back then. Still do, really. Unfortunately. I took a few minutes to rest, then I went for it. I exhaled completely all the air in my lungs. This caused my chest to collapse enough to scoop forward a few inches. Because it takes so much... The way reading that made me go, take a deep breath. Because I'm like, I want air. I want oxygen. I don't want to be doing what he's doing. Because it takes so much effort to scoot, I only went a few inches before I just stopped to breathe. As I inhaled, my chest pushed hard against the floor, my back against the top. It took a little longer to get my breath back. Unbelievably, I did it again. Exhale, scoot, rest. Again, only a few inches. Repeat, I took a few extra minutes to enjoy this position. I'll give your mom a few extra minutes to enjoy her position. Pinned in a small passage. Wow, I cannot believe how relaxed I was. I tried one more time to exhale and scoot. My back was rubbing too much to continue. Despite the failed effort, I was psyched. I took several long minutes to lay there and recover from the effort. B had been encouraging me the entire time. It was fun to hear him cheer as he saw my shoes go deeper and deeper in the hole. Packing out was not too difficult, but did take some work. I encountered some obstacles as I went in. After I wiggled my hips out of the hole, which took some time, I had trouble getting my shoulders out. Both arms were overhead at this point. My shirt was getting caught in the rock, and my shoulders were brushing the sharp rocks. After struggling to find a good position, I gave up and pulled my upper body out. Scrape! My shirt pulled up over my head, and I had some nice scrapes on my shoulders, but I didn't care. To me, this trip was a success. I had pushed myself beyond what I thought was possible. I kneeled at the entrance and looked at the narrow passage I had just been in. The rock wall was now an 11-foot mark. I had pushed a little with my forearm, and the smallest point was a 9-foot mark. We were close. Between the work and excitement I was tired. I just sat there on the rope bag, grinning. Whew, what a trip. Our progress on the whole. Come on, show hole! Give me hole! There it is! Wow, look at that hole progress. Much soul, much hole, much hole. Little hand squeezing through. Breaking out. Breaking out. Breaking open. The rest of the journal entry talks about our usual, our climb out, dinner trip home, etc. On our way home, we brainstormed and came up with some ideas that would get us through. We both invented some tools to remove the rock on the floor deep within the passage. We were both very excited by this trip. I, from pushing my limits in the cave, and B, from his success in climbing out of the cave. This was the first time he was able to climb all the way out without the help of climbing devices, nor my help. It was a personal success that showed the progress he had made since his accident. Pretty cool. I remained amazed that we could so easily forget the terrifying moment we experienced just the day before. All had been forgotten, with the strange noise being blamed in our minds on some rational, harmless explanation. Success. Wait, I thought the cave part was real and everything else was fake. Photos from a real cave, not quite as dangerous as they suggested, and not involving a dead person. Well, I don't know yet. We haven't finished the story. It could be from a real cave. All the photos could be from a real cave, but we don't know yet. As far as I'm aware, all of it is from a real cave. And this is a fictional story written up by a real caver, someone who has experiences, which is what makes it so believable and why it's sold so well. As a story you could just buy into and believe. Damn, that's a lot of words. Shame I'm gonna have to read them. But, obviously, most of it is fiction. On to the next one. Also, welcome for joining. Thank you for the follow. Gives you that let me know ordeal the meme, but wouldn't let us use it on the story after all.
Alright, a bit of a late start to today's cave. But we were very eager to get back out here. And we were already inside. We abseiled down, took the gear off. And I think today so we need to get rid of the rocks that are sort of in the Floyd's tomb.
Yeah.
I think I'll take the hammer and chisel.
Also, hi, Rivalry here. Welcome for joining. Have been swell. You haven't really missed much. I think it's been a lot of setup to this point. It has been finding the hole, digging the hole, hearing noises that could be anything, bringing a dog to the hole, and the dog goes, "Nuh-uh, Chief, keep me out of the story." I would like to not end up on Does the Dog Die? expanding the hole and hearing a scream coming from within the hole, and now ignoring that and realizing, oh shit, we're almost there. There's a SparkNotes version of it.
And then basically what I'll do is I'll hit away at the rocks, and then
Dog saw what genre she was in and bam!
And then we'll see if I can fit through completely. I think it should be fine. Yeah, all right. So that'll be the plan for today. So I didn't realize that we probably, if only we had more time, we could have made our own tools, but I don't really have the resources at hand at the moment.
Yeah, no. We don't really have the time or that right now.
Yeah.
This is mentioned in the journal. They thought about making their own tools.
I did think of something cool. It's sort of like an extended sledgehammer that we could use to hit the rock away within the tunnel. I think that would have been really cool. But yeah.
Me inventing an extended sledgehammer. Duct tapes a sledgehammer to the end of a broomstick.
Like I said, didn't have the time to do that.
I could have probably got a couple things back home that I could rig up and probably get something for us to measure the width of the cave to figure out where we actually need to get the material. Without you having to climb all the way in there.
That would have actually been really helpful. Yeah. But I think I'll be able to fit with a small hammer and then just extend my arms forward and then be able to chip away at the rock like that. We'll see. We'll see today.
We'll see today.
Okay, now we're at the hole. Alright, so we can just set up. I'll grab some of the tools and then
Hey, so Liz, interesting, but
yeah.
your claustrophobic ass is
I'll climb in,
tingling.
and then I'll start working at the hole. I hope it'll be about
Listen, I'm not even
hopefully
claustrophobic,
an
but
hour,
like,
maybe even 2. We'll see
No,
how long it
thank
takes
you.
to chip the rock away. But
nah,
yeah.
I'm good.
Alright,
I'm good on
let's
this.
Set up here.
I would simply prefer not to.
Okay, alright. Okay, here are the tools. So I
Why
think
exactly? I would never
I'll
do
clear some
cave
of these
diving.
rocks
Too
that we
tight.
broke off in the front here.
What I will do
And then
is Ted's mom. She's
I'll try and
tight,
hammer
but in
away
all the right
narrow
ways.
part in the center there. That's a bit further on. Yeah, I don't know how long it'll take. I'll try to be as quick as possible. But yeah, okay, let's begin then, I guess. Okay, so let me clear some of these rocks. Ooh.
Another Ted's mom joke. We're so back, chat.
Alright.
It's been a minute. I've been immersed in the story,
Actually, you know what?
but I'm
Let me
immersing
tuck my
myself
shirt in.
further in Ted's mom.
That way, hopefully my shirt doesn't get caught. Yep.
Why do we look so hot and
Maybe
roopy?
we
Well,
should work
you mean as roopy? I mean,
That
you're
might
welcome
actually
to
be
commission
fun.
art of me
Wait to keep my shirt down.
being in roopy,
Been a good idea.
but I think you
Maybe
meant why do I
next
look so
time.
hot as roopy?
Just that we
What can
know.
I say? My emotions
We
just
can
bring her
know
to
that.
life.
Okay. Alright, well, the hole's looking cozy. Let's hop in.
Welcome back, Phil.
Head first.
It's the only way to do it.
Head first is the only way to do it. It's how I be doing your mom, Ted.
Yeah. Okay.
You think?
It's kind of interesting.
Is he wearing jeans or sweatpants again?
At a weird
You would think, hitting a point where it's time to start crawling, he would wear like a thick pair of jeans to avoid scraping so bad. He's tapping at the rhythm of Seabat. Can I bring up something that's been bugging me? It's the pixelation around the play button and the PM button. I think it looks better for those of y'all watching the stream. For me, having it on my full screen, getting a good look at it, I can see perfectly still pixels not moving around the text. Even though it should be flickering like crazy like the rest of the pixels on screen. But these are just slapped and frozen in place like they're fucking PNGs. And it's bugging me. It's pulling me out of the immersion. Just perfectly square, frozen in time pixelation around the play button and the time.
Okay.
It vexes me, chat. It vexes me.
That should be it. That should be good.
Think it's big enough?
I think I can fit. I just squeeze.
Don't matter if it's big enough. Ted's mom is gonna have to take it regardless.
Let me take the hammer out for now, and then I'll try and rotate
No, you
my
can't
head,
unsee it. Told
and then
you.
one on forward,
It's like
one on
right in
behind,
front of me.
and then try inch forward with my feet.
Yeah.
I should be able to make it through.
I can't not notice it. At least with
way
y'all,
out,
you have
I mean, on my way
distractions.
through,
At least
I'll
while y'all are watching
try and
it,
push
you
the
can.
rock
You
forward
got things. You got other
that
things
we
you can
can get
focus
out.
on when there's nothing really happening on
definitely.
screen. Whoa, what happened?
That should work.
Sounds like plan.
Okay. I just need to reverse out of this. I think B, can you just come and take the hammer and chisel? It's making this process a little bit more difficult. I don't know if you can reach.
Crunchy.
It's easier.
$2,200.
Hey, my back.
Oh, this is adapting the part where he like crawled through a bunch again. I see.
There you go.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's pop in. Welcome for
Take
joining.
a breather.
Hi. I don't know. We don't know how the story ends yet, so we don't know if it's found footage. I mean, okay, so it is an adaptation of the story Ted's Caving Journal, which is the original the very first creepypasta posted online, but presented as a serious caving blog with incredibly believable evidence to back it up as if it were a true story. When we're watching the YouTube analog horror adaptation of it, which came out like 20 years later, Ted's Caving Journal was like a thing written in 2001. This video we're watching came out last year. Which, like, you know what? Fair enough. Technology has advanced enough to the point that, like, I think adapting this to film would have been real difficult for indie creators. This kid needs more cartoony droplet sounds. No, don't worry. We watch a video, and then I read the journal passage that the video adapted with cartoony cave droplet noises. I give you the full experience. Fuck! I didn't think to do Clanker's theme from Banjo-Kazooie. Damn. Shit,
Okay.
that's genius.
I
Why
should be
did I
able to
not
fit
think
now.
of that?
Let's do this, man. All right. Okay. I think you grab some more gear, and then I'll see if I can. Let me see if I can fit the camera through. It might just fit.
Yeah.
The text also shouldn't be flickering the way that it is.
work.
They're hard written to the file, so them failing should be, the rest of the footage should fail as well. Ah, it's fine. 2001 was a long time ago. Most people don't know how VHS tapes work.
It's right there.
You're a bit of an ideas gal sometimes. See? Quite clever. But yeah, it's been real interesting thus far. Would super recommend it. If you like to read, definitely give the Caving Journal, the original journal.
I'm out of fluids too. Okay.
Ooh. Hold on, what'd he say? I would give the original Caving Journal a read, because it gets the claustrophobic nature across a lot better. But so far, this adaptation's been real good.
B, I'm out of the hole. I'm out of Floyd's too. Okay.
Hi, Ethel. Welcome for joining. Have you been swell? Uh-oh. Backup light's not working.
Okay. There is a passage here, and it goes on a bit. I think I'll be about 30 minutes, and then I'll come back. I'm gonna go explore a bit. Okay.
So, Ted's the one with the camera. Ted will be alive. I wonder if B will still be there when he gets back. Interesting. There's things on the wall. I have no idea what they are, though. Roots? Tree roots? They did spend a lot of time pointing out the tree roots. Did we read about tree roots in the journal, now that I think about it? Because the video brought up bats and tree roots. I don't remember if we read about tree roots in the journal, so I wonder if that was the video establishing later things much earlier. Ah, whatever. We'll watch. Hi, Father Void. Welcome for joining. Hi, Dorbu. We're snowwalking. Yep. We're exploring the caves of Ted's mom. I can't wait for all this build-up to be, oh, there was another entrance to this part of the cave. We literally didn't need to dig that hole. There was another entrance if we had just gone around.
This crawl space is pretty tight. Oh, and these rocks are melting.
The moral of the story is that caving is a huge waste of time.
Looks like it slopes upward. Okay, I can kind of crouch, stand. All right. Oh wait, I think this formation's here. Oh,
I am glad that there. Whoa.
look at that.
That's freaky.
Kind of looks like. What does it look like?
Yeah, like I said, big ass tree roots. All the way down to the cave.
What the hell?
And formations too.
It's like big, stringy pieces of cheese.
My hungry ass could never be a cave explorer.
Like plastic, actually.
It's like big stringy pieces of cheese.
Whoa. There's moss growing. That's a good sign.
Moss spotted! Oh, we gonna feast! I'm expecting to see like a face in the formation of these like rocks. Tree roots in the cave. Didn't know Ted's mom was Mother Nature. It's her rainforest pussy. The tree's gotta take root somewhere.
What is this?
That should look like a big peanut. This is where the Mr. Peanuts are born and formed. Oh, hey! It's Ted's mom after I'm done with her. It's fine. I'm not rude. I just got up to go get a towel to clean her off, that's all. Just wait for me to come back. Hey Ted, I think it's been a little over 30 minutes. B might be getting worried. I am rather glad that the end of the cave wasn't just immediately, grah, jump scared, thing jumps out at you and tried to kill you. It's more cave, more cave, more cave, and then weird freaky cave formations. That don't really mean much to our protagonist other than, man, that's fucking weird. Wonder what caused that.
Kind of looks like it's leaning against the wall.
Take your bets. Is it A, ancient eldritch entities? B, the earth itself is feeding off of people? C, weird fucked up alien pods? Imagine he just breathes in some spores and falls over. That's spores. Oh, that's spores in my lung.
Wait, what's that?
Woo, markings.
Wait, what is that?
Ancient civilizations.
It's an hieroglyphs.
It's gonna be him bleeding.
Wait, if there's hieroglyphs, then that means... That's good.
Ooh, that was good. That was freaky. Did you guys hear that? Little something off camera to the left if you're wearing headphones. The likings are just the bites I left on Ted's mom. True. You're right.
B, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, B's alive.
I think I'm done. Dude, there's some really cool stuff in here. Yeah, it's just like hieroglyphs and... okay, let me just... I'm gonna come through the passage. Yeah, okay, just give me a moment.
Do you really need to record yourself crawling back to the hole? Could you not just turn off the camera, save some battery? And then turn it back on once you got to the end? Unless you're prepared for the inevitable scream from your friend on the other end of the cave hole.
What was that?
Ooh, that's good. It's really hard to make out his expression, but you can still see just enough.
No. Come on.
Hey Ted, welcome back to the land of the living.
Yeah.
Need anything else?
Yeah, I might need to take the camera.
I don't like how casual B is. I get it, to him it's literally nothing. He doesn't know he's in a horror story. But he's so casual, like a little too casual.
Camera. Okay. Just be careful not to get the rope in. Okay. Cool. That's a fun shot.
After so many successful episodes of Drilling and Pounding ASMR, we now have grunting and panting.
Hopefully not just more cave.
No, there's so much more than that.
Seriously?
Dude. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah. Okay, B, there was... Oh my goodness, B, there was so much. There was so much in the cave. Alright, so there was, I think the coolest thing was, I think I saw some sort of like hieroglyphs, like I want to say like crude.
They just
drawings
trust
on the
each
wall,
other
but
so much.
that means there might be an entrance, another entrance to the cave, because there's no way someone got through that hole that we just spent so much time opening. So if there's another way in, you might be able to see. That would be so exciting.
That would be sweet.
Okay, yeah, and it wasn't just hieroglyphs. There was also like there was really cool crystals at the end there, which was nice. Like formations forming, and it was just past this like round rock. And then there was a bigger cavern that opened up. I didn't get to explore everything. I turned back after the 30-minute mark, and because I just came back. Yeah. And I think that'll be it for today. And what we'll do is...
See, like right now, B is suspiciously quiet and casual about the discovery of hieroglyphs, crystals or whatever. Yeah, crystals form underground. Geez, I sure hope they do. But the idea of hieroglyphs and shit, you'd think he'd be like, what do you mean hieroglyphs? We just opened that. Do you think there's another entry, right?
When we come back...
But now he's just like,
what do you think about bringing someone with
That's cool.
next time?
All right.
Probably a better idea. Don't worry.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
You going in alone might not be for the best.
Yeah.
Especially if we don't know anything more about it.
Yeah, just it'll make me feel more comfortable if someone's with. So yeah, maybe chat to some friends.
I'll go talk to some of the people I know, see if any of them are willing and available.
Okay, yeah. All right, dude. All right. We're
there we go. That's the energy I want to hear from B.
Oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. But yeah, okay. You go on ahead. I'll just grab some of the
I'm
gear.
almost convinced I was like, B's possessed. He's been possessed. The B stands for possessed. That's why he was able to crawl out of that cave just fine, despite his accident. He was possessed. He's got demon powers now. Joe Mama, more like. Cartoony wet cave noises. Prior to going back to the mystery cave again, we spent a lot of time preparing. Made a squeeze box, which is a wooden box, the opening of which can be adjusted in size. We could then crawl through the opening and measure how tight of a squeeze we could fit through. From that, we were able to determine that I need about 8 inches in height to get through the smallest portion of Floyd's tomb. That meant that we could have to scrape about an inch from the floor passage. We also learned the best position I would need to get through the passage would be on my stomach, with my arms to my side, and of course, my head to be turned one way or another. That position allowed my shoulder blades to drop their lowest points. In order to move, I would push forward or backwards my toes. It sounded difficult, but felt adequate. Later, it proved to work sufficiently. The second thing we did to prepare was to construct the tools we invented to work within the cave. I came up with a clever way to chip away inside of the passage without having to climb inside. I had my neighbor weld together several lengths of steel pipe in a manner that would allow us to take it apart when we climbed down the tomb, but I still have the strength necessary to hold up to a blow from my hammer once it was together. We made our own tips that we could screw into our pipe to reach the area we need to work on. Beak came up with a cool design for a scrapper using an angle iron. He had his neighbor weld it together. It proved to be an invaluable tool for scraping and removing rock. We were both proud of our inventions. I also made a device to hold my drill that attached to our pipe. We ended up not using it since B's scraper device worked so well. Here's a picture of B, edited to protect his identity. With the pipe we made, I took the picture. Facing away from the tomb, he is sitting on the rope bag that we use as a bed. Behind him, to his left, is a passage that leads down the still water. Behind him, to his right, is the last drop-off before the passage. You can see some of the orange webbing you use to climb up and down. Oh, damn, look at these tools. Look at that cave. Look at that big old grin on B's face. He's got a similar smile and mustache to my father. I took an oath. I made a vow. I would not leave the cave until I made it through the passage, conquered Floyd's tomb. This would be the trip. It had been a long time since we'd been out to mystery. We had been busy. Though we had made the tools we had talked about, it was fun coming up with ideas for tools. Also, we made a squeeze box determined to be best for getting through the tight spot. Plus, we knew how much rock we need to remove before we can get through. We were excited to get back out to the cave and finish our project. Our climb down the passage took a little longer than usual since we had extra tools to carry. Once we got down the passage, we immediately got to work using B's scraping tool with the pipe I had made. It worked like a charm. We could hammer the pipe on one end and the scraping tool on the other end and dug into the rock. Then we could push the debris all the way through the passage of our way. Then we need to measure our progress. We would turn the scraper sideways in a passage and observe the clearance. We worked for about 2 hours before I had the desire to try the tomb. I wanted to make sure I was going to make it through the first try. B made one more sweep of the passage floor, clearing any loose rocks from where I would be crawling, and pushing the wall we had to the back of the squeeze. I made preparations for the crawl by fashioning duct tape suspenders to prevent my shirt from sliding around while sliding across the rock. I went in with the flashlight in my hand. Even though my hand would be at my side, I knew I would need it once I got through. As an expression of faith, I did not tie a rope to my feet. I was confident I was going to make it. Finally, I made the attempt. Although I didn't mention it in my journal, we did notice the breeze was back and the rumbling present. Since we didn't do any work to the entrance, I had to go through the same dance routine to even enter the passage. Once I got my upper body through the hole, I shined the flashlight ahead of me to work on a plan of attack. You know what's crazy to think about? Somewhere out there is someone caving. At this exact moment in time, right now in the world, is someone squeezing through a tight cave hole. And I'm glad I'm not them. The passage didn't seem any bigger than the last time I was there, but most of the work was done deeper in the squeeze. I paused for a few minutes and twisted my hips to get my lower body in. Slowly, I inched forward as my entire body pulled into the passage. Before I was completely in, I got into position for the push. I dropped both of my hands to my side, turned my head to the right, then I began to inch forward. Once my toes were inside the cave, I used them to push forward. To keep from scraping my body, I would walk, using my shoulders, knees, and toes. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Progress was slow but steady, and that was fine by me. A foot or two before the tight spot, I could already tell there was little more room. Even so, I began to loosen rocks. I still felt sharp pebbles rolling out of my chest as I slid along. There we go. When I could feel my back brushing the top of the passage in several places, I reverted to my technique of exhaling. Before I began to move, however, I took a minute to lay there in the passage. I could see the glow of B's flashlight as the rays of light managed to squeeze past my body. I could feel the cool breeze evaporate the drops of dirty sweat on my forehead. I could feel 1,000 sharp edges dig into the surface of my skin. I felt a twinge of excitement as I realized that the goal we had set to achieve weeks ago was about to be realized. This thought alone made me want to keep moving. No matter how tight the passage became, I breathed in and out rapidly for a few moments. Then began. Exhale, scoot. Stop to catch my breath, repeat. After just a few inches of scooting, I could raise my head off the floor and squeeze until that the passage was beginning to open up. I relayed this information to B, and we both took a few seconds to celebrate. During the rest of the slide through the passage, B was cheering me on. Virgin Passage and Neil Armstrong Territory were the phrases he kept repeating. I was grinning ear to ear. Even though the passage was beginning to get larger, it was still slow going. I had to continue scooting along for another 1.5 feet before I could slide my arms underneath and use them to the crawl. At that point, I felt my journey was essentially over. I was able to sit up tightly and move the rock wall we had erected several trips ago. The rock served as a somber reminder that a little caution would be wise. I shouted back to B that I was through. We both took a moment to congratulate ourselves on our success. B would likely never be able to squeeze through the passage and see what I was seeing, so I gave him a description of what the cave looked like. At this point, I had only my mini-mag, so I could see not very far into the passage. The end of the passage made a gentle right turn and seemed to go for a ways. I was unable to do anything at this point but sit. Due to the size of the passage, all the broken rocks where you had pushed through Floyd's tomb were around me at this point. There were no other signs of human intrusion. I had to wait until B passed me my helmet light to get a better feel for the cave. B used the pull we made to slide me to the end of the rope. Then I was able to pull all of my gear through and squeeze. The first thing he sent through was my helmet and light. After I got the light fired up, I was able to see our new section of cave. Ours! It was an exciting experience to see the results of hours of hard work over the course of several weeks. At this point, we still had no idea what the cave had to offer. The only thing I could see was a passage immediately following the squeeze. It was a narrow passage with a low ceiling. I would easily be able to get through it, but I would have to crawl. I began taking pictures so I could show B. Damn, that's a lot of words. The first section of the passage, I was almost lying down since the passage was so small. My feet are extended in front of me. As you can see, notice the broken rock on the floor of the cave. The passage looks like a dead end, but it turns gently to the right near the end. Damn. Yeah, that's a hole. Alright, it's nowhere near as tight as all the other holes. That's good. I would feel a little confident going through that one. I asked B how far he thought I should venture in the new cave in light of the strange events that had occurred. For the first time, he too toned down his enthusiasm as he remembered the noises. He slid the pipe through the tomb with the loosened tip on the end. He said I could use it as a weapon if I ran to an animal or whatever. He also told me to make sure that we could reach each other as I progressed into the cave. We could hear each other as they progressed into the cave. Even though we were at least thinking of the possibility of running into trouble, we never really considered the fact that if I got into trouble, B would never be able to rescue me. And in fact, no one would be able to get to me for many hours. If I were in serious trouble, as in hurt, there's no way anyone would be able to get to me in time. But symbolic of the whole experience, we were focused on our goal, and not the potential dangers we faced. So far, we had dodged a proverbial bullet. So far. I strapped on my gloves and knee pads, grabbed my camera, and began my adventure. I crawled through the passage pictured above, which was about 20 feet long. At the end of the crawl, the cave bent slightly to the right. I went to climb up a gentle slope, but then I'd be able to stand by the end of the next section of the cave. The next section was about 40 feet long. In addition to having a higher ceiling, the walls were a little wider than the section I had just crawled through. Both sections were relatively straight. The floor was covered in rock, which crunched as I crawled. And then walked across it. The walls were basically the same as the mystery cave, except pristine. It was obvious no one had been there before me. Upon closer examination, the walls I found two delicate types of formations. The first resembled several chunks of grated cheese tied together on one end, with the rest of the cheese just flopping down. The second formation was just tiny strands of rock, thinner than human hair. It looked pretty cool. I found several examples of both kinds of formations. I was not even through the second section of the cave, and I could barely hear B. Cave passages are not very acoustically friendly. I shouted to him that I would go for half an hour, then return. He said that'd be fine and to be careful. Then I proceeded to explore some more. I could walk nearly upright at this point. I was on the third straight section of the cave when I discovered a crystal formation on the wall to my right. It was in several layers of the wall, resembling clear the size of the base, but it had broken off. I looked to see if I could locate where it ended up, but I couldn't find it. The crystal formations are right behind the rock in the upper right-hand corner of the photo. I could walk upright, but I had to stop on occasion. Is it this? This stuff right here? It's hard to tell. This all looks like rock to me. Right behind the rock in the upper right-hand. Oh, okay. So right behind this rock in the upper right. Got it. The passage continued on for another 100 feet or so before the cave opened up. It was a little at the end of the straight segment of the cave. At the very end of the segment, the cave made a bend to the left and opened up into a room. Just at the point where the room began, there was a round rock that appeared to be leaning against the wall. This seemed odd, but singular formations are common in caves, so it by no means is unique. I had crawled and stepped over the far end of the room, and there was another passage leading straight out. As I entered the room, an eerie feeling. It was like the old saying that I felt like I was being watched. Once again, the excitement of the new find faded, and the memories of the mysterious side of the cave crept back into mind. Suddenly, I felt very alone. Fortunately for my ego, I was nearly out of time, and I had to go back to B before my half hour was up. I took several pictures of the room. I was going to just get a feel for how long the next passage was, when something caught my attention. On the left side of the room of the wall, at about eye level, I discovered what appeared to be hieroglyphs. It was a single drawing that almost appeared to be a part of a rock correlation. It looked very crude, representation of people standing below a symbol. I was pumped. This meant that there had to be another entrance to this cave. Even if the cave was closed or blocked, it might mean an opportunity to open it up and get B into the cave. I took another look around the drawings to make sure I could describe it to B. Then I took some more pictures and headed back to B. When I got back to the squeeze, I could barely talk fast enough to let B know everything I had discovered. He was just as excited to hear about our newly found treasure. As we debated on what our next move would be, I began to send my gear back through the tomb to B. I told him that it would be best if we got someone else to come with me, in case something happened. He agreed. Once I got all my gear through, I was faced with the wonderful task of having to negotiate Floyd's tomb again. Theoretically, a person should be able to get out of a passage he just crawled through by simply reversing what he just did. If he contorts his body a certain way to get in, he should be able to get into the same position and get out. In practice, this may not prove to be possible or practical. Such was the case with the tomb. I determined in advance that I would attempt to go back head first through the squeeze. I knew that I could definitely make it back by going in feet first, but that would mean backing up all the way through the tomb. That would take a long time and be very exhausting. My only concern in going head first was that when I got to the end of the squeeze, I would have to get through the hole we had made without the benefit of being able to twist my body. Oh well, I chose to go in head first and deal with the exit when I got to it. I started to squeeze into the very close tight spot, so at least I would head over with it soon. It turned out to be very tricky getting through. I had to shift my hips to the right a little bit to go through, but I just kept plugging away at it. My hands were once again by my side. My head was turned to the right as I was scooting my toes, and once again I was using my head as a gauge to tell when I was at a tight spot. Then, when I was past it, I seemed to get tired a little quicker on the way out. Must have been from all the work we had done to get through. I was a little over halfway through when something bizarre happened. I was laying there taking a brief break when I heard the sound deep within the cave. It was faint but distinct sound of rock sliding on rock. My blood froze in its veins. I couldn't move. I just laid there straining to hear the sound again. Noting nothing. I quickly began scooting towards the exit. I didn't mention it to B, but I did recall one of our earlier trips when B said he heard the same thing. Welcome for joining in a high pretty groove. Welcome, welcome. The task of getting to our hold turned out to be as painful as I thought it would be. I had to put my arms overhead and force my shoulders through the hole. I definitely left some skin behind as I slipped through. B held me as I wiggled my upper body out of the passage. Then I catch myself and ease my lower body out of the tomb. I was out! B and I shook hands and began to load up our gear. I was trying to listen to any sounds coming from the hold, but we were making too much noise gathering our stuff. As much as I looked forward to getting to the passage, it was a relief to get back out. That's pretty much how I felt about the cave in general. I love to go in, but I feel good when I get to go back out again. Something strange happened with the pictures I took in the new part of the cave. The pictures I took in the passage leading up to the large room all turned out fine. Strangely, none of the pictures taken in the room turned out. Pictures of the round rock and more importantly pictures of the hieroglyphs I saw. Pictures taken before and after the room turned out great, but negatives of the photos taken in the room were clear. Nothing. I remember what the hieroglyphs looked like, so I drew a picture to give you an idea of what I saw. Huh, in the video we got to see the hieroglyphs clear as day. Well, almost clear as day. There's a hieroglyph. There's a cave entrance. What's circled there? It's a crude drawing of what I saw, but it's accurate. The first thing I thought when I saw Blair Witch Project. It kind of has the same feel to it. The symbol is in the center, and several figures that look like people raising their hands were below this. This is the last picture before I enter the large room. At the end of the passage, partially hidden in shadow, is a round rock I saw. Here's the same picture with the round rock outlined. You can't really tell from these pictures what you're looking at, but they're the only ones I got out of the rock. Interesting. April 14th. Oh, no pictures, just blue annotations and next. Interesting.
Okay, we're almost there. You can just drop the rope there by the tree. We'll get it now.
How many videos are left?
Cool.
1, 2, 3. 3 videos.
This is it. We're outside Mystery Cave.
And the next one is the longest one. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
The next one is 25 full minutes.
Sorry, we didn't want to tell you.
So I assume it's going to be a long read.
Watching, we brought a friend with us today.
I'm also in shot?
Yeah.
Hi.
This is Joe. We agreed on that name on the drive here. This is a bit of an inside joke. But yeah, if you come in, we'll show you.
Inside joke.
Okay. So yeah, this is the first drop for the abseil point.
Okay, yeah, I know this part.
Yeah.
We're going all the way down, right?
Yeah, so we'll go down and then it dips to the left a bit.
Yeah.
And then we'll go down a bit more and then there's 2 or 3 more stop points where we'll do some hook points and yeah, and then we're in the cave, so we'll take the gear off there.
Oh, cool. I'll see you when I get there.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, as we told you, we're exploring a virgin passage and that's really exciting.
Oh yeah, that's great.
I'm super excited. So yeah, we'll get in there now. Okay.
Shaking
yeah,
my
it's a bit of
head
an
every
early
time
start
these
today,
men get excited
just 'cause we really
exploring
want to explore
virgins.
The tomb and have enough time to do so.
This obsession
So,
with virginity
I
will
think
be
let's
your
set up,
undoing.
Let's get the gear on and then we can head in. Joe, essentially, we need to hop down. You've been on this route before, but not all the way. Yeah, you're gonna have to hop down here.
Is it done here? Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get in now.
I mean, you can if you want to, with ego. Yeah, so basically you hop in and then you scoot to the side on the left there.
Oh, okay, so we're going to the left, not the right. That's not.
Funny guy. And yeah, okay, cool. And then yeah, we're just on our way to the hole. All right, cool. You good, B?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, cool. Please squeeze through here. You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gonna go bounce, take care, roleplay king. Thank you for hanging out. Have a gala night. Greatly appreciated you stopping by.
So yeah, I think when we get to the hole, the plan will be, you can, well, we'll chess, but you can go in first.
Okay.
And then I'll come in after you. And then I think we'll take about 2 hours to just explore as much as we can.
Oh, sounds good.
Cool. All right.
Good. I like that. Yeah.
You can get a lot.
Okay.
Depending on the cave, you can probably get a lot done in 2 hours.
And welcome to the hole, Joe. This is Floyd's tomb. That's what we called it. Yeah, after you know who. But anyways, yeah, so you can just check there. Essentially,
Your
that's
first
where,
mistake was
we
naming
did
it
all the
after one of the
mining
most
and
famous
drilling to get
examples
the-
of someone getting stuck in a
Yeah, we
cave.
needed to expand the hole quite a bit. Yeah. So let me just set up the camera this side.
There's a reason the earth blocks its injuries. Hey, it's Skittle Dragon, and welcome for joining. There's a reason! There's a reason the earth covers up all these caves. Perhaps if Mother Earth didn't want us exploring her caves, she'd have kept it that way. She kept it that way for a reason. Cavers, you are your own undoing. How you doing, Skittle Dragon? And welcome for joining, and thank you for the follow.
Any sort of danger, and I think that's fine. So I think I'm going in there with him. All right, that's why we wanted another person. That's okay.
You familiar with Ted's caving journal? Or is it your first time viewing?
Hey, Joe. Yeah. So you ready to get in there?
Yeah, it's a tight fit, but we'll make it. It's fine.
Okay, cool. Yeah. You excited?
Yes, very. You're saying
Joe's got such a sweet face,
Yes,
man.
I'm
He's
really
gonna be sacrificed.
And some cool stuff like hieroglyphs and crystals.
so excited.
Joe's got such
Joe, you go in
a beaming
I'll come in after
smile. A smile
Okay.
that lights
Yeah,
up
so
a
it's a tight
room. I'm
squeeze.
gonna miss Joe. I've had Joe
honestly,
for
I
a
think you're gonna
total
be
of 4 minutes.
No kidding. It was a bit tight.
I'm gonna mourn him the most.
Looks good though. Yeah, cargo pants, army boy. I still don't understand
Everything
why you
related to the
cave in
cave has
tennis
been ruined
shoes,
from
dude.
whole jokes, but it might have been better this way. Look, if you want to watch scary cave videos
Okay.
on your own and get
That's
fully
it.
immersed in it, go for
Yeah,
it.
so there
I'm trying to get fully immersed in
goes.
Ted's mom.
Sort of what it
You
looks
know
like
whose hole
behind
I'm in?
the crawl.
Your
I can
mom,
take my head
Mother
off.
Earth, the mother to us all.
Almost there. Keep going. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna start coming in behind you.
Alright, up.
Okay.
No, what are you doing bringing white kicks to a caving journey? Cavers are sick fucks. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna bring these white shoes to show off how filthy I get while I'm caving. Ooh, I'm such a dirty little caver. I love letting the world see just how filthy my white shoes can get from my deep caving.
That's it. All right.
Getting fully immersed in holes at least leagues better than cave diving.
B, can you just pass the?
Cave diving? No. We're muff diving. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. It's coming. Cool. Okay, let me just grab my helmet.
Oh man, Ted, there you go, man. No, I hit my head. Oh man. Yeah, wait.
No. It's.
Wait. Take it slow. Take it slow.
Am I bleeding?
Yes.
Ooh.
That's a lot of blood.
Blood warning, if you can't handle realistic depictions of blood, now would be the time to swap to audio only, or focus on me. Hey, if you're worried about blood, look this way. Hey, don't worry about it. Hey, look, no blood. No blood. For now, anyways. Actually, I realize, yeah, y'all are in trouble if you can't handle blood and you continue watching the stream. You realize I'm an assassin. Blood warning. Hey, at least then someone can find his shoes and get crushed. True. Damn. They died wearing the new Air Force Jordans. Their J's are so dirty.
I'm sorry, Joe. I don't think I can keep going like this.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay, let us head back.
I think I'm gonna head back through.
Yeah.
Head back through.
I think that's a good idea.
Where's do you have the camera?
Yeah, here's the camera.
Yeah, I think.
You got it?
Yeah, we head back through, and my head. Ow.
Okay. You want me to go in first again? Then I can help you.
Hold on. Let me think. Oh my head. No. Look, I tell you what.
Shouldn't medical supplies be like a necessity whenever caving?
Joe, you can go in. And 20 minutes.
You sure, man?
All right, 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Go.
You sure about this?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm gonna go clean this up. 20 minutes, and you come back, straight back. All right.
All right, lacquer.
Okay.
All right. 20 minutes. I got
Just
my watch.
yeah. Once you get to the crystals, turn around and you come back. All right. Try to keep your eye out for the hieroglyph.
Hieroglyphs and the crystals. All right, Sean. Lacquer. All right. 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Oh man, this is so cool.
Ow. My head. I don't think I was gonna bleed this much. Ow.
Yeah, head wounds tend to do that.
Yeah. No shit. Ow.
I wonder.
No, it's
Blood,
fine.
so he's not bleeding for no reason. I'm wondering story-wise what the blood insinuates, right? Well, give me a second. Hello, animal. Do you need help? There you go. Ugh. Okay, I'm wondering if the blood is going to activate something, right? It's things like this. Ah, yes. Get blood on the hieroglyphs, and then bam. Whoops. Accidentally activated an ancient evil.
Two. That's what annoys me. You know what? I think.
Ito, bleh. Whoops. Accidentally awakened eldritch entities beyond my understanding.
I'll gladly pay. Maybe we can get a motel for tonight, and then come back tomorrow, or the day after. We'll first see how this.
Silly me, blooding up the ancient hieroglyphs.
I need to clean that out a bit.
Silly me, accidentally feeding the tomb precisely what it needed to reawaken. We gotta bring 2 more people down there and start the COD Zombies Easter egg. Real and true. Oh, hey, I need you to get down to near this hieroglyph, and then hold to interact while you're downed, and then we can activate the Easter egg. Hi, Warhawk. Welcome to Giant Animals Poppin'. Have you been slow? Welcome.
Quiet.
Ted, don't you think you want to send the person who is able-bodied and can move with the camera instead of holding onto it selfishly?
Listen, I need to tell you, last trip out here when I was making it through Floyd's tomb, I could have sworn I heard like rock grinding against rock. So I can't explain it, B. But there was noise and now it's quiet.
Eerily quiet. I don't even hear the sound of your buddy. I don't even hear the sound of Joe. Joe, come back! Please return from the war, Joe!
Joe. Joe! 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 Dude, I don't hear anything. Joe!
Should have been back by now.
Joe! 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 It's nothing. Wait, it's like, Joe! 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 Can you hear me? Joe! What took you so long? Joe! Come on. Come on.
Was Joe also covered in blood? Whoa! Joe's a fucked up.
Oh, give me your hand. Joe. Come on. Come on, man.
Blood warning, Joe is fucked up.
Come on, B, help him up. Help him up, B. Come on. Joe, you okay?
Oh, God.
What happened to you? No. Joe? Joe, are you okay?
No.
What do you mean? Wait, what? No, what do you mean? No. Did you see the hieroglyphs, the rock, the cave? Did you get in?
Give me a sec.
No.
What are you doing, dog?
Why are you bleeding? What happened? Joe, are you okay? What happened to you? Joe, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. B, what are we?
How could you do this to Joe?
I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go?
I'm gonna go.
Oh, where are you going? B, Joe, grab the tools. Joe, come back. Joe.
Oh, that's it. And here's the last, well, second to last one. Big finale. We should have never opened that cave. But first, yo, Lucky Bread, what's poppin'? Welcome for joining. Hope you've been swell. How you doing? Welcome. Only a couple days elapsed before B found someone who wanted to explore the passage with us. B told me he talked to a few other people who couldn't make it because of scheduling conflicts. He said they really grilled him for information about the cave and about the passage. He would not tell them which cave it was to ensure that we explored it to our satisfaction before we made it known to the public. Even the guy who ended up going with us didn't know which cave until we were very close to it, and he was sworn to secrecy that he would not reveal the location of the cave to anyone on the planet. I wanted to identify him by name, so I will refer to him as Joe. Joe, B, and I set out early in the morning to make sure we could spend all the time we wanted in the new passage. When we got to the cave, we were able to rig up and descend rather quickly. It helps so you don't have to haul half a hardware store down to the cave. Joe was impressed by our work. Even B and I took a minute to pat ourselves in the back for all the hard work we put in, and for the fact that we made it through. But yo, Aki, how you doing? Welcome for joining. Coming into the tail end of Ted's caving journal. Joe is a rather thin caver who had a lot of experience in caves. He said it might be the tightest squeeze he had been in, but it didn't bother him. I knew that physically he'd be able to make it, since I was bigger than him and I made it. He was just as excited as us getting through the cave, maybe more. He quickly got ready and was waiting to hear what the plan of attack was going to be. I figured I would send him through first since he was ready. And I would follow. B would pass our gear through and wait for us outside the passage. B would give us 2 hours to return. That was nice of B to go down to the cave and babysit us. It gets boring sitting there in a cave. With our plan set, we were ready to roll. It was perhaps irresponsible of us not to tell Joe of all the unexplained events that occurred in the cave until after he had gone through. But what exactly to tell someone? How many of the weird things did we need to reveal to him? We didn't feel that we were in any danger, or we wouldn't go in the cave ourselves. So we didn't tell him a thing prior to him entering Floyd's tomb. Of course, when we did tell him afterwards, it was too late. Couldn't believe how easy Joe slipped through the passage. He said it was tight, but sure didn't look it. Once he got in, we passed him from his gear, and I started in. Even though I knew that I could fit in through all the way, a slow trip from the tomb, you only go so fast when you're scooting your toes. When I reached a tight spot of the squeeze, I had Joe snap a picture of me. I thought it'd make a good photo. Once I got through, B started to relay my stuff back to me. Then disaster struck. I had gone all the way through and turned around to pull my gear through. I had to kneel down and crouch down low. I had just got my helmet, ironically, and light and was turning around to feed the rope back to B when I smacked my head on the top of the passage. Human skull versus solid rock. Rock won. I told B what had happened, so he sent my first aid kit through. I was bleeding, but even worse, I didn't feel too good. I patched myself up, then told Joe I didn't think it'd be best to continue. He looked like a little kid who was told that Christmas would be cancelled. Although I didn't like the idea of him exploring the cave without me, for selfish reasons of course, I wanted him to at least see part of the cave for making the trip out there. I told him how far to go and how long it would take. Then I sent him on his merry way. As I laid there, I could hear him crawling into the darkness. His light disappeared after the first turn. I rested a minute or two, then began my journey back through the squeeze. It was disappointing to get all the way to the cave, then not be able to explore it to its end. Actually, it's killing me! After I got through Floyd's tomb, which was painful, I sat down and munched on a Cliff Bar while B and I chatted. I told him I'd pay for a motel room and he would stay overnight. Then we could just see how I was doing the next day and make another attempt at the cave. I felt goofy for having smacked my head on the cave wall. B said he was willing to give it another try tomorrow. He was just anxious to put some closure onto this cave. As long as Joe would stay overnight, we were determined to wrap things up the next day. Once this was settled, we just sat back and enjoyed the darkness. We could hear no sounds coming from the passage. The silence reminded us of the scraping noises I had heard the last time I was there. I brought up the subject with B since I had not explored the cave completely. I could not offer any explanation as to what could be making the scraping noise, or the change the wind strength, rumbling, or the terrible scream we heard. Suddenly we both wished we had not sent Joe into the cave alone. B went into the hole and yelled into it, "Joe!" No answer. Not surprising. Can't just hear each other when you're very far apart in a cave. We nervously awaited any sounds. Good sounds, it is. Joe-type sounds. The 20-minute time limit we had set passed. Then 25 minutes. I really had no desire to climb back through the squeeze. My head was still throbbing, and the squeeze looked tighter than ever. Still, I knew I was going to have to make sure Joe was safe. Just as I was getting prepared to go back through, I saw a light deep in the passage. "Joe?" I called out. Nothing. "Joe!" Still no answer. The light got brighter, and I could hear the noise of someone crawling across the broken rocks. Across the lined cave. "You okay, Joe?" "No," was his weak reply. When we got to the other side of the tomb, he said that he wasn't feeling well. He quickly took his gear off and put them in a bag so we could all pull it through. As I pulled the bag through the passage, he began to climb back through the tomb. We didn't even get a chance to question him about what he saw before he was coming back through. He quickly slipped through the squeeze and the hole, and we finally got a look at him. He looked terrible. His face was pale, and he was out of breath. The dust that covers the floor of the squeeze left its mark on his face and clothes. He had numerous small cuts and scratches across his face and arms, probably from the rapid exit from the passage. His eyes were wide open. We only had a brief moment to look at the change that had occurred to Joe before we started to head up to the cave without saying a word. While Joe and B started for the surface, I took a minute to gather our gear. Then I stopped to listen to the passage. I heard nothing, and I felt nothing. The wind had stopped. Part of me wanted to get out of the cave as fast as possible, but another part of me wanted to immediately climb back through the passage and find out what made this cave tick. Then was not the time, though. I still felt a little dizzy from my injury. At that moment, I noticed B and Joe had made good time getting up the cave passage, and I was left alone. Chills ran through my body as I scurried to catch up with them. Once we got outside the cave, I figured we would be able to find out more from Joe. When we got up the final climb, he just unclipped the rope and went straight to the truck. In the light of day, he looked even worse than in the cave. B and I gathered up the rope and our gear and headed for the truck. Joe said he did not want to stay overnight because he felt terrible, and we believed him. So we headed home. We could get no more information from Joe. He just stayed straight ahead. He was shaking like a leaf, and he said he wasn't cold. When we tried to question him, his answers were short. I asked if he saw the hieroglyphs. No. Did he hear yelling? No. Did he see the rock round? No. Did he see the crystals? No. He said he just went a little ways and started to feel sick. Something was fishy about his answers. He would have had to have seen the crystals if he got far into the cave that he couldn't hear us yelling. But why would he not elaborate? The rest of the trip passed eerily. Sorry, help a dog. Headphones fell. The rest of the trip ran past in eerie silence. Joe didn't say much. We gave him a brief outline of the strangest events that happened in the cave. He didn't reply. As we were dropping him off, we asked if he wanted to go back in the cave. He shook his head and ran to the house. I tried to call him later in the day and the next day, but only got his voicemail. perhaps final passage, if not penultimate passage? Sure is taking a minute to load it. It's just journal entry. I discussed briefly the feelings B and I had at this point. I would like to elaborate on those feelings and set the mood for this part of my journal. I hope I can successfully convey our exact thoughts and feelings as we contemplated our next move. If I'm not afraid we will appear to the average reader as being ignorant, naive, or downright foolish. This cave represented to us a culmination of weeks of hard work, complete with an array of emotion, from fatigue and fear, anticipation to pain, from frustration to glory. To us, we were not standing on the brink of the possible destruction, but rather honoring an unspoken commitment. Much like a parent of a wayward child, we were not about to abandon our child out of fear of the unknown. Like it or not, the cave had become part of us, and now we must see this adventure to its fruition. Additionally, verbose explanations aside, we were being eaten alive with curiosity. Despite the overwhelming number of unexplained occurrences we experienced, we had to go back to this cave. What was making the rumbling noise? What caused the change in wind strength, etc., etc.? All the way down to Joe, what could have possibly happened to him? What did he see or experience? We had many lengthy discussions on what our next move would be. We kept coming to the same conclusion. We need to return to the cave. We could offer no possible scenarios that would solve this riddle. The only way we could hope to complete the puzzle would be to conquer the cave, or going back to Mystery Cave. That is a big read, and I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm doing it. It's getting late, so I think I want to finish the video. If you would like to read it, it's been pretty one-on-one, so watch the last two videos. But so far, it's been pretty one-on-one, and I don't think we gotta worry too much about inaccuracies.
Hi.
He's wearing a black beanie!
It's Ted. I don't really know how to start this video. B and I, you're probably thinking that we're rather irrational.
Hey, it's a monologue I just read.
Or ignorant. That's fair. I don't know if I can successfully convey to you how we feel. But you see, this cave, it represents months of hard work, months of emotions, going from fear to pain, and from frustration to glory. See, B and I, we had to come back. We see it as an unspoken commitment that we had to follow through. Because you can't just abandon a commitment because of the fear of the unknown. This cave is a part of us, and we have to see it through. And there's just so many questions that we don't have answers to. I mean, the wind, rumbling, scream. And Joe, what happened to him? We did try and talk to him, don't get me wrong, we did try, but it's like he wasn't even there. B and I had a long discussion on what our next move is, and the only conclusion that we could draw was that we had to come back.
I know, poor Joe. The sweet light and sweet angel
We
Joe.
had to conquer this cave in order to
He
get
deserved better.
And that's why we're here. So I hope that helps. I think B's almost done setting up the equipment,
And yeah.
So again, there's 2 videos, and if you had fast eyes, you caught what the name of... Ooh, gotta help the dog. You caught the name of the next video, but if you didn't, good job.
Huh? Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
If you caught the name of the videos, I scrolled past it to see how many were left. I'm very
While
intrigued.
we wait for B to get down, looks like he's struggling a bit with the low voltage.
Ugh.
We did bring along a low voltage two-way phone.
I'm back.
That we thought will help with us in Floyd's tomb. Just being able to contact each other, I think, is a massive help. That we borrowed, we asked permission and we borrowed from the local cave and rescue group. And I just wanted to, while we wait for B, I just wanted to just say that we did try to talk to Joe. We called him multiple times. B called into his work, and apparently he called in sick about 2 weeks ago, which is just after the caving incident. And we also stopped by his house. The lights were on, but he wasn't there. His car wasn't there either. Would have been really nice to talk to him before we came back. And that's all. I'll wait for B to get down.
I'm curious how much can go down. One! Once they get to the hole, is Ted gonna be the only one through? Because they already established B can't fit. Unless, off screen, they've just been making it bigger for B. I guess we'll see. I swear to God, if there's only like 6 minutes of actual story and 20 minutes of padding out with walking and showing the floor, I'm gonna fuck your mom even harder, Ted. I'll go fuck B's mom too.
Oh man.
This is at least new B-roll of new areas. B's mom is in rotation? The story has truly evolved. It's the climax of the story. We're reaching the penultimate. We're at the penultimate moment of the story. It's the climax. Speaking of climax, B and Ted's mom. Climaxing. Next bit.
Okay.
I know this is very serious, but this just kind of looks like when Germa fucks around with this camera, you know? Mysterious shadow figure. No, it's just Germa fucking with his webcam again. He's on some bit. How you doing, buddy? Is this you crawling through, Lloyd's? Was it Lloyd? No, it was Floyd. Floyd's tomb again? Seriously, if you don't know that story, look it up. Don't watch The shitty... Who was it? Internet? I don't remember his name. There was a really popular video covering it that turned out to just be a one-to-one stolen rip of an article. That was really shitty. But like, look up the story of Floyd's Floyd the Caver. I don't remember his last name. Real interesting stuff.
Okay.
Super fucked up. Being stuck in the worst position possible to be the most unrescuable person ever, while within being arm's reach of being rescued, you know? Of like, oh, I can grab your foot and pull you out, but doing so would kill you.
As well as the extra telephone.
I wonder if we have anything nowadays that could have saved him.
Alright, B.
Or if it's such a precarious situation that's like, even with all our tech and advancements, there's still no saving Floyd. Well, in a second, dog time. Ugh. Okay. So I'm presuming with how quiet it's been, I think he got through the hole. But B can't, because the B in B stands for big boy. Or B's just being real quiet, not panting on the microphone. Snipper, snipper. Hi, Zach. What's poppin'? Welcome for joining.
Formations again.
We're back at the cheese formations! I still don't really see string cheese, but you know what? You're just hungry, Ted. You feel like there's nothing left to do when you're stuck in a hole with a broken leg, rocks hugging you harder than a drunken ex, even tech-wise. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like even technology and the advancements we made just... I don't know. Just kind of feels like there was nothing they could really do. Everything led to him dying taking a really long time to die slowly and painfully, or dying quick and brutally. Shoot up some morphine. Think about your favorite song, I guess. Story's over, chat. Pack it up. How did he die eventually? He just starved to death in there, right? Or did they find a way to mercy kill him? Because that's so fucked to think about. Of like, well, nothing to do. Guess we'll just turn our backs and wait for him to slowly starve to death. Hi, dead man. Welcome for joining. What's poppin'? Hope you've been slow. I will say I will not read the next blog post just because they're really, really long and I'm getting really tired. But we will have a look at the original photos that were provided with the post and maybe read a little bit just for context. I will specifically read the yellow text, you know?
I believe the hieroglyphs were here somewhere. along the wall. Looks like people.
They're just little stick figures. I mean, it makes sense, but also, that's funny.
Alright. Cave continues.
Like, the stick figure is the most easily recognizable shorthand for a human figure. But also, don't we have, like, ancient cave paintings and hieroglyphs and how they depicted people? Was it always stick figures? Surely they looked a little bit different, that we don't need to do stick figures. I don't know, stick figures feel too modern. Even though it makes the most sense. So get that shit out of here. Stick figures were invented on the chalkboard.
Maybe I should
You guys didn't have chalkboards back then.
be a call quickly and check in.
If you look closely, you can see the $40 I left behind for Ted's mom.
Hello? B? Can you hear me? How's everything looking on your side? I'm trying to hurry up here. So, yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear. Good to hear from you. But yeah, everything's good this side. Just took a bit of a nap. Yeah, but don't
The
worry.
nappy.
Here if you need me.
Okay, cool. That's awesome, dude. Thanks. All right. Thank you for being here. All right. Yeah.
Of course.
All right. I'm gonna go explore.
Much like my days with Ted's, much like my nights with Ted's mom, we gotta see this through to the end. We gotta make sure we finish. We gotta bring Ted's mom to the end to help her reach the finish.
It's nice having B on the phone. Okay.
What the fuck was that? That was the sound of rocks grinding. Like the lid of a coffin, like a stone coffin moving. I guess he hit his head again? We are all vessels for Ted's mom jokes, just like Ted's mom is a vessel for dick. Ted suddenly being filled with thoughts of tons and tons of strangers on the internet. Fucking his mother.
Why is it not working? Why is it not working? Where's the light? Why is it not working?
I wonder if
Come on.
the sounds of rocks grinding on rocks is supposed to be, ooh, pink light, is supposed to be like the cave itself is shifting. Quite literally shifting and moving, changing its layout. And if it just scooted by and went, nah, I like your cut, G, bashing him across the head. Ooh, did you hear that? There was a little psst. I wonder if that was him. Evil, fucked up, mysterious red light. Which I presume are like glow sticks. Ooh! It was on screen for like a brief second, but like in that glow, I swear to God, I thought I saw the hieroglyph. Dog, your bitrate fucked up. I can't tell what we looking at. Blood gods demand blood. Blood for the blood gods. Blood for the skull. Skull for the skull's throne. He either said, I'm scared or I'm being stared at. Ooh. Ooh, creepy sound. In the end, it was never about the holes we explored, but about the moms we banged along the way. And boy howdy did we bang those moms. That got me, hearing the footsteps and him suddenly like getting up really quickly.
Pack up everything! Get ready! B, pack up! Get out of here!
That fucking got me.
There's something in here with us!
Oh, Joby. Oh, Joby, ain't that the nastiest thing? Not on camera. Not on camera. Trying to sneak a Capri Sun at 4 a.m. but a single mother's toddler hears you.
No.
We're not in this kitchen alone!
No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Come on.
Slow down your breathing. Your chest is expanding too much. Remember how you had to breathe in?
Run!
Remember how you had to exhale to squeeze through?
Run! Why will not let it work? Come on. Come on. I'm bleeding. There's so much blood. There's so much blood.
Welcome for joining. Thank you for the follow. So I suppose, we presume he made it out of the tight squeeze and is back on the other end. Question is the thing following him able to make it out as well? Oh. Whoa, did you see that? The rope started moving on its own. Oh, there's like an invisible thing with them. Supernatural? Paranormal? Ghosty? Invisible thingies? No, that's the wind. That's the wind howling and blowing the rope.
Come on, come on. Climb, B-roll is down! Climb! Climb!
Ooh! There it goes. Before we play the final video, let's get a little bit of context. Let's, Here we go. Here we go. I want to get to the point where we heard like the scraping noise, and then he started screaming from pain. So this is just mostly him going through and just talking about the foreboding feeling. From behind me, I heard the scraping noise. It was loud. It was close. It was coming from the large room I had just left. I wheeled around to face whatever had made that noise. When I did, I lost my presence of mind and stood up at the same time. Crunch! My helmet crashed into the passage ceiling. My light broke, and I was buried in the heavy darkness. Pain shot through my neck and down my back. The helmet had protected my head, but my neck was nearly numb from the impact. Fear enveloped me and my knees began to weaken. I slowly and involuntarily slumped to my knees. I gently set the camera down as I began to see stars in the pain of my upper back. The scraping noise lasted only a second, and now the only sound I could hear was my own panic-inspired breathing. Not only could I feel the fear thick upon my chest, but the darkness seemed to hold me in this place. I felt like I was vulnerable from every direction. I wanted to turn and look behind, and to the side of me and in front of me. Everywhere I looked, I saw black. Finally, I broke the stupor of terror long enough to reach the alternate light source, the mini-mag on my helmet. I twisted the light to turn it on, and when I did, I nearly cried. I forgot to put fresh batteries in, and now I could barely see more than a few feet. Still, it was better than nothing. I immediately began shining the light with all my might into the large room, and strained to get a glimpse of any movement in the room. Nothing. I was shaking violently as I sat there trying to figure out what to do. My mind was not thinking clearly. I honestly thought I was going to die right then and there in the cave. For a fleeting moment, I wondered how B would ever figure out what had happened to me. Then it hit me like a boulder. The phone! My mind must have been clearing up at this point, because I also thought about my glow sticks. Without taking my eyes off the large room, I felt around my pack for glow sticks. Since I was carrying the phone and video camera, I removed as much as possible from my pack. And one of the things I left with B was my backup headlamp. And thus, I was left with only the glow stick. I found one and ripped it out of the package. I could tell something was wrong by how it sounded. It had been inadvertently broken and was now useless. I chucked it on the ground and scratched my pack for another. Took my eyes off the large room only to check the passage behind me occasionally. I found another glow stick. Broke it up to light. The soft green glow created eerie colors in the walls of the cave. The sticks provided barely enough light to see in the immediate area, provided no hint of what lied ahead. I felt the pack for one more light. Again, without taking my eyes off the room, I felt a third glow stick. Ripped out of the package. After breaking it to make sure it worked, I hesitated. Then threw the glow stick into the large room. The throw was perfect one, for the stick sailed through the length of the room. In the brief moment the light traveled through the room, I saw nothing but cave walls. The absence of anything unusual did nothing to ease my state of panic. At the far end of the room, I caught a brief glimpse of the ground rock as a light bounced on it. Then the light went behind the rock and seemed to disappear. I was still shaking, but at least I didn't see anything. Still, there was noise. I used the glow sticks to light the phone, and with fumbling fingers, I managed to plug my phone into the jack. I put my phone in my ear and heard nothing. The usual beeps indicate connection with the other phone there. Terrified, I pulled the phone from the jack and reinserted it. Again, silence. The line was dead. What could have happened? I just talked to B. I found myself nearly sobbing with fear. I knew the only way out of here was back the way I came, but something was there. A third attempt at making contact with B, the same result. I tried to think of another plan, but I can only focus on the memories of grinding sound that I'd heard. In my weakened state, I slumped against the side of the passage, breathing like I had just finished a race, never breaking eye contact with the shadows in the large room. As my shoulders touched the wall, I had a powerful jolt of pain remind me of my collision with the roof of the cave. Despair, agony, terror. This is just an explanation of stumbling through the room in the dark. Forgetting the video camera. Although I did not mention any more of my physical condition during my exit, I was hurting. With every step I took, pain shot through my lower back, my neck, my arms shredded, and my shoulder had a nice gash on it. I honestly believe that were it not for the terror I felt, that I would not have the energy and motivation to climb out, as I was running on pure adrenaline. Unfortunately, my adrenaline surge was about to end. I did not see or hear B until I reached a small area at the bottom of the drop. He was on the rope, climbing out as fast as he could. I could hear him moving quickly and breathing heavily. I called out to him, and his startled reaction told me he was nearly as tense as I was. He told me to get on the rope and start climbing. We both knew that would be dangerous, not something we would ever normally do, but it was different. I stood there looking up where the rope had disappeared into darkness above me. I danced around as B made his way to safety. He was out of sight, but I knew he was close. I knew the rope was my lifeline outside. To light, safety, behind me, darkness. Fear the unknown. I had fleeting throughout the movie scene. Fear the unknown. I had the fleeting thought of a movie scene where the actor had outwitted the monster, and had reached the front door of the haunted house. Just as he reaches for the knob, he hears a sound behind him and turns only to see. I slid the glow stick under into the cord on my helmet and reached for the harness. Then I thought I would let B get a little bit higher while I pulled the rope that was stretched down to the cave. That would make it easier to get out once we got to the top of the drop. I chose not to wind the rope around my arm since it was sore and bleeding, so I pulled it into a pile on the floor. From above I heard B warn me, "Rock." I then ducked under the ledge and several small rocks landed on the floor near my feet. I quickly went back to pulling on the rope. I had about half of it in, about 50 feet, when the rope hit a snag. Ugh, it was solid. There was no way I was going to crawl back to the release, so I decided to just forget about the rope, get my harness, and get out of the cave. I quickly threw the harness around me and started to buckle. Before I could secure it, I heard a strange noise at my feet. My pulse began to quicken. I looked down the rope only to discover my horror that the rope was disappearing down to the darkness. Something was pulling the rope back into the cave. Where's the bit where he was lying there and he could see the rope? Oh, whatever. I did not see or hear B until I reached a small area at the bottom of the drop. He was on the rope. Oh, I read that. I was climbing as fast as my better body could haul me. I was in near panic again and consequently was scraping and bumping and gouging my arms and legs. As I climbed, I screamed to B that something was pulling the rope. He yelled back to hurry. Luck was with me, and I didn't slip and fall back into the hole. If I had, I would have bounced several times against the sides of the cave before smashing onto the floor. The injuries would be fatal. Without the necessity of having a stop, slide, or ascender up the rope, I made an excellent time getting up. I could see rays of light above me coming from the entrance of the cave that told me exactly where I was in the cave. It is now 4 days after our trip to the cave. It has taken me 4 days and dozens of attempts to get this entire experience written to my journal. Every time I started to write, I recalled the terrible feelings I had and I couldn't write anymore. I felt compelled to continue so as to document the unbelievable events. While all the details were fresh in my mind, I can still feel the pain, still smell the stench, still experience the horror. Even type from my journal has taken hours. I would like to write more, but I'll have to wait. Even now, it's several days between me and the event. I can't relax. I can barely concentrate. Ooh, this is nothing but afterthought. Interesting. Nothing but afterthought. Fascinating. Yeah, that's just a close. Cool. Let's watch it. Shame that entry was so long, because I think that would provide a little more answers as to what the creature he was up against was, but I'm tired. Didn't expect to pull such a long one watching Ted's caving journal. In this last video, _going back. The creature, also hiya, goes poppin'. Hope you've been swell.
Hi. It's been a minute. Haven't been doing well.
Oh no, the Streamlabs button's gone. That's a shame.
I've been seeing things
You might need to update the extension.
in the corner of my eye, and hearing things. When B and I got back after what happened, well, we haven't really spoken since, and I just wanted. I haven't been able to sleep. And when I do, out of exhaustion, I have nightmares. And, you know, it's funny, I used to pride myself about being able to go into caves, and now I can't even go outside. There's something there, something outside, and it's watching me.
Ooh, it followed him from the cave.
And I did try to do some research. I tried to see on the internet if I could find something about what's myths, cave myths, or something about the local area, and the only thing I could find was something about a 𝐒𝐳𝐬. I don't know what that is. And the locals said something about a 𝐉𝐨𝐬𝐺. Yeah.
Is that what it is?
That helped.
God damn it! Every time I think it's something new and original, it's a 𝐉𝐴𝐺𝐺 story.
And I saw an ad in the paper, and I'm gonna go see if there's something there. So yeah. Because I'm scared.
You fool! It was a dodo waiting for you in the cave.
I can't go outside. I don't know. What was that? Footsteps. It was a footstep.
You updated and it reappeared. Hi, Princess. Welcome for joining. We're watching the last video. Ted was attacked by something in the cave. He heard rocks grinding, got up, so scared, hit his head, started bleeding a bunch. None of his lights are working, was chased by something causing a lot of wind. And as he tried climbing out, it tried pulling him back in. Now, our boy's going through it. You were trying to dodo me when you said the creature.
Grab his dick and twist it!
Ooh, yeah, there's wind sounds. It did follow him. It followed him out of the cave. Cool. Damn, bitch, you live like this? This is one spooky ass house. Rugby, what game is this? This ain't no game, we're just watching Ted's Cave-In Journal. Fuck! That got me. But also... Here, I'm gonna mute this. That actually got me. You can see there's like a white thing right there. Yep, there's something right down there. Right there. Do you see it? Do you see it? It's like a face there. Scary.
It is now 10 a.m. on
Scary.
Sunday the 19th. And I'm doing better.
Hi, Moonlight. What's poppin'?
To
I am the creature.
And B. And we decided we're going back. Yeah, we're leaving for the cave in about 2 hours. And packing for this has been interesting. I for the first time in my life, I am bringing a gun into a cave. And a knife. And a medical aid kit. Lots of food and water. Paper, pencil, all of my climbing rope. As well as about several light sources. And this camera. You see, you're probably trying to understand why we decided to go back. And I don't know if I can pinpoint my motivation, but I think closure has a nice fit to it. Because I need to know what's at the end of that cave. I know it sounds stupid, it does, but crawling through tight spaces in the dark, or scaling the side of a cliff, or jumping out of a perfectly good airplane, people have a thirst for adventure. It sounds cheesy, but it's true. The cave, it has a calling. Like B always likes to say, caving is the last opportunity for exploration for people with modest means. I know a lot of you have disagreed with my pursuit of the cave. I've received a lot of messages, but I'm afraid I don't have a choice anymore. If I'm ever to experience restful sleep in my house again, I have to go back. If I ever want to walk in my home peacefully, I must return. If I am ever to leave the world and enter the cave, I must now return. It's not a choice anymore. To all my friends and family that have been watching these videos, I just wanted to say, don't worry, I'll be okay. I expect to arrive either later tonight or tomorrow morning by the latest. So if you're around and you want to stop by the house, I'll show you a video of what's beneath Floyd's tomb. But until then, this has been Ted's Caving Journal.
He said the thing!
So I guess I'll see you later.
It must be Ted's mom trying to come home. She has an effect on people. Cool. And that was the end. I presume it's once again the same thing. Can you imagine for the 25-year anniversary of this, we finally hit next and it takes us to the next page. It's like, hey, what's up? I killed the Wendigo. I'm back. I was trapped in that cave for 25 years, but I had the means to survive. The creatures down there feared me and my modern invention, the gun, and made me their king. So, can we expect an update from Ted? This was insanely well done. High production value. Incredible. You're too white to say it. That didn't stop white people from incorporating them into their stories every possible chance they could. Is there a behind the scenes? Because there's... Wow, Ted's Caving Journal was the first upload on this channel. Oh, there it is. Patreon. Ted, behind the scenes. Interesting. So what did you do? New teeth, found footage. Log, drawing 1. Log, drawing 2. Log. The dog! Look, it's the same dog! Log, hollow bird, found footage. The Alex-verse, an internet horror conspiracy. Who is Alex? Oh, because Alex archives, duh. Yeah, who is Alex? Who is the person that just dropped peak cinema? A perfect adaptation of a 20-year-old story. And then I guess came out and made another series? Interesting. These are cool. Schrodinger's Monster, Hollow Birds. I didn't realize when I put on the Ted the Caver one that they had 2 other series they had done. But cool, we'll have to check these out next time. I'm probably going to watch this in my own time. This is probably, hey, a lot of y'all probably wondering who the fuck I am and how I make these. But neato. Fucking neato. Alright, it's gonna be it for today. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. It has been my pleasure to watch. I hope you guys had a good time watching that. I realize that it got a little difficult to watch considering that, like, oh, hey, most of the video, hey, most of the video is just pitch black darkness, but that's fine. That's why I am here to provide the entertainment for you. That's why I'm here, so you guys have something to look at other than pitch black. And someone to bounce off of and talk to. I can't believe at the end of it all, it really was the 𝐒𝐴𝐕𝐄. The 𝐒𝐴𝐕𝐄 was behind it all. Let's thank some people and call it a night, shall we? Ted's mom made it so much more bearable. Ted over here having... Me over here fucking Ted's mom. Meanwhile, the Ted subplot he is experiencing. The horrifying traumatic subplot he is experiencing. Alright, thank you too. Dimmy the links for the resub. Stitches, thank you for the resub. Kasha, thank you for the follow. And sticking around all the way to the very end. Tactical Idiot, thank you for the follow. Thomas Mal W, thank you for the follow. Matthew 1337, thank you for the follow. The Skittle Dragon, thank you for the follow. Ghea Withered, thank you for the follow. You may suggest, but I'm a little tired to socialize. I might just try and look out for like my comfort raid places where I can just chill and take it easy. Whew, that will be it for me today. I'll be streaming some... Alright, I haven't decided if I'm gonna stream it, but I'm just gonna send y'all to Lilycat's channel. But gonna be doing some Left 4 Dead. Gonna be doing some Left 4 Dead with some gamers. Gonna be taking it real easy. Should be a good time. I will not be live tomorrow. Left 4 Dead is for Saturday, so look forward to it. Ooh. I think I'm gonna just drop a follow and raid in to your suggestion another time. I am tired, but I do want to socialize and get to know new people. But for now, I think I'm gonna send it towards someone else. Sure thing. Bum. Here we go. Let's go send it on over to my lovely friend Dreamy Etude, who's recapping her times at Offkai. You want a horror story? People who went to Offkai. Ooh, you know what? Here, let's show Dreamy the new emote. Alright, if you're subscribed, go ahead and start spamming some shoot! If you're not subscribed, there you are. Go ahead and copy and paste that to your heart's content. Thank you to everyone who hung out. Thank you to everyone who subscribed over on YouTube. YouTube does not give me information on who is or isn't subscribing. So, the only activity I get to see are super chats or memberships. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't update me if you subscribe during the live stream. But if you did, I greatly appreciate it. Welcome for joining. Enjoy your stay. New videos on the Clips channel every day, even if I'm not live. Y'all take it easy now. Have a good night. Till next time, you know where to find me. I'm on Blue Sky and Discord. Till then, bye-bye. By the way, links in the description of every live stream and video, and also for Twitch. Link is in my About section 24/7. Till then, bye-bye.